How terrifying can a hero become when he's pushed to the breaking point? He had the power of a monster, but he'd never killed a single criminal. Because back when he was a true hero, Seo Kang Yu made a promise to his comrades that he would never take a life. So instead of killing him, he sent the world's strongest villain to Lucillus prison to await execution. But on the day of the execution, something went terribly wrong. Every single power-suppressing device in the prison began to fail. All the prisoners got their powers back. And in a cruel twist of fate, Seo Kang Yu's older brother was the one in charge of Seung Hoan's execution that day. Knowing the brother wasn't nearly as strong as the hero, the villain didn't hesitate for a second. He went straight for the kill. When Seo Kang Yu found out, he was consumed by rage and went straight to the prison, not as a hero, but posing as a simple guard. It was time to start a one-man massacre of every single inmate. A promise. To hell with a promise. It was kill or be killed now. Okay, so let's dive into the main story. It all kicks off with giant plumes of smoke rising from deep within the earth. Then we see massive jagged craters, the aftermath of an absolutely brutal battle. A man stands there exhausted and sweating, his face covered in cuts and blood. Pinned beneath him, a white-haired man in a white suit is being choked out, the final moments of their fight seemingly at hand. But here's where it gets twisted. The man being choked, bleeding all over, actually cracks a smile. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. He glances to the side. You're different from the rest of that trash. We see the bodies of other heroes completely exhausted and collapse on the ground as rain begins to fall, making the scene even more tragic. The dark-haired hero on top can't stand the mockery anymore and snarls with pure hatred. Shut up, just kill me already. The white-haired man just keeps grinning. Only you have the power to actually kill me. The hero just glares down at him with cold, sharp eyes. Is that so? But I won't be the one to take your life. I made a promise to my comrades, he says, yanking him up by the collar and screaming right in his face. I'll make sure you face a death sentence and answer to the law. But the villain just smirks back, completely confident. To this day, I still regret it. The hero's voice echoes. You're going to face the judgment of justice and then you'll be sorry. I should have just killed him then and there. At that moment, a news bulletin flashes across the screen. The villain's face appears with the caption, "The worst villain, Seung Hoan, a man who brought fear to the entire world." So that's the psycho's name, Seung Hoan. A judge's gavel slams down and the sentence is announced. We see Seung Hoan now completely strapped down to a wooden board. He's surrounded by soldiers in full protective gear, guns at the ready. The verdict continues, death penalty. Seung Hoan is forced to wear a special device to control his abilities, but even now the villain is oozing confidence. He's actually smiling as he's being held in Lucillus prison, the place for the absolute worst criminals on Earth. He's locked away in the deepest level of the prison, floor 5. On top of that, a public ceremony called Justice is scheduled for tonight. Someone watches the news, gritting their teeth in absolute fury, a fresh bandage plastered on their face. In memoriam, images of a purple-haired girl, a monk, a long-haired blonde, a bearded man, and a blue-haired boy appear on screen. These were the heroes who sacrificed their lives fighting against Seung Hoan alongside Seo Kang Yu. And the lone survivor, Seo Kang Yu, is now recovering. As he watches the news, his face is terrifyingly cold. The TV broadcast drones on about how the government is grateful for the sacrifices of the fallen. Suddenly, someone grabs the remote and shuts it off as a voice calls out. Our boy Seo Kang Yu turns his head. A man in what looks like a police uniform steps into the room. You're covered in injuries, you should be lying down, not sitting up watching TV. This is the warden of Lucillus prison, Seo Kang Ho. Seo Kang Yu's inner thought. This is my older brother, a prison warden. Seo Kang Yu finally speaks up. Brother. He looks down at his own hands, lost in a daze. That bastard Seung Hoan. His expression darkens as he says what's been haunting him. I should have killed him myself when I had the chance. His older brother tries to calm him down. Seo Kang Yu, you made a promise to your comrades, remember? In a flashback, his blonde teammate Lao Sa speaks with dead seriousness. A hero's job is to save people, not to kill them. No matter how evil they are, you can't just kill them. They're still human and their fate will be decided by the law. But back then, Seo Kang Yu had argued back. What if they kill us? Lao Sa just looked at him and said, promise me. No matter what happens, you will not kill anyone. And trust me that one promise is about to cost them everything. And back then, our main character could only fall in line. In the present, his older brother Seo Kang Ho speaks up. He agrees, saying the only thing that can judge a person is the law. But as he says it, he looks down, not happy at all. You can tell he's conflicted, and as a prison guard, he's sworn to secrecy about this. This is top secret info. Seung Hoan is scheduled for execution next week and he'll be the one carrying it out. Hearing this, Seo Kang Yu just stares. His brother continues. You kept your promise to your comrades. You did well. Let us guards handle the final chapter. Leave his fate to us. Hearing this, Seo Kang Yu's shock only deepens as he looks at his brother. Seo Kang Ho reaches out a hand, smiling. Let's go. Time to meet your colleagues. We cut to a different scene, a mountain of letters and flowers for the fallen heroes. Citizens are gathered with banners, their faces a mix of grief and righteous anger. And there they are, portraits of the heroes who sacrificed their lives lined up with the highest respect. The two brothers have also come to pay their respects. In his hand, a radiant white chrysanthemum for his dear comrades. A week passes in a flash. The funeral home is still packed with mourners. And then the day of Seung Hoan's execution arrives. The wooden plank meant to hold the villain appears, but his name is gone. And this is where the story shatters. In its place is a memorial photo of his brother, Seo Kang Yu. My heart just dropped. He's dead. Seo Kang Yu's tears streamed down his face, unable to believe it, the pain too much for words. How? Why is the man sentenced to death still alive? Seung Hoan's wicked face flashes in his mind. My brother, a prison guard, is the one who's dead. Seo Kang Yu's memorial photo smiles back the image of a man who always did his duty. In front of it, memorial chrysanthemums and an incense burner smoke curling into the air. Seo Kang Yu can only sit there completely numb next to his brother's portrait. Lost in despair, he suddenly hears a voice. Seo Kang Yu. A woman appears flanked by two men in uniform, walking toward him. She speaks first. It's been a while, hasn't it? This woman is Jose Shu, an official from Lulu's prison. Can we talk for a moment? Annoyed, Seo Kang Yu warily glances up at them. Just then, a tablet is held out already, playing a video. What is this? He asks, his voice raw. Jose Shu replies, it's the video from Seung Hoan's execution today. The scene shifts to the video feed. The rhythmic marching of feet. There's Seung Hoan strapped tightly to a board being escorted by several guards. Seo Kang Yu is walking right beside him. The villain glances over, a smirk on his face. Hey, you look familiar. He leans in closer. A lot like him. Like Seo Kang Yu. Are you two brothers? Hearing this, Seo Kang Yu just glares at him in silence. But Seung Hoan keeps prodding, completely unfazed. You're a guard, him. You brothers are pretty different, huh? Ha ha, who's the older one? Who's younger? Seo Kang Yu stays silent, but the villain just stares, waiting. Then he calls out again, hey. Seung Hoan asks, how does it feel to kill someone? Now, Seo Kang Yu finally snaps back, annoyed. What? Seung Hoan just keeps that disgusting smirk on his face. You're a guard. Isn't your job killing people just like me? Okay, let that sink in. He's trying to get under his skin, but Seo Kang Yu just stays grimly silent. Then the monster glances over, his voice dripping with poison. For me, it's a bit of a shame. Seo Kang Yu asks, a shame. Seung Hoan's smile widens as he says the most twisted thing imaginable. Killing someone with just a light touch, it's no fun at all. That's the last straw. Seo Kang Yu is triggered. You. He points a shaking finger at him. He growls through clenched teeth. Even when I have to kill things that aren't even human like you, I feel an incredible guilt. And all I do is push a button. But the truth is, he's tormented by nightmares, waking up every single night in a cold sweat. He's clutching his head in agony. The nightmares leave him exhausted, never allowing him a moment of peaceful sleep. It's a living hell. Visions of other executed criminals appear, screaming, you're just like us. Even as they died, they laughed. They cursed his job, calling him nothing but a killer. Overwhelmed, Seo Kang Yu finally breaks. The prisoners I've executed, they haunt me even in my dreams, he shouts. Seung Hoan just keeps that twisted smile. So what's your motivation then? Why keep being a prison guard? For a moment, his brother seems to reflect on it. Well, everyone has a job to do. I'm just doing my duty as a prison guard. From this moment, death row inmate Seung Hoan, before your sentence is carried out. Seo Kang Yu sits before him and asks, do you have any last words? Seung Hoan casually replies, yeah, I just have one question. Then he laughs like a maniac. It's not related. All right, we're jumping right into a death sentence. The question crackles over the radio. Of you two, who is the brother? The execution is set. Two fingers are inches away from the button, but the prisoner Seung Hoan just smirks with a twisted grin. One finger makes contact. The button is about to be pressed when a sudden flash of light cuts through the darkness. The video feed on the tablet pauses. Seo Kang Yu stares absolutely speechless at the footage he's witnessing. Jose's voice cuts in, explaining that at the moment of execution, the screen just went black from signal interference. Back at Lulukur prison, the ceiling lights flicker and die, plunging the room into shadow. The guards are freaking out, shouting, what the hell? The prisoner's power collar is offline. Their eyes snap over to Seung Hoan. Wait a minute, is that a red button on his collar too? Now watch this. He grins like a demon, raises a finger and crushes that little red button. A hidden attack is launched. Seung Hoan screams, the only one who can kill me, as Seo Kang Yu watches in absolute horror. A massive explosion rips through the cell. Everyone dives for cover as the electrical conduits on the ceiling erupt in a shower of violent sparks. The room fills with blinding light and thick smoke. A guard desperately tries to shout into his comms. All units get him. We have an alert requesting immediate backup. The inmate has bypassed his control device. He rushes his words out as fast as possible. I repeat, the death row inmate is in control. But Seung Hoan is already right behind him, his eyes glowing like a devil's. Instantly, the guard's skin begins to boil and blister from sheer terror. He lets out an agonizing scream while Seung Hoan just throws his head back and laughs, enjoying every single second. Then the guard's body swells up and explodes into pieces right in front of a stunned Seo Kang Ho. His eyes go completely blank, staring at the fresh blood of his comrade. Seo Kang Ho drops to his knees. Seung Hoan casually steps through the carnage, walking right up to him. "The moment I saw you," he looks down with pure disgust. "I knew you were the older brother, am I right? And I know what you're thinking, finally, revenge time." Seo Kang Ho, filled with rage, leaps up and swings his blade with all his might. But Seung Hoan just casually raises a hand, and Seo Kang Ho's arm instantly shatters into a bloody mess. Pain and hatred fill his eyes. He collapses, clutching the mangled stump as Seung Hoan's eyes narrow, and he asks again, "I was right, wasn't I?" Seo Kang Ho trembles all over but still tries to reach for his dropped knife with his good hand. "You have to be punished. By the law." Seo Kang Ho's bloody fist bulges with veins from the sheer pressure of his rage. Seung Hoan's expression remains one of pure, arrogant contempt. Seo Kang Ho uses his last bit of strength for one more swing, screaming, "The law will see you punished, you monster," but Seung Hoan just effortlessly lifts his hand again. In an instant, a huge spray of blood fills the air, leaving behind nothing but a few scraps of torn cloth. His familiar cap falls to the ground, above sparking wires. Below, the demon just stands there. And on the floor is the last thing anyone wanted to see, Seo Kang Ho's severed head lying in a growing pool of his own blood. The demon looks at the empty hat and scoffs. "What's this?" He then lets out a twisted, mocking laugh. "If you want the real answer, you should ask Seo Kang Yu." Back in the present, Seo Kang Yu is still frozen solid, staring wide-eyed in horror. Jose continues her report. "So due to the unexpected attack initiated by Seung Hoan, the control devices on all death row inmates were disabled. Luckily, we managed to prevent a mass escape, but countless guards are now locked in there with them." The news finally seems to snap Seo Kang Yu out of his trance. He grinds his teeth, his voice filled with fury. "Who was responsible for this, Jose?" There's a short pause. "We're still investigating." Then she cuts right to the chase, addressing the hero Seo Kang Yu directly. "I am so sorry to ask this at your brother's funeral, but can you quell the riot at Lulu Kur prison?" Her gaze is sharp, dead serious. Without a moment's thought, Seo Kang Yu answers, "Of course, I will do it." Jose keeps watching him with those piercing eyes as if expecting something more. That's when a dark, murderous aura begins to flow from Seo Kang Yu. His pupils glow a fiery red as he adds, "But I have one condition. My partner used to say." The scene cuts to explosions. A mob of inmates in yellow jumpsuits are trying to smash a door down. It seems they're the ones trapped inside. They scream in a frenzy, "Open the damn door. Die, die." Some have gone completely insane, butchering others with expressions of pure satisfaction on their faces. Seo Kang Yu's narration continues. "A hero is supposed to save people, not kill them." Then the massive steel door begins to buckle. All right, let's watch what happens when a sliver of light appears. The cage door creaks open, and the monsters inside start clawing their way out. My brother, a warden himself, once told me the only thing that can truly judge a person is the law. And these inmates, absolutely grotesque. They see that light and go into a complete frenzy. Screams of pure joy. The doors open, let's get out of here. But the law's enforcer isn't about to let them have their fun. A blast of power from the doorway slams them all back inside. It's a guard. The prisoners panic, shouting out, What the hell is this?" That's because a dark silhouette now blocks the exit, its eyes glowing like a predator's staring at the inmates inside. "I'm not walking into Lucas prison to be a hero. I'm here as a warden. A butcher." A familiar emblem on a cap appears, followed by a greeting straight from hell itself. "Hello, you worthless animals." Seo Kang Yu steps into view, his face an emotionless mask. "I am Warden Seo Kang Yu." Seo Kang Yu. The hardened criminals are stunned. One of the big shots steps up, demanding, "You're a hero. Why are you in a warden's uniform?" Then they just laugh. Maniacal, monstrous laughter. "Still, we're happy to see you here. Now die." With a roar, the pack of monsters rushes forward to attack, but he just stands there, calm, waiting for these idiots to fly right into the fire. Don't blink, because what happens next is absolutely brutal. He just raises a single fist as his eyes blaze with power. The first guy gets a fist from Seo Kang Yu right in the gut. Instantly, his entire body just rips in half. Anyone nearby gets caught in the shockwave, arms torn clean off. Dead or alive, they're all sent flying backward from that single punch. It was like a hurricane ripped through the hall. Now there's just a straight path of mangled bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. The remaining prisoners watch this frozen in absolute terror. One of them, sweating bullets, grits his teeth. What the hell is he? Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu just stands there calmly, catching his breath. Then he straightens up and delivers a warning to the scum inside. "Listen closely. By government order, starting now from floor 1, we see a giant man hunched over in solitary. Basement 1, a smiling girl with purple hair. Basement 2, a shadowy group, only their glowing eyes visible. Basement 3, someone with light blue hair and a glowing mark under their eye. Basement 4, a girl with long green hair, half her face in shadow. Basement 5, a familiar blood-stained cap. Seo Kang Yu continues, "This was all my brother's work." Just then, we see Seung Hoan sitting on a pile of bodies, casually putting on that very hat. The moment he sees who's here, a mocking smile spreads across his face. "So you're here," Seo Kang Yu's inner monologue ends. "And now you and I are about to see him take over," as his face twists with rage. The executions begin now. Hearing this, the remaining prisoners completely lose their minds. Executions. They start screaming, unable to believe it. "This is insane. You bastard, you're actually going to kill us." Seo Kang Yu just glares at these maggots with ice-cold eyes, waiting for silence before he speaks. "You've murdered countless people. You really think you don't deserve to die?" The inmates just look at each other confused. "We killed a lot of people." One of them yells back, "I didn't kill that many. But this guy is Helita. He murdered 12 people. Another one holds up his hand to defend himself. "The people I killed, you can count them on one hand. This is Brooke. He killed 7. A fat one proudly holds up a few fingers. "I haven't even hit 5 yet. This guy's name is Ka Day. Even worse, he kidnaps children, assaults them, then kills them." Then this pack of unrepentant trash starts questioning him. "Who the hell are you to kill us?" "I want to talk to my lawyer. Murderers are people too." Their pathetic protests just echo through the hall. But one prisoner has been quiet this whole time, just watching, and he's clearly getting annoyed. So noisy. He's got long moss-green hair and looks completely exhausted. His name is Choi Guan. 8 kills, plus sexual assault. And right now, Choi Guan stands in the chaos, a plan forming in his mind, while he's distracted by the others. Peeking through the crowd at Seo Kang Yu, he thinks, "I can do this." His eyes flash, a wicked plan just hatched. Choi Guan slowly backs away into the shadows. A foot slams down hard on the floor, while the other inmates are busy screaming at Seo Kang Yu. And that's our cliffhanger, as Choi Guan uses his insane speed to make a break for it. But you and I both know this isn't over yet. Just as Choi Guan is getting cocky, something comes flying straight for his ugly mug. But a nobody like this isn't even on Seo Kang Yu's radar. With a single kick, a huge spray of blood just paints the air. The prisoners who were just raising hell fall dead silent in horror. You could almost hear a pin drop as what's left of him just plummets to the ground. Seo Kang Yu speaks softly, standing tall before the crowd of inmates who are absolutely frozen stiff. "I am giving you one last chance. Quietly put on your tracking devices and return to your cells to await execution. Or you can be executed right here by my hand." The look on his face, pure death. The inmates hear this and their faces fill with absolute unfiltered panic. But of course, one idiot who isn't afraid to die starts mocking him. Who does that bastard think he is? He's all talk. He spouts his nonsense, shocking the other prisoners. "There's one thing I want to say. If we're gonna die anyway, isn't dying in a riot better than waiting for it? This whole negotiation is a complete joke." The guy is painfully ugly, like a sewer rat, with a smug look and a foul mouth to match. That wasn't a negotiation. Seo Kang Yu's voice cuts right through the prisoner's arrogant sneer. "Now pay attention to this." He shoves down his killer instinct and patiently explains, "This isn't a negotiation. That was mercy." The prisoners start murmuring, panicked, worried, some surprisingly calm. "We're so dead. Is he gonna kill us all? Just trying to live a little longer. I thought he was just some new guard, not a damn hero from equality. I'm putting on the device." "Me too." But one prisoner remains completely silent. A bright aura of energy begins glowing from his mouth, while the other prisoners huddle together in total fear. He then opens his massive jaw and unleashes a powerful blast of energy. His face twists into that of a high-level monster. The panicked inmates are shocked into silence, turning to look at the absolute beast among them. "Attention." A voice rings out as a dark-skinned hand points to the sky. The prisoner calls out casually, "Listen up, everyone. Even if he's a hero from equality, there's no need to worry. He's just one guy. I killed a second-rank hero once. All we gotta do is team up." He starts brainwashing the weaker inmates into attacking Seo Kang Yu. Another inmate asks nervously, "For real?" And just like that, their panic is replaced by something much more sinister. They start grinning. "If that's the case, let's get him." The sewer rat guy chimes in, "Yeah, there's nothing to be scared of. Kill him and take our freedom." Seo Kang Yu just glares at the man with glowing red eyes and mutters, "You piece of trash." "Alright, let's pause the action. You need to understand how this prison works." We cut to Jose, who explains Lucillus is divided by threat level. The first floor holds those who have killed countless people, with over 300 serial murderers in residence. In the first basement, over 100 regional-level criminals. In the second, over 30 city-level criminals. The third basement has 10 dangerous national-level threats. The fourth basement holds 5 continental-level threats. And in the fifth basement, 3 people, including Seung Hoan, who are a danger to the entire world. Jose was impressed. Wow, that's quite a lot. However, the number of prisoners you have to deal with is much smaller, she says with a dead serious expression. We see the prisoners on the second basement floor all knocked out with glowing golden rings locked onto their heads. 2 girls, one with blue eyes and one with red, are reminding the prisoners, confess your sins. And in the fifth basement, we see a dark cell. A girl sits in the corner as another inmate approaches her, letting out a gasp. Turns out it's Seung Hoan. He's holding a round red meat-like orb, smiling down at the girl with a wicked grin. He casually tosses the object in his hand and says, "Oh, so, you're in here too?" The girl just shoots a sharp cold glare at Seung Hoan, who just smirks right back at her. He then figures he can kill some time while waiting for Seo Kang Yu to show up. Then the voiceover continues. However, there's one rather special prisoner on the first floor. Jose puts down a file warning Seo Kang Yu, you have to be careful of this one. An image appears of that sewer rat from before, casually holding his prison ID board. His name is Hylun. Back in the present, he's wearing an unbelievably calm expression without a single trace of fear or panic. And here's the twist you and I have been waiting for. Seo Kang Yu calls him out. He has a skill that makes people believe whatever he says. You attacked a hospital, injuring 30 people and killing 7. Add the second-rank hero, and that makes 8. Suddenly, Hylun's ugly fish-like lips part to say, it was 10. He holds up both his hands, laughing like a complete maniac, proudly spitting out his disgusting words. I killed 10 people. One of the inmates sneers that the female hero is pregnant with twins, and upon hearing that, Seo Kang Yu's gaze turns absolutely lethal. He stares the man down, lets out a slow breath, and speaks into the device on his collar. Commander, I think I'm about to use a little force, he asks. Is this prison sturdy? The commander on the other end confirms. Go nuts, you can't possibly break it. I guarantee it. And just like that, you and I watch Seo Kang Yu's face go ice cold. Then I don't have to hold back anymore. But the villain Hylun is still running his mouth, completely clueless. You're bluffing, he sneers, mocking not just our hero, but his entire team. An equality hero who can't do a damn thing. To catch Seung Hoan, you got so desperate you used your own partner as bait, didn't you? That disgusting grin spreads across his face. We'll send you to join your dead colleague. And with that, Hylun throws his head back, unleashing a chaotic rabid wave of power. The other prisoners absorb the energy and start getting hyped, their eyes glowing with a renewed vicious hope. One of them roars, my body is overflowing with power. Then Hylun screams like a high-level monster. Everyone attack. Instantly, the entire mob charges straight for Seo Kang Yu, aiming to tear him limb from limb. 2 bright streams of energy shoot towards him. But in the very next instant, the prisoners in the front line are torn to shreds, just like the others before. His dark aura attacks everything. Hot blood sprays into the air as the first wave of attackers completely disintegrates. His dark energy snakes through the crowd and the prisoners start to panic. What is this? A moment later, Seo Kang Yu's power leaves them in pieces. Body parts just litter the floor. The few lucky survivors are frozen to the spot, legs trembling. What the hell was that? And that includes Hylun. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. That cocky smirk. It's completely gone, replaced with pure unfiltered terror. Suddenly, a foot whips through the air with insane force. It belongs to none other than Seo Kang Yu. His midair kick unleashes a spiderweb of dark overlapping energy. Then, Seo Kang Yu uses twice the force to slam his foot down. Tendrils of blood-red power explode outwards. The second his foot touches the ground, his power hits its absolute peak, and all the remaining prisoners are decisively sent straight to hell. The scene then cuts to a beautiful, peaceful sunset. As if that bloody massacre was nothing but a terrible nightmare, someone is sitting inside a dark room. It's a man sitting silently with his head bowed. But suddenly he snaps his head up, his mouth is gagged. A muffled voice shouts a question, Seo Kang Yu. Elsewhere, another prisoner lets out a scream. He's currently getting a beatdown from Seo Kang Yu, about to meet his maker, but still finds the time to curse. Damn it, he spits right before his eyes roll back in sheer terror. Seo Kang Yu is still jumping around, finishing off the rest of the scum. All they can do now is cower and try to dodge. His eyes are glowing as he lunges forward with a swirling vortex of a death punch. That punch becomes a massive wave of power. Screams echo out. No, don't stop. More and more blood just keeps flying through the air. 2 deadly sounds ring out, and his fist acts like a net, piercing through every single prisoner in its path. It moves like the claw of some giant savage beast. The prisoners watch in horror as that blood-red energy wraps around them. And Hylun is no exception. That razor-sharp power slices him clean in half, his face not yet registering the pain. A second later, his eyes go wide with disbelief as he chokes out Impossible. The final result of this little discussion with Seo Kang Yu is every single prisoner cut in 2. After he retracts his power, all that's left behind him is a field of corpses straight out of an apocalypse. He finally speaks. First floor execution complete. Time for the solitary cells. What's behind him is a sight no one would ever want to see, but every last one of them deserved it. How many were killed? The number is impossible to count when you're looking at a mountain of bodies. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Seo Kang Yu's fist of death is still glowing with intense power. He now stands before two prisoners, one large and one small, both of them completely bewildered. Seo Kang Yu speaks. Choose. Put on the restraint device or die. His voice is cold, and his eyes are sharp. The smaller one grits his teeth in fear, while the larger one grits his in anger, yelling, "You!" He raises a hand and lunges forward to attack Seo Kang Yu, screaming, "You bastard!" But Seo Kang Yu just casually kicks out, and you and I watch the guy disintegrate, sharing the same fate as everyone else. About 3 million people were on the first floor. The other guy watches his partner die in a flash and freaks out. He's quick on the uptake, throwing his hands up to surrender. I'll wear it, I'll put on the device, he stammers. Seo Kang Yu just tells him to come and get it. The guy just nods frantically. Yes, yes, sir, he says, hands held high. Cautiously, he begs, please, please, just give it to me. Seo Kang Yu stares him down with eyes like daggers. Now you think this guy would learn his lesson, but watch this, he suddenly flashes this absolutely demonic grin. A blast of energy erupts from his hand, one he thinks is stronger than Seo Kang Yu's, as he snarls. You bastard. He confidently fires the energy blast straight at our hero. He starts laughing like a maniac. You really thought I would actually listen, you absolute fool. But suddenly his eyes bulge. Through the smoke, Seo Kang Yu is standing there without a single scratch. The goon can't believe it. It reminds our hero of a quote from a villain he captured. Those without physical power are truly pathetic. In the equality sector, we see a female prisoner completely bound in chains. Even tied up, she's cackling wildly. You have no idea what a high it is to crush someone from a distance, do you? A familiar fist smashes right into the guy's face. Just like that, his head completely explodes in midair. Is it really any different than crushing an egg with your bare hands? A little later, Seo Kang Yu is in a much cleaner space. He pushes a red button on the wall. As the door opens, we see Seo Kang Yu's silhouette against the light. A voice calls out from inside. It's pretty noisy out there, huh? Our guy just stares back with ice-cold eyes. The gagged prisoner still manages to speak. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? I knew you would come. Seo Kang Yu just scowls. The man continues. Long time no see, Hero Kang Yu. This is a special inmate from the first floor, Cheok the Man-Eater, a notoriously brutal torturer. He asks, remember me as Cheok. Findio stands up, he sneers. Looks like you had a career change, huh? Doesn't seem to be going so well for you. Seo Kang Yu ignores his pointless rambling and says coldly, choose between living and dying. Cheok Findio pulls off the gag with a vile expression and starts rambling again. If I knew we were going to meet like this, you and your hero buddies from your equality guild. We flash back to when Cheok Findio was first captured by the hero squad. He was tied to a huge rock. Back then, Seo Kang Yu was startled by something and looked off to the side. There he saw a pot with the lid slightly ajar filled with a bubbling crimson stew. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, it's exactly as horrifying as it looks. Doesn't it look delicious, he asks, sticking his tongue out like a dog with the most depraved look on his face. You look like you want to kill someone, don't you, Seo Kang? Yu's eyes burn with rage as the villain keeps provoking him. But you won't dare to kill me. Seo Kang Yu's hands are already crackling with furious energy. His teammates look over at him incredibly worried. With a roar, Seo Kang Yu swings his fist at that bastard Cheok Findio. I'll kill you. But just as he's about to finish the prisoner off, a loud shout echoes through the air. Seo Kang Yu. When the person appears, his fist freezes. A sad expression crosses his face as he says, don't. Seo Kang Yu has no choice but to swallow his rage, but Cheok just continues to taunt him. Look at your teammates, he sneers. Look how disappointed they are. And we cut back to the present. He raises a hand glowing with power and states, if you don't answer, I'll take that as you choosing death. Cheok Findio keeps rambling on, you want to know why I kill people? I'm not interested. Seo Kang Yu went crazy a long time ago, so he has absolutely no patience left to listen to this guy's monologue. In an instant, a flash of power slices through the air, and Cheok Findio's head goes flying right off his body. But suddenly a voice rings out. It's because Cheok Findio's severed head is still smiling sinisterly. I want them to remember me. He reappears on the other side of the room, raising his hands casually, so I killed them and became the most memorable person in their lives. We see an image of a victim looking up in absolute despair. When they die by my skill, they can't forget me. His image is seared into his victims' lives like a disgusting, venomous insect. The victim is trapped by a terrifying power, unable to escape. He laughs like a monster, proud of his work. They will carve my image into their very eyes. Cheok says, my skill is proof. I can show you the memories of the people I've killed. Seo Kang Yu just gives him an annoyed side eye, disgusted by this whole display of cruelty. Strange dark purple insects swarm around him, a manifestation of his power. He asks, arrogantly, should I show you them one by one? Just then, the image of a head materializes in his hand. Cheok Findio is about to say something. This child is. But a flash of light cuts him off. The arm that just summoned the head gets sliced clean off by a blast of energy. Cheok Findio screams in agony, clutching the wound on his arm. And that's where we're leaving it. You and I both know Seo Kang Yu is just getting started. Seo Kang Yu finally speaks up. Is it because you're a solitary prisoner, huh? Seo Kang Yu materializes his power into a sword and slowly walks toward the struggling Findio. I really want to shut that annoying mouth of yours. Trust me, his aura right now is pure intimidation, as he adds. You don't have time for skills, do you? The guy just groans. Sweating bullets, he asks, hey, let me ask you one thing before I go. Do you remember the people you've killed? Seo Kang Yu raises his sword, casually replying, nope. Nothing worth remembering, especially garbage like you. But then suddenly, Seo Kang Yu's expression gets dead serious. Findio smirks and plays his dirtiest trick, yet creating illusions of Seo Kang Yu's fallen comrades. Now watch this. An illusion of Lao Sa appears with sad eyes, saying, So Kang Yu don't. Our hero just freezes, staring straight ahead. Two more of his old squad mates look at him with caring eyes, calling his name. Findio is sweating buckets, but still pushes the act. That despicable look on his face. What about these people? You remember them. But Seo Kang Yu snaps out of it fast. He raises his sword even as they call out to him. The illusion of Lao Sa is still speaking his name when the blade comes down. One powerful swing cuts right through the illusion. Instantly, the wave of energy shatters the mental attack and reality snaps back into place. Seo Kang Yu's eyes are absolutely lethal as he snarls, Are we done with your pathetic little games yet? But Findio just flashes another twisted grin, rambling on, I can't believe you cut down your own comrades without a second thought. Seo Kang Yu's reply is ice cold. They weren't my comrades. Findio's face scrunches in confusion. Utter confusion. Seo Kang Yu finishes his thought, just illusions. And in the next instant, that blade of pure energy slices Findio clean in half. The prisoner's body collapses as Seo Kang Yu stands over him. And, I'm no longer a hero. I'm a warden. Spitting blood, Findio still manages to get a word out. What? You're not just a warden. His eyes are closing, but he struggles to finish his sentence. You're a monster. But Seo Kang Yu just stands there in silence. And with those final words, Findio's wretched life finally ends. A monster. Just like Seung Hoan. A final verbal jab meant to wound Seo Kang Yu. But he doesn't even care. He just glares down at the corpse. Then the scene shifts. We cut to Seung Hoan. He looks up completely bored. That's it. Not a single shred of resistance. The female prisoner he just beat down lies sprawled on the floor. Her expression is completely blank, totally devoid of emotion. Seung Hoan pouts like a spoiled, disgusting child. So when are you going to get down here, Seo Kang Yu? Or maybe I should just go up. He's already planning his next move. By now, night has fallen. The moon shines eerily through the dark clouds, and on a nearby cliff, 3 figures are watching everything. One of the men speaks up. Lady Sing Ka, when do we start? And get this, the woman known as Sing Ka just flashes a mysterious smile in return. So he's finally appeared, has he? She's talking about Seo Kang Yu, whose ice-cold expression fills the screen. You can just feel the bloodshed that's about to happen. Sinsa covers her face, giggling excitedly. My beloved husband. My husband, one of her lackeys asks, totally confused while looking at Seo Kang Yu on the monitor. She turns with a huge smile and says, Yep, he's my husband. The guy just says Lady Sin Ka, then smirks. I thought your husband was Seung Hoan. This guy's name is Hannes. The other one, Ho, chimes in. Yeah, isn't that why you attacked us to save him? Hannes adds. Besides that, guy is a hero. He's the last person we need for humanity's evolution. Sin Ka just shrugs. He was a hero. Then her face twists into a look of pure madness. No, I don't see a hero at all. Dead silence follows her statement. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu's expression remains stone cold. Cold, but on high alert. Hannah says, well, you should probably just pick one. Ho adds, yeah, having multiple husbands is totally illegal, you know. But Sin Ka is lost in thought, wondering, is he younger than me or older? This is a big deal because they're not compatible. A symbol glows in her eyes. Whoever survives is my destiny. She talks as if she's some grand prize to be won. With a wicked expectant smile, she asks, so, which one will it be? Back with our hero, a ceiling full of lights appears. Jo Yu materializes behind him. Nice work, Warden Seo Kang Yu. Her sharp gaze falls on the prisoner's corpse. You've already cleared out the entire first basement level. Jo Yu then reminds him, the prisoner's power increases exponentially on each floor. You should rest for a bit, Warden. But Seo Kang Yu cuts her right off. You and I can both see the absolute rage on his face as he snaps, I'm going down there now. Open the gate. Jo Yu looks surprised for a second, then nods. Understood. But before you go, I need to ask a favor. All right, let's jump right back in. Down on the second basement level, a surviving guard is sending a signal showing them surrounded by dangerous prisoners. He wonders how many guards are on each floor as a female guard grits her teeth, barely holding the line with her baton. Seo Kang Yu immediately asks, Jose, I don't know, but can we get them back home to their families? Jose replies, all comms on basement 1 are shot, so I don't have an exact count, but I'm pretty sure there's only 1 left. We see smears of blood on the floor. It's from a guard who was attacked so brutally he lost both his legs. He's trying to drag himself across the floor because all the communication devices on the 5th basement are still working. The camera feed clicks on, showing the guard has crawled right up to it, desperately screaming into the lens. Save me, somebody please. But just then, behind the poor guard, Seung Hoan appears with another prisoner in tow. His eyes are pure evil as he raises a hand, and instantly, the guard's face starts to swell and blister. And then a horrific explosion. Blood spatters all across the front of the camera. Now get this, Seung Hoan flashes a wild, arrogant smile right at the surveillance camera. I'll make sure the guy upstairs sees this. In his hand, Seung Hoan holds some disgusting round red object. Seo Kang Yu just adjusts his hat and says, I'm going down. This throws everyone into a panic. Jose just responds, I'll open the door between the basements, then authorizes it on her comms. A crack of light appears in the door. While Seo Kang Yu waits for it to open, Jose warns him one more time. You absolutely have to be careful. The power gap between the prisoners on these 2 floors is like night and day. Just as she finishes, the door slides open and his sharp eyes lock on. Seo Kang Yu's expression turns deadly serious. A mob of savage prisoners immediately rushes out, swarming Seo Kang Yu. They're just excited to have a new toy. Ha ha ha, you son of a bitch. First one to get him wins. And then the whole area lights up with colorful flashes. The inmates, each armed with a gun, take aim and start taunting him, saying they knew someone would eventually show up. Take this welcome gift, Jose screams in horror, Seo Kang Yu. But her gaze quickly drops when she hears a voice. Before you worry about other people, you should worry about yourself. A massive hand appears in front of Jose as a prisoner flashes a gleeful smile. Then his disgusting hand shoots forward, successfully grabbing Jose by the neck and lifting her up. Then he laughs with excitement. You're a guard, right? This is a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant look right off your face. Jose grits her teeth, trying to struggle out of his claws. I mean, you and I both know this is a classic villain mistake, right? He smirks. Should I do it now? Then yells arrogantly. Hey, you morons, it's a guard. Whoever catches them first is the winner. But before he can even finish his sentence, his eyes widen in total shock. While he was busy gloating over his pathetic little victory, the other inmates from his cell were already laid out on the ground. All of them down for the count. The prisoner can't believe it, stuttering, what the, before he glances up in pure terror. And there he is. Seo Kang Yu bringing down his fist of death. In an instant, that immense power crashes down on him. Seo Kang Yu just keeps punching until the guy's hand finally lets go of Jose. Jose is bewildered as she falls to the ground. Then a voice calls out, don't come down. Seo Kang Yu stands up, looks at her, and says, basement 2. His eyes are incredibly sharp as he warns her. It's dangerous. Jose can only nod and agree. Yes, I understand. But as he turns to leave, she reaches out and calls after him. Guard Tamoki was captured on basement level 1. An image flashes of her completely bound by chains. Seo Kang Yu just walks in silence for a moment before finally saying, I know. Then we cut to solitary confinement on level 1. A few thuggish prisoners are talking. Did you hear that? Sounds like a scream. Did he pull it off? Just then, a busty female inmate with a mysterious expression calls out, hey, you morons. Did he really succeed? Which one of us do you think could cause this much chaos? I'm betting you have no idea. This is Tamoki, the woman who killed 28 heroes. She calmly points a finger to her own forehead. She continues with a smug look. You want to know why a villain always stays a villain? Because you're not smart enough, former hero. A voice curses, you bitch. A thuggish inmate gets right in her face, grinding his teeth as he glares down at her. You want me to kill you? Tamoki just scoffs at that. Pfft, kill me. You've only ever killed regular people. Have you ever actually killed anyone with superpowers? The thug is silent. She points to herself with pride. No, ever even fought one of them. The reason I'm here is because I have. The thug's killing intent explodes as he growls, I'm gonna. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. How to kill a superpowered person. In a flash, her claws shoot out, slicing a clean line straight down the thug's head. Kill instantly, blood sprays everywhere, covering her grotesque arm. Tamoki's entire arm is drenched. A chilling aura radiates from her as she speaks. Who's the one getting killed? Now, huh, you idiot. Everyone else in the room is frozen in absolute terror as she proudly continues. When I was a hero, I captured countless villains, so I know exactly how to take down those with superpowers. With that knowledge, I've killed countless heroes. Tamoki stands over the body she just split in two, smiling brightly. Now I'll teach everyone on my side. She then disgustingly licks the blood off her hand. declaring, "I'll show you all how to properly hunt a superpowered being." At that moment, we see a shot of Seo Kang Yu inside the dungeon. His razor-sharp gaze is locked forward as she continues, and more importantly, her face twists into a venomous grin as she spits out, "I know Seo Kang Yu's ability." At this, a shocked voice cries out, "How could you possibly know Seo Kang Yu's ability?" Tamoki just casually sits down on some poor guy acting as her human throne. "Now pay attention because this changes everything," she says. "I was a hero too. I have my sources." Another prisoner chimes in, "Even if you know, what can you possibly do to him? He's a hero from equality, a team of top-tier heroes, nothing like a third-rate like you." That gets a reaction out of Tamoki. She just puts on this wicked grin. Then she explains that ever since Lao Sa took over Kulti, there have been some changes to the hero profession. First off, heroes are no longer allowed to just execute prisoners at will. Second, they often hold mandatory group training sessions. And finally, the hero ranking system from 1 to 5 was completely abolished. Tamoki says confidently, "I mention this because Seo Kang Yu joined Equality right when the ranking system was down for maintenance. He was specially recruited despite having zero notable achievements. In other words, he got in through connections, and there's even a rumor he's Lao Sa's lover. The prisoner is still not sold. To be honest, I've never seen him fight, but the way he cleared the first floor in a flash means he's at least rank 3, a whole level above us." Tamoki just laughs with contempt. The first floor, it was full of insects you guys could handle. Spike Hair over there, Choi Mok Gang killed 1,738 people. And Scarface Hoen Hayon EU killed 1,983 people. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, these kill counts are insane. Googly Eyes Korean killed 2,270 people. And Squinty-Eyed Mizu Jonak over there took out 3,521. Right, then there's the huge muscular kid, Spec, who's killed 6,435. The other inmates are still confused, so Tamoki continues, "I'm not saying Seo Kang Yu is weak, he's strong, all right." But she adds with total confidence, "I know his weakness, so we can team up to take him down." At this, Spec asks, "You know his weakness?" She casually fires back, "Hey, why are you guys thinking so hard? How long are you gonna take? Hurry up and decide." They're still hesitating, and meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu is still making his way over. He's almost here, you know. Hearing that the prisoners scramble to raise their hands, "I'm in me too." Only Spec stays quiet, so she turns to him. "What about you?" He finally makes up his mind. "I'm in too. What's the plan?" Back in the last century, when humans started awakening superpowers, scientists broke them down into 3 main types. The kind that can transform or enhance the body belongs to the physical class. The kind that can create objects from thin air is the creation class. And anyone who doesn't fit into those 2 categories is called an irregular. The prisoners are now all standing at the ready, staring straight ahead. And then a familiar hat comes into view. Seo Kang Yu steps through the door just as they were waiting for. He's here. Instantly, 2 of the inmates lock eyes, generating electrical sparks. That powerful energy then shoots directly into another prisoner's eyes. Target acquired. Immediately, a massive surge of power flows into Spec's mind. He speaks up asking, "Do you see him?" Tamoki, still sitting on her human chair, casually replies, "I do. Physical ability. Communicating through brainwaves. Trust me, you and I are about to watch the trap get sprung." Her eyes are now glowing with that same crackling energy as she analyzes Seo Kang Yu. Seo Kang Yu's power is a physical type, just like mine. Tamoki is convinced she knows his weakness from back when she used to watch him train every day. The HL-12 training bot enters combat mode. Back then, she watched him with pure disdain, thinking, "Look at him. He was just doing some light sparring with the giant robot." Back in the present, Seo Kang Yu walks right up to the mob of prisoners and says his trademark line, "Got your monitoring devices on? Good. If you want to die right away, just let me know." Suddenly, a bright flash of power arcs down from the ceiling, aimed right at him. Not a second later. Let's watch this villain's plan unfold. An explosion rocks Seo Kang Yu, and she smugly thinks he didn't even dodge. One of the prisoners excitedly unleashes a blast of energy while Tamoki forms a defensive wall out of prison cell doors. The inmates with creative and unique abilities launch a constant barrage of attacks, all aimed directly at Seo Kang Yu. The guy named Spec, still wearing that power hat thing, confirms it. "You're right, he's just taking the hits." Tamoki just cracks a satisfied smile. She knows the only reason he isn't dodging is because a massive explosion is about to detonate. But the blast does absolutely nothing to him. When the smoke clears, Seo Kang Yu is still standing there completely unfazed. A much more powerful-looking blast rushes him from behind, but Tamoki still has one more ace up her sleeve. And that's the real trap, the sneak attack from the rear. Seo Kang Yu calmly turns to face the ranged blast. His calm expression suddenly shifts to shock. The energy blast hits and Seo Kang Yu's body flickers and destabilizes. Even his hand seems to distort under the force of that insane power. After the attack fades, Seo Kang Yu stands completely still. The guy who launched the attack just smirks, and you can almost hear him think, mission complete. Then a small device on Seo Kang Yu's collar flashes. A power limiter. Just like you said, I gathered these from the guards' bodies. A hand holds up another one of those collars. It's Spec, but he still seems a little skeptical. But will this even work? It's from the first basement. Tamoki just shuts him down. It'll be fine. We just need to slap more of them on him. Even if they're from the first basement, 10 is enough for a rank 2 hero. Even a rank 1 hero would be powerless with 15 of these on. And Million can attach them using his ability. The guy named Million holding a huge pile of the devices just grins. Got it. He's killed 2,421 people with his telekinesis. But Tamoki adds, just to be safe, slap 30 of them on him. And just like that, Seo Kang Yu is covered in countless power-limiting devices, still standing completely motionless. Seeing this, the other inmates start cheering like maniacs. You're done for, you bastard. We've got you covered in power limiters. However, there were 3 critical flaws in Tamoki's plan, and pretty quickly their cheering stops, replaced by pure abject terror. Pay close attention, this is where it all falls apart. The limiter on his neck begins to crack, and his eyes flare up, glowing like a beast. The first mistake, the power radiating from him is just as strong as before, not limited in the slightest. Seo Kang Yu's raw power. The prisoners watch in absolute horror as all the limiters snap off and clatter to the ground. And that's immediately followed by a fist of pure death coming right down on them. Seo Kang Yu's punch literally shatters them. It's like the inmates on the first floor. His power is many times greater than a rank 1 hero. One prisoner even coughs up blood from the sheer backlash. That lightning power hat thing shatters to pieces. Spec screams in absolute terror. All the limiters are destroyed. And Tamoki, all that arrogance and confidence from before is gone. She just stares at the scene, not even blinking. She can only mutter, what the hell? And then a blood-curdling scream erupts. Ah! The prisoners turn to run for their lives from Seo Kang Yu's gaze. Damn it, Tamoki screams desperately. Go to Plan B. Tell them to initiate Plan B now. Spec immediately sends the message. Everyone switch to Plan B. A voice suddenly rings out, warning Seo Kang Yu not to move. An innocent person is being choked by a grotesque-looking hand. This prisoner holds the poor guard hostage, threatening Seo Kang Yu directly. You move an inch and this guy dies. Then the whole group of inmates arrogantly brings out more guards as hostages, if you want to save them. But he just calmly raises a hand. Instantly, a wave of his power seizes the entire group of inmates. The second mistake. Fresh blood splatters through the air. The terrified guard glances to his side as the inmates' hands painfully release their grip, letting the hostages go free. On the other side, Seo Kang Yu just casually points a single finger, but the power behind it is absolutely immense. Seo Kang Yu's ability is supposed to be physical, but the guard's eyes roll back in terror as he exclaims, "How is this possible?" Deadly rivers of red blood now flow through the prison hall. Before he dies, the guy is still in total disbelief, unable to even finish his sentence. A power like this, actually. The scene inside the prison is an absolute bloodbath. A whole group of inmates, taken out by a single finger, lie in a massive pool of blood. Meanwhile, all the guards are safe. It's used like a unique ability. And that brings us to their third and final mistake. A few prisoners are left cowering in a corner, completely panicking. Damn it, what do we do now? Should we put on the monitoring devices? One of the prisoners peeks his hand out from their hiding spot. He's sweating bullets as he yells, "I'll wear the monitoring device, just please spare me." But before he can even finish that sentence, his pupils shrink. And then it's over. More blood sprays through the air. For these late regretters, Seo Kang Yu has zero patience, just a relentless sweep through the prison. And trust me, you and I are watching a full-blown massacre unfold. The prisoners on the upper floors can only wait in terror for the Reaper to arrive. At that moment, Seo Kang Yu's voice cuts through, "You're too late. Guys like you never get forgiveness." Then a blast of blue lightning-like energy erupts. A prisoner breaks out in a cold sweat. It's the one named Spec. He can't believe it. "Damn it," he yells, turning to confront the girl Tamoki. "What the hell is he? It's all gone to hell. Don't you have another plan?" But she's just sitting in a corner biting her nails. "No way. How is this possible?" Spec loses it completely, screaming, "Say something, I never should have trusted you." That's when Tamoki finally responds. "You said the limiters couldn't hold him even with 30 of them on." He shot back that he'd wear a monitoring device, that it was his only chance to live. Hearing that, she just grits her teeth in fury. "Shut up, just shut up." Tamoki's eyes flash like a demon's as she whirls around, plunging her grotesque hand straight through Spec's stomach. "Ha!" she shrieks maniacally. "Who do you think you're raising your voice to? You think we're on the same level just because we're on the same floor?" Tamoki glances down at the man she just murdered and says with total confidence, "I was almost strong enough to be a rank 1 hero. But even then, she can't shake her unease, muttering through clenched teeth. But are those devices really all broken? If he's that powerful, why isn't he out fighting on the front lines? Tomoki yells, looking up at the ceiling. This is all so pointless, I don't get it. Then suddenly her eyes dart sideways, locking onto something. It was a prison guard trying to sneak away. After seeing that vicious look in Tomoki's eyes, the guard starts screaming for his life. Ugh, please, save me. Somebody, anybody help me, help. But lost in her rage, she swings her hand, aiming to strike him down. But in a flash, a beam of energy zips past, slicing clean through Tomoki's wrist. Pay attention here because our main character just made one hell of an entrance. Tomoki stares in shock at her own bloody stump, as Seo Kang Yu appears, his own hand looking even more monstrous. He calls out her name. Hero Tomoki. The guard, having just survived that near-death experience, scrambles to his feet and screams. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu just radiates pure killing intent and asks death row inmate Tomoki any last words. But Tomoki just lets out a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, well damn. I'm totally screwed. Faced with this shameless response, Seo Kang Yu asks flatly, are those your last words? She keeps rambling. Is it true? All the other heroes are dead except you. Seo Kang Yu calmly replies, that's right. At that, Tomoki breaks into a grotesque smile. Hey. And just like that, Tome was also dead. An image of Tome bound by countless chains flashes by. Seo Kang Yu just watches her in silence. She asks again, am I dead yet? I told you not to become a hero, you stupid little sister, she says, her tone dripping with provocation. You're a member of equality, but you're a murderer. Do the other heroes even know? You know how hard Lao Sa tried to reform this whole hero industry, but because of you, everything's back to how it was. I wonder if Lao Sa is disappointed in the afterlife. His eyes turn razor sharp, his irritation clear. Your last words are way too long. Now let's pause. This flashback is about to show us exactly what twisted her into this monster. The hero industry, as she found out, was anything but normal. But killing villains doesn't automatically make you righteous. A cry for help rings out, please save me. A young woman is being threatened by a thug with a knife. Please, sir. The thug just snarls, stay still if you move. The poor girl is absolutely terrified. In that instant, a flash of light streaks past as a hero slices the thug clean in half. But the girl couldn't escape the attack, either getting caught in the very same slash. In this world, even if civilians die on a mission, a hero's status is absolute. After killing both the villain and the civilian, this so-called hero just flashes a satisfied smile. Mission complete. The reason Tomoki became a hero was simple. Back when she was just a young girl, she was always helping her sister. We see two hands clasped tightly together. Tomoki's little sister Tome says happily, you're amazing, just like a real hero. Tome was someone born without powers, so she relied heavily on her incredibly powerful older sister. But Tomoki, surprising even her own sister, leans into it. That's right. Your big sister is pretty amazing, isn't she? Her personality warped into a hero complex under a bright blue sky. Saving people, a girl she just saves sits on the ground looking up at her with gratitude. Thank you so much for saving me. And Tomoki just smugly replies, oh, it was nothing. Instead of feeling proud, she cups her own face high on her own superiority. I was just doing the right thing. Tomoki continued her work as a hero. Then on one fateful mission, she killed a villain, her very first time taking a life. You and I can see it right here, her expression contorts, twisting into something else entirely. For the first time in her life, she reaches up and touches her own face, a stranger to herself. And then she throws her head back, laughing like an absolute maniac. Ah, the pure ecstasy of it all. The thrill of the kill became her everything. After that, Tomoki went on a rampage. Villains, civilians, heroes, she slaughtered them all. No one was spared. But her absolute favorites, heroes who were weaker than her. She loved that look of betrayal, the shock. And finally, the absolute despair in their eyes. The hero, completely broken before her, would start to beg, please spare me. That just drove her even wilder. But a secret that dark can't stay hidden. Her sister Tom started to get suspicious. Tomoki always came home late, reeking of blood. So one day she followed her, and Tom's world just shattered. Right before her eyes was the monster her sister had become, a mass murderer. Witnessing this horror, she could only whisper in disbelief, sister. Startled, Tomoki turns around, her face just caked in blood. Tom, I told you not to stay out so late. Humph, useless. All while her hand is still gripping the head of some poor unlucky soul. She wasn't Afari. Not at all. Instead, she flashes a sickeningly excited grin, inviting her own sister into the madness. Wanna join? Tom's eyes widen in horror. What? But Tomoki just gets crazier, raising her hand for the final blow. If you can't, I will. But then a loud swoosh echoes and she looks up startled. A chain glowing with an otherworldly light shoots down and binds her hand. Now pay attention, because this is the moment Tom awakened her own powers. Her very first act as a newly minted hero. With tears streaming down her face, she points and yells, sister. From that day forward, Tom became the hero, constantly hunting the very villain her sister had become. Even when captured, Tamoki just kept that twisted, sinister smile. Finally, years later, Tom cornered her for good. "You're under arrest." But Tomoki just mocks her. "Oh, so you're not calling me sister anymore? How sad. Your power keeps growing, but it's a real shame you're just a summoner type, not physical." Honestly, non-physical types are just pathetic. Tom could only stare in silence at the monster before her. Tomoki's rant just got wilder. "You can only kill from a distance, you'll never know the ultimate thrill of tearing someone apart with your bare hands. You never understood me," finally Tom snapped. "I never had a sister like you." Okay, I know what you're thinking. Let's flash forward to the present. In the prison, Tomoki asks our MC, did Tom die in pain? Seo Kang Yu just gives her an ice-cold stare. He remembers Tom's last moments fighting Seung Hoan. He had found her, bleeding out crying. It hurt so much. Tears were just pouring down her face. "Help me, sister." Back in the cell, Seo Kang Yu tells her she called your name until the end. For a second, Tomoki is silent. Then I shouldn't have asked. It just makes me feel worse. And suddenly, a massive wave of power explodes from her body. A sharp blade sprouts from her arm, her whole form twisting into something horrific. And then she lunges forward. Seo Kang Yu just stands there completely calm. Tomoki strikes, aiming her blade straight for his heart, but then her eyes go wide with panic. The blade slices through nothing but empty air. Seo Kang Yu was already gone. He reappeared right behind her. She struggles, gritting her teeth against the immense pressure he's releasing. The two of them clash in a blur, a flash in Tomoki's eyes, and then a brutal kick from Seo Kang Yu sends her flying backwards, smashing into the wall with a huge explosion. A thick cloud of dust billows out. Seo Kang Yu waits. As the smoke clears, Tomoki grits her teeth and charges at him again, completely relentless. But this time, Seo Kang Yu ends it with a single quiet punch to her stomach. Tomoki spits out a mouthful of blood. Her body gives out and she collapses to the ground, unable to take any more. She glares up at him with pure rage. Seo Kang Yu looks down, his red eyes glowing intensely. "Even for a criminal, I take no joy in killing a former colleague." Her response catches him completely off guard. So then, a demented smile spreads across her face. "You can spare me, right?" She throws herself down on the ground. "You're a hero, you took an oath, didn't you?" His reply is ice. "I'm not a hero anymore." But she keeps begging desperately, clawing at his leg. "Please, please spare me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." He just looks down at her. "The state you're in right now. This is the exact same scene you've witnessed countless times. A flash of her victims all begging, pleading for their lives. Spare me. Please spare me." Seo Kang Yu's eyes narrow. "What did you do to the people who begged you for mercy, Tomoki?" Her face twists into one last broken smile. "Haha, you son of a..." And trust me, you and I both know he didn't let her finish, as he keeps swinging his powerful fists. Outside, dark clouds gather and the sounds of Seo Kang Yu's battle echo throughout the entire prison. That sound reaches Hannes and her group, who are watching from a distance, and an excited voice rings out. "Do you guys hear that explosion? That's gotta be Seo Kang Yu, right? Oh my god, what's happening?" And you gotta see this. One female student is absolutely thrilled, making someone's heart flutter, while the other guards are just panicking. Some are terrified, but for one guy, this is a familiar scene. Seung Hoan cheers happily. Seo Kang Yu is exceeding all his expectations. At this point, Seung Hoan is so hyped up that the girl next to him looks at him like he's completely lost his mind. "I can't wait, I have to get up there now." As he speaks, his face twists into a demonic scowl and he raises his hand. But just then, pay close attention, a blast of power sends Seung Hoan flying sideways, slamming his whole body straight into the wall. He creates a huge explosion on impact, and the hat on his head goes flying off. Whoa, Seung Hoan's eyes widen as he stares at the person before him. "Well, that's a surprise," he mutters. A voice rings out, boring. "What's up, kid?" as someone's footsteps echo. To the shock of Seung Hoan and the female prisoner, it's an old wrinkled inmate who just spoke. "Want to play with me?" The old man's name is Kingston. Seung Hoan just picks up his hat and puts it back on his head. He scoffs. "Oh, you're so scary." Kingston cracks a grotesque smile and asks, "Am I basement 5 prisoner number 001? I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with the kids." Just then, a panicked voice calls out, "Ma'am." Jose stops and asks, "What is it?" A guard watching the security cameras quickly reports. Right now, in the 5th basement, Kingston and Seung Hoan have just run into each other. Hearing this, Jose gets a cheerful look on her face. "Well, that's fantastic." The guard looks at her confused as she continues. "One of them is going to die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Seung Hoan." Jose's eyes narrow dangerously, a red glint flashing within them. Why is that woman with him? The image of the female prisoner accompanying Seung Hoan appears on screen. Back in the cell block, Seung Hoan speaks up. "Hey, old man, you really want to play with me?" Kingston smiles brightly and replies, "Of course." Seung Hoan then puts on a pouty childish face whining, "But I don't wanna." "Is that so?" But then Kingston's eyes glow with a dangerous light. "Too bad, because this old man really wants to play with you." "Okay, you and I need to understand who this guy is." Kingston was the very first prisoner of Lucillus prison, the oldest long-term inmate. Unlike the other prisoners on floors 4 and 5 who slaughtered millions, he only ever killed 3 people. The first was the strongest and most evil villain of the time, Caracas. The other 2 were the most talented heroes of that era, Clark and Hilo. He appeared out of nowhere and took down the 3 strongest people alive at the time. Back then, his face covered in blood, he screamed, "I killed all the so-called invincibles. Does that make me invincible now?" That's what Kingston asked right before he let the government capture him without a fight. In terms of risk, he's rated the lowest, mainly because he surrendered after killing only a few people. And this all happened when the government and the Hero Association weren't on good terms, so he managed to avoid execution for 30 years. Back in the present, Kingston holds out a hand, a gentle look on his face. "I won't kill you. Let's just play gently, all right? I feel guilty if I stomped on a young sprout like you." Seung Hoan finally gets serious, ready to respond. "All right then." Instantly, a hand is raised, followed by the gruesome sight of dead prison guards. Their bodies just float there in midair, completely under Seung Hoan's control. A second later, the corpses are crushed into grotesque orbs of flesh. With a cold look, he says, "Let's play a little, shall we?" Seung Hoan then launches the flesh projectiles straight at Kingston, who just stands there calmly waiting. After a moment, he raises his own hand, deflecting the incoming orbs with a speed the naked eye can't even follow. His hand snatches the flesh balls from the air, while the other pierces right through them, obliterating them. Bursts of power flash through the air as Kingston's hands become a complete blur. A moment later, his power forms a vortex. Kingston is now using both hands to generate this immense force. His eyes have turned razor sharp. He thrusts a hand forward, the tattered cloth on his body whipping around him. The orbs of flesh are sent flying backward, where they immediately explode into massive splatters of blood in the air. Droplets of blood rain down from above. Seung Hoan looks up, contemplating the crimson shower. Kingston glances up with sharp eyes, then breaks into a sinister grin. Once it's over, he speaks. "I thought you were using telekinesis, but this. Your current offense and defense is something else. And trust me, you and I know that means one thing. He's not what he seems. So you're a psychic." "Got any other attacks?" he replies. "Yeah, I've thought about it. I knew it. Fighting an old man is boring. What's the fun in killing someone who's about to die anyway? Trust me, you and I both know those are fighting words. You are one arrogant brat. I've met countless people just like you, all just frogs stuck at the bottom of a well. Every single one of them thought they were the strongest." His feet glide effortlessly across the floor before one slams down. Hard. It sends powerful cracks, spiderwebbing through the concrete. Debris shoots into the air, filled with his sheer arrogance. Kingston emerges from the dust cloud he just created. A horrified scream suddenly pierces the air. "Oh," the panicked guard cries out. "At this rate, the whole sublevel is going to collapse." Jose immediately snaps, "Don't be so dramatic. Even the power of a tier 1 or 2 hero couldn't break this prison. It has 20 layers of special walls. How could it possibly be destroyed?" Everyone calm down. Inside, Kingston's face darkens. I am going to fix that attitude of yours." With that said, he lunges forward. As the floor beneath him crumbles, he completely vanishes. Seung Hoan just stands there watching it all unfold before his head snaps up, eyes wide with shock. Now pay close attention, because this is the exact moment everything changes. Kingston's foot comes crashing down towards Seung Hoan's face. A massive explosion erupts, blinding everything in sight. Outside, the sky is still blanketed by thick, dark clouds. Inside, the guard is still screaming his lungs out. Even Jose has to raise an arm to block the violent tremors. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu is still standing silently outside the entrance. Jose quickly shouts, "Is everything all right?" The guard is too terrified to even speak. Commander, who won the woman, asks impatiently. That is not the point. The guard finally answers, forced by Jose's piercing gaze. Back inside the dungeon, Seung Hoan stands there, staring in utter disbelief. Massive cracks spiderweb across the wall in front of him. The guard turns, reporting that all the walls have been pierced. A cold sweat breaks out on Jose's forehead. "We're so dead." But inside, Seung Hoan sees the ruined walls and cheers. "Whoa, he's like a human drill. How far did he even manage to go?" A voice suddenly asks from behind. "Is that enough to finally get you interested?" He looks down, wondering to himself, should we actually follow him? But just then, another group shows up out of nowhere. "Why would you follow that old geezer anyway?" "And I know what you're thinking, who crashes a party this hard?" The words come from a familiar, arrogant mouth. Sinsa and her 2 lackeys. She sits right down on the floor, laughing. "Wouldn't talking to me be a lot more fun?" In the observation room, Jose and the guard are completely bewildered by this. What? Seung Hoan spins around, glaring. "And who the hell are you?" Sinka just smirks. "Let's have a chat, then you'll find out who I am." Jose looks closer at the screen and yells in a panic. That woman, how in the world did she get down to the 5th sublevel? The guard is still just stunned. What is this? Back inside, Shinsuke glances up but not before pointing directly at the camera. You people watching, get lost. The screen immediately cuts to black. Jose furiously slams his hand on the table, gritting his teeth. This, damn it all. All this time, Seo Kang Yu has been standing silently outside the door. He speaks into the communication device on his collar. Commander, the 1st sublevel is clear. Please open the door to the 2nd sublevel. But the voice on the other end is broken by static. Seo Kang Yu. Wait. And so Seo Kang Yu stands there waiting. After a moment, he gets a little worried and tries again. Commander, there's no response. The line goes completely dead. Silence returns to the corridor. Maybe the signal's weak. Deciding he has waited long enough, he uses both hands to pry the heavy doors apart. The door slowly groans open, revealing a bizarre, ominous light from within. His expression is as sharp as a blade. He thinks, she must have gone down to the lower levels. As he walks down the stairs to sublevel 2, it feels different from the first. That was a place where you could smell the blood before you even entered. Here there is no smell at all. Seo Kang Yu tenses up on guard. It is spotless. Everything is eerily calm. There are no bodies anywhere, and the lights are still flickering overhead. Not a single person in sight. As Seo Kang Yu steps inside, a sudden scream makes him turn his head. Ugh. A female guard comes running out in a total panic, screaming, "Don't come any closer to me." Chasing right behind her is a pack of monsters, their sharp teeth bared. The creatures are excited, snarling as they close in. The guard keeps running and screaming, "Don't come near me," but when she runs out and sees Seo Kang Yu, she stops dead in her tracks, stunned. She rushes toward him, shouting, "Seo Kang Yu." She called him by the wrong name, a name that makes Seo Kang Yu flinch. As a quick reminder, Seo Kang Ho is the main character's older brother. The female guard is filled with despair as the monsters move in for the kill. In a flash, a wave of power blasts past her, obliterating the entire pack. And that's the moment you and I realize he's on a whole other level. Alright, let's jump right into this mess. A girl is sitting on the floor, surrounded by monster corpses. What the end right next to her is Seo Kang Yu's fist, just radiating killing intent. He finally speaks, asking if she's alright. But this girl clearly hasn't heard the news about our hero's brother. So she just rushes over, throws her arms around Seo Kang Yu, and calls out his brother's name, Seo Kang Ho. Then she looks up at him. She's beaming, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement floor? Hey, what was that before? You have superpowers. That's amazing. But wait, have you been hiding your powers all this time?" Seo Kang Yu just pushes her away and says. With a sharp blare, he tells her he's Seo Kang Ho's younger brother. Hearing that, she's stunned. Hero Seo Kang Yu. Then she gets confused. "Why are you wearing a warden's uniform? Wait, no, why are you even here?" He fires back, "So you're my brother's colleague." Seo Kang Yu warns her that it's dangerous here. But then she says, "Well, I'm very sorry to hear you say that, young master." That totally throws him for a loop. He just stares at her and asks, "Who are you?" The girl places a hand on her chest and replies cheerfully, "This is our first time meeting, isn't it? I guess I should have introduced myself first." She holds out her hand with a smile. "I'm your sister-in-law. You know, you look a lot like your brother." Seo Kang Yu is absolutely floored, completely speechless. Meanwhile, in a solitary confinement cell on the 2nd basement floor, a voice calls out, "Male." Then a dark voice chimes in. "It seems we have an uninvited guest, and here's where we meet this story's next big problem." The girl called Male answers with a dangerous look on her face. "You're right, brother." And inside the cells, a whole crowd of people and monsters. This intruder, she says, has committed so many sins. Male clutches something to her chest and adds, "He killed my dog." The prisoner called Meal just shrugs it off. "Is that so?" Well, he's about to enter a world of pain. Then we cut back to Seo Kang Yu. The girl is talking again. "I've only ever seen you in photos and videos." She gives him a bright smile as she introduces herself. "But seeing you in person is so much better. I'm Warden Hong Jia from Lucillus prison." Seo Kang Yu replies, "I heard my brother had a girlfriend, but that's all I knew." Hearing that, Hong Jia just laughs and scratches her head. Well, actually." Suddenly, she points 2 fingers at her stomach. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it's about to get even crazier." Hong Jia holds her belly, looking completely overjoyed. Seo Kang Yu's eyes go wide with shock. He can barely get the word out. "What?" She just keeps smiling and says, "It's not obvious yet, is it? Not even a month along yet. I only just found out myself." And with everything that happened to Seo Kang Ho, I didn't want to say anything too soon. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally asks, "Are you telling the truth?" Seeing his serious face, Hong Jia suddenly looks worried. "Yes, is there a problem?" Seo Kang Yu quickly looks away, avoiding her eyes. "No, nothing." She presses on. "So what are you doing here, Seo Kang Yu? Did you come to stop the riot? But you're wearing a warden uniform too." Seo Kang Yu explains, I've been assigned as a special warden to execute the prisoners in Lucillus prison. Han Jia is completely shocked. Huh, she can't believe it. You're an executioner, but why would you? She asks, confused, was this an order from the chief warden? Seo Kang Yu explains, it seems they didn't announce it to everyone, so I'll give you the short version. After he explains the whole situation, Han Jia is absolutely horrified. An electromagnetic pulse attack, who would do something like that? Seo Kang Yu replies, they're still investigating it. Tears start welling up in Han Jia's eyes. She asks frantically, what about Seo Kang Ho? He should have been on the 5th floor carrying out a sentence. Seo Kang Yu has no idea how to answer her. He just watches her stand there, clutching her stomach and crying. He can't bring himself to say it. He just closes his eyes helpless. So he changes the subject. There was a distress signal from the 5th basement floor. Hearing that, Han Jia puts a hand to her chest, sighing in relief. Oh, thank God. Seeing her reaction, Seo Kang Yu just bows his head in silence. He then tells her it's too dangerous here and that he'll take her upstairs. But she refuses. No way. Han Jia tells him, if you want to get to the lower floors, you're going to need me. He asks, surprised, why? Han Jia explains, when I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories. My special power is psychometry. Then she quickly waves her hands. Oh, but I haven't read your memories, Seo Kang Yu, so don't worry, I don't use my power that recklessly. Seo Kang Yu just stares at her at a complete loss for words. Han Jia continues, I use this ability for the prisoner's psychological therapy, and I use it to determine if the crimes they committed were what they truly seem to be. Seo Kang Yu asks, but how is your ability useful to me? She explains, right now the 2nd basement floor's solitary confinement is controlled by Meal and Male. They're a brother-sister duo with a special summoning ability. And their powers give them all the strength they need. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how broken this next fight is. Their monsters turn people into puppets by stabbing them through the heart. Right now, every single prisoner on the 2nd basement floor is one of their puppets. Hearing all this, Seo Kang Yu finally speaks up, shocking her. I already know a bit about their abilities. They're students of Mago. An image of Mago flashes on screen. I've got this handled, so please head upstairs, Seo Kang Yu says, pointing up. He quickly adds, a few of them are combat puppets controlled by those 2 brothers. They're the wardens. He hears this and just grits his teeth silently. Han Jia's expression is dead serious. Among those battle puppets, you won't be able to tell who's a prisoner and who's a warden. But with my memory reading ability, I can tell them apart. Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. Seo Kang Yu fires back. If they're puppets, aren't they dead? What's the point in differentiating? Han Jia quickly explains. No, they're still alive. When the brothers stop using their power, they'll return to normal. But he's sure of one thing. Those 2 would never just let them go. But Han Jia insists it'll work, placing a hand on her chest. I can persuade them, she says confidently. He replies worriedly, in your condition, that's too dangerous. Suddenly, Han Jia declares, before I was a mother, I was and still am a warden, so I have to carry out my duty. As she says this, an image of Seo Kang Yu's brother flashes in her mind. Seo Kang Yu just purses his lips, watching her. Finally, he reaches out his hand and says, fine. And you and I are about to see our main character's real power kick in. Streams of his energy suddenly surround a startled Han Jia. The power lifts her into the air, completely shocking her. Whoa, she cries out, asking, whoa, what is this? Seo Kang Yu looks up and replies, my ability. It'll protect you from harm. Han Jia panics, calling down, wait, won't this be a huge disadvantage for you? This feels weird. The 2 of them are still moving toward their target. Suddenly, Han Jia lets out a gasp. Ah, right in front of them. Puppets. It's impossible to tell which are wardens and which are prisoners. Their bodies look like stone, controlled by golden rings on their heads. Han Jia explains that's the older brother Meal's ability. Remember, he's captured a lot of wardens. Seo Kang Yu stares ahead. Which ones are the wardens, he asks. Just a moment, Han Jia replies, closing her eyes to concentrate. When she opens them, her pupils are glowing, her gaze scanning across the puppets. Then she gives her answer. The 2 in the back are wardens. First, we need to take them down and group them together. But just then, Han Jia looks down at her hands in panic. She's now completely hidden behind Seo Kang Yu's protective barrier. She calls out nervously, I can't see anything. Mr. Kang Yu, what is this? Han Jia keeps shouting from inside. But her voice is muffled now. Seo Kang Yu calmly speaks. His power glides across the floor. Tendrils of energy lash out, targeting only the puppets that are still alive. Those are the wardens. His power wraps tightly around 2 of the puppets. Another one, unaffected, leaps forward to attack. The puppet's eye sockets are completely empty. Our boy throws a single punch. A direct hit to the face shatters its entire head. His eyes narrow as he declares, and the dead ones are prisoners. That settles it. And yeah, you and I both know that look. Classic, brutally efficient main character logic. The puppets all charge him, but he easily handles them with a single strike. They rush in like moths to a flame and get burned by Seo Kang Yu's power. His expression grows more ferocious, one punch instantly slicing through the prisoner puppets. Meanwhile, Hong Jia is safe inside her bubble, totally blind to the carnage outside. Just then, a magic orb appears. It shows an image of Seo Kang Yu absolutely wrecking the prisoner puppets. The siblings, Male and Meal, are watching everything. The sister Male speaks up. Brother, this intruder. Do you think he's stronger than Master? Meal hesitates. Then Male, remembering Lao Sa, asks, and what about that woman? Meal stays silent. When he doesn't answer, she calls out, brother. She gets closer, clinging to his arm and whimpering, I am so scared. Watching the orb, Meal finally replies, don't worry. The two are surrounded by a countless horde of puppets. He holds his sister tight to comfort her. If this is all he's got, he can't kill us. We see a sharp shot of Seo Kang Yu. Back on the battlefield, Hong Jia is screaming. Not being able to see is driving her crazy. Haha, why did you lock me in here? Seo Kang Yu stands there and calmly replies, did I startle you? Sorry, I probably should have warned you first. Hong Jia demands, what just happened out there? He explains, I pushed the wardens aside. The prisoners have all been executed. She's stunned. Executed. She asks in disbelief. But isn't the execution device on the 5th basement level? Seo Kang Yu just gives a simple answer. I executed them with my own hands. Han Jia cries out, what, you mean you killed them all yourself? He just looks up and asks, is there a problem? She hesitates, finally asking, who gave you the right to decide that? With a sharp gaze, he answers flatly, it's my decision. Hong Jia, panicking, presses him, did the warden even approve this? He just replies, yes. Suddenly, she's at a loss for words. What are you trying to do? She asks, gritting her teeth. Seo Kang Yu looks up confused. Hong Jia asks, Kang Yu, is this really okay? But he just responds coldly. All right, let's jump right into a debate that's about to turn seriously heated. I'm just doing what needs to be done. Any problem with that? We're not supposed to kill them, Hong Jia argues back. Our job is to rehabilitate the prisoners and make them better people. So what if you're a guard? Kang Yu cuts her off, not wanting to hear any more. Enough. I'm sick of listening to your idealistic nonsense. A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others. His face twists with anger. I know that perfectly well, he says. The result of chasing those ideals is someone getting brutally murdered by a wild beast that doesn't listen to reason. Honestly, it doesn't matter if I'm a guard or a hero. I'm just doing the job I should have done a long time ago, executing the beasts who gave up their humanity. Han Jia pleads Kang Yu. In the end, they're still human. He's so furious, he can barely speak. What did you say? And this is where our main character absolutely loses it. Han Jia looks down, terrified, as he roars in pure rage. You dare call them human? From the 2nd basement level down, there are criminals who have killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Every single one of them deserves to die. In the past, innocents were wrongly executed, and there were endless debates about the death penalty. But after psychics appeared, there haven't been any more wrongful convictions or cases of injustice. Hey, you know this, right? But Hong Jia still defends her point. But they all have their own stories. He's completely done. Stories, she continues, especially Meal and Male. Seo Kang Yu immediately shuts her down. What, everyone in this world has a story? Didn't the victims they murdered have one too? Finally, a bewildered Hong Jia just looks down. Seo Kang Yu then makes his final decision clear. They'll either die by my hand or by capital punishment. There's no difference. Is there? Hong Jia? She still keeps going. The death penalty isn't the same as a massacre. Honestly, dealing with a saintess like this is infuriating. Hong Jia would have to feel the pain of her lover being murdered by a prisoner to finally understand. At this point, Seo Kang Yu has lost all patience and yells, stop it, don't say another word. He raises his hand, warning her in a low voice. This conversation is over. If you keep acting like this, I will personally send you back to the upper floors. What, I will handle this my way. Hong Jia can only break out in a cold sweat, staying silent. The inside of the prison is hazy and unclear. Seo Kang Yu keeps walking with Hong Jia following behind inside his protective circle. Suddenly, red control circles appear along with puppets that look even stronger than the last batch. Seo Kang Yu asks, which of them are the wardens? Hong Jia immediately replies, the 3 in the back. He says, understood. Hong Jia is still looking down in confusion, but then she suddenly blurts out the one thing that will stop him cold. If Kang Ho finds out, he'll be so sad. Seo Kang Yu was moving in to attack the puppets, but after hearing that his eyes go completely blank, he freezes in place, letting the puppets swing their weapons down to attack him. A powerful force slashes down on his neck. Seo Kang Yu's expression darkens with pure fury. The tip of the weapon cracks and shatters against his skin. That haunting voice echoes in his head again. If Kang Ho finds out, he'll be so sad. His eyes look like they're about to pop from the pressure. Both of his eyes glow brightly as the puppets stab at him, but not a single scratch is left on his body. Seo Kang Yu feels his frustration and anger building up, and at that moment he unleashes a deathly punch. As he hears the idealistic words of others echoing in his mind, Seo Kang Yu becomes even more frenzied, as if trying to release all his resentment. An image of his teammate appears, followed by a powerful punch. Then a vision of his older brother flashes before him. Seo Kang Yu no longer wants to hold back his rage. Han Jia is absolutely horrified by the sight. Instantly, a puppet is torn apart by blades of raw energy. Then he turns to the other puppets rushing to attack him. Words, what can mere words do? Is that his misfortune or luck? Blazing red orbs of power are launched, forming a swirling vortex. The frustration of Seo Kang Yu. Those orbs float in mid-air, completely under his control. The 5 spheres shoot directly towards the prisoner puppets. In an instant, the puppets dissolve into a surging red mist and vanish. A moment later, explosions rock the air. A pained scream rings out. Oh! A rain of blood pours down on Seo Kang Yu's head. And after slaughtering the prisoners, you and I are left with this scene. Him standing silently in a chamber of gore, while Meal and Male are trapped in a cage together. Alright, let's jump right in. Someone's watching this on a screen, smiling. Her eyes light up as she clasps her hands, absolutely thrilled. Wow, he's even cooler now. We see Seo Kang Yu walking with Hong Jia, followed by a montage of him wiping out those prisoner puppets. Then we see the sphere protecting Hong Jia, all these images flashing one after another. Hong Jia strains to see what's happening. This time, 3 figures appear who look like wardens, with 3 puppets spawning before them. Seo Kang Yu tells her, just wait a second, but then something makes him whip his head around in alarm. A golden ring appears as a voice says, "A pleasure to meet you." And right after, a red one materializes. The siblings, Male and Me, casually stroll in arm. The outsider, one of them, says, only to be shocked by a sudden reply. "You came out on your own." Seo Kang Yu's voice is laced with ice as he stares down the kids. "That makes things less complicated for me. In fact, I'm glad." Just then, a stone door begins to grind open, and you're not going to believe what's behind them, a massive monster. Hong Jia panics, calling out to Miel, but the brother just speaks calmly. "Warden Hong Jia, why aren't you over with us? Weren't you supposed to be headed to paradise? Deactivate your abilities," Seo Kang Yu commands, his hand glowing with power. "And I'll grant you a painless death." Mi clutches her sister and asks, "Is there an option where you don't kill us?" He answers flatly, "On the first floor and basement, I gave them a choice, use the monitoring device or don't. But for the beasts on the second basement floor who killed countless people, death is the only option." Meal then brings up his master. "Outsider, I heard you were my master's colleague. Is that true?" Male adds, "The woman who captured us was a hero, just like you. But you two give off completely different vibes." Seo Kang Yu just stares at them in silence. Male presses on, "You're definitely going to hell, you know." Her brother quickly warns her, "Male, that's enough." Seo Kang Yu drops into a combat stance, his voice cold as steel. "We'll see who gets to hell first." Meal tries to negotiate. "If you promise to let us go, we'll deactivate our powers." Seo Kang Yu's answer is instant. "I refuse." Hong Jia chimes in, Male, this will only make things worse." Meal cuts her off immediately. "Warden Hong Jia." He pulls his sister close and starts playing the victim. "We haven't committed any lethal crimes. Surely you understand that, don't you?" Hong Jia falls silent, at a loss for words. Meal continues, "So we refuse too." As Hong Jia tries to reason with them, Seo Kang Yu cuts in, his voice low. "Your way will never work." He grits his teeth, glaring at the siblings. "I will not negotiate with beasts." And yeah, even though Hong Jia keeps trying, you and I both know this was inevitable. "It's okay, Kang Yu. There's no other choice." Seo Kang Yu just forms a weapon from his energy, saying, "Even beasts should feel pain." Facing down this Reaper's hammer, Meal still tries to talk his way out. "Outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you just listen to our story, we can negotiate." Seo Kang Yu tightens his grip on the hammer and cuts him off. "I refuse." From her bubble, Hong Jia pleads, "Kang Yu, if you talk to them, maybe you can solve this peacefully." Seo Kang Yu slams his hand against her protective sphere, finally snapping. "Would you please just stay put?" The outsider's power surges forward, shooting toward the 2 prisoner siblings. His energy binds them tight, lifting them into the air. The tendrils constrict, making them scream in agony. And as for how to torture villains, an image of a scummy-looking guy flashes in his mind. Seo Kang Yu's pupils glow red as he finishes his thought. "I'm already an expert." I never thought his words would actually come in handy. The 2 siblings are terrified by Seo Kang Yu's overwhelming power. Meal speaks up. "Talking is useless. You're not human." Male's body begins to glow as she explains through gritted teeth. "We aren't beasts or monsters." Seo Kang Yu just glares up at the villains. But wait, the ones tied up now are 2 completely different people. The siblings have been replaced by 2 other prisoners. A voice echoes, "We are humans with special powers." Instantly, his energy crushes the 2 decoys in midair. 2 sprays of fresh blood erupt. The voice continues, so why don't these people call us human? What's the difference between us and them? Now countless other puppets are rushing towards Seo Kang Yu. It seems the yellow circle summons white puppets and the red circle summons black ones. In a literal blink, Seo Kang Yu flashes past them, slicing off every single one of their heads. He grinds his teeth, furious that he fell for such a trick. Meanwhile, Mail is watching him through a crystal ball. And trust me, you and I both know this is far from over. Alright, stick with me here because Mail is sweating absolute bullets. He turns to his sister. Mail, you need help. She snaps back. No, his defense is just too strong. All while Mail is hiding behind his puppets and Mail gets ready for round 2. She lifts her hand, a magic circle spinning to life as she shouts, "Let me give you a hand," and slams it down, right onto her crystal orb. Instantly, a massive version of that sigil appears and crashes down right in front of Seo Kang Yu. Red circles pop into existence in the air, and from them emerge these absolutely disgusting giant monsters. So that's her power. She's a summoner. A beast with huge round eyes and a drooling mouth appears, but let's be real compared to our guy. These things are nothing. Seo Kang Yu doesn't even flinch, launching himself right into the thick of the monster horde. He leaps onto the first beast, every single stomp unleashing a powerful shockwave. Then he dashes towards the others. The monsters just stumble over each other in a chaotic mess. Seo Kang Yu weaves right through the middle of them. Then he unleashes a massive blade of energy. His attack slices through the monster on the right and keeps on going. It cleaves right through the beasts on his left. He carves a full circle through the horde, then just stops waiting. Mail, watching this entire beatdown through her orb, is practically drowning in sweat. She turns to her brother, panicked. "How much longer can you hold out?" Mail replies, "Maybe about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. She lowers one of her hands. Then Mail bites down on her finger, hard drawing blood. Wasting no time, she holds her bleeding finger over the orb. Now pay attention because this is where she goes all in. Then this time, she screams, pressing her bloody hand down. An insane pressure descends so heavy Mail whips his head around in pure shock. The power crashes down below. Everything vanishes in a huge cloud of dust. Mail covers her mouth, coughing as it confused. Mail asks what just happened. What was that? When the dust finally settles, Seo Kang Yu is standing right in front of the two prisoner siblings. Utterly terrified, Mail has tears streaming down her face and her brother looks just as scared. Then Seo Kang Yu speaks. "On second thought, I'll just take you one at a time." A massive hole punched through dozens of floors is now visible. That's the path he just carved. Light streams down from above as he glares down at the two. "Your pathetic lives end right here. So deactivate your abilities and I'll grant you both a painless death." And yeah, you and I both know that's not just a threat. The sheer force of his aura radiates out, slamming into them. The shock is just overwhelming. The horrified siblings can only gasp. Just how many abilities does this guy have? Seo Kang Yu raises a fist, stepping closer. "Your ability. Deactivate it. Now." His gaze is absolutely murderous, like a god of death staring them down. The prisoners look up, pure terror in their eyes. Mail grits his teeth and raises his hands. Instantly, beams of light shoot from his palms and new magic circles begin to materialize in the air above them. Even Seo Kang Yu looks up surprised as countless giant puppets emerge from the magic circles ready to face him. The tallest one is called Michael. The second, with the pitch-black face, is Gabriel. The third, covered in wings, is Raphael. And the fourth, with 3 eyes and a mouth stretching ear to ear, is Uriel. But before they can even move, 2 crisscrossing slashes flash across the room. Seo Kang Yu moves like lightning, a single strike slicing through the puppets. The siblings whirl around to look at their last line of defense. Seeing the aftermath, their jaws just drop, totally frozen. Ah. Mail desperately raises his hand again, casting another magic circle, and instantly the prison guards are released. They cry out, dazed and confused. Mail summons the puppet guards and screams, "Stay away from us. If you don't let us go, every single one of these guards will die." He's trying to use them as human shields. Seo Kang Yu coldly cuts him off. "If you don't deactivate your ability and free the guards." Just then, a scream rings out. It makes him freeze. Ah. His eyes go wide with horror when he sees his sister already bound by Seo Kang Yu's power. She cries out in a panic. Brother Seo Kang Yu just plants his foot firmly on the ground, his expression unchanged, and says coldly, "I'm going to make your sister die a very, very painful death." Mail immediately screams in agony. His sister's shrieks send Mail into a frenzy. "Brother, it hurts. It hurts so much," all while Seo Kang Yu just watches. Mail won't stop screaming, and finally it's too much for Mail. He completely breaks down. He drops to his knees, begging, "I'll deactivate it. I'll do it. In return, just let me talk to the guards first." Seo Kang Yu's response, "Deactivate your ability now." His eyes are ice cold and absolutely unwavering. Another pain scream from Mail makes him flinch. Seo Kang Yu just adds, "Do it, and I'll stop." And that's where we leave them. A beam of light descends as the two siblings kneel, holding hands, their fate all but sealed. Alright, let's jump right into the chaos. The mind-controlled guards suddenly snap out of it screaming, while the prisoners look around completely lost. Huh, what the hell? Standing in the middle of this mess? They're all asking the same thing. Why are we even here? And in a flash, Seo Kang Yu's power zips past. That single blast slices right through those worthless prisoners. Blood splatters everywhere, making the two siblings jump back in horror. Even the guards are shaking, terrified by what they just saw. One of them stammers out, "Hero Seo Kang Yu, what is happening right now?" He turns and tells them, "You should all head back upstairs." Confused, they obey. "Ah, I understand." Just then, Meal speaks up, "I've stopped using my power, so you have to keep your promise." Seo Kang Yu nods. "Fine, I'll let you see her." The two siblings are still in shock as he continues. "But first, we're moving somewhere else." Right now, a gruesome wall of bisected corpses separates them. Yeah, definitely not a sight for pregnant women. Meanwhile, in a section that's still somewhat intact, Hongjia, still inside her protective circle, tries to call out. Once she can finally see outside, she looks down and asks, What? What happened?" Seo Kang Yu replies, "I've finished the job. The ability has been dispelled and all the guards are safe." Hongjia quickly asks, "What about Meal and Mail, right there, in front of me?" The two siblings are clinging to each other in fear. They just want to talk to Miss Jia one last time before they die. Hongjia tries to reason with him. "Mr. Seo Kang Yu, you could just put monitoring devices on these two kids." Seo Kang Yu cuts her off flat. "Don't make me repeat myself. The beasts from the second basement who murdered countless people will be executed by my own hand." Meal asks innocently, "Guard Hongjia, did we do something that deserves death? We really haven't done anything bad enough to get a death sentence. Please say something." The panic on his face is real. Hongjia is speechless for a moment. Seo Kang Yu just pushes her, "Hurry up." Overwhelmed, Hongjia blurts out, Mail. You must be executed." She forces out the last words. Hearing this, the two just hug each other tighter in terror. After saying her piece, Hongjia grits her teeth and then everything goes silent. Hongjia can't say another word. Seo Kang Yu asks again, "Do you have anything else to say?" Mail calls out to the guard again. The two kids hold each other waiting for death. Seo Kang Yu says, "I will keep my promise." He utters those words and raises his hand. "You and I both know it's time. Execution is about to begin." Mail starts sobbing, tears streaming down her face. "Please spare us, please, brother. Oh, brother." They're completely powerless now with no strength left to fight back. Seo Kang Yu brings down his fist of death. The impact kicks up a massive blinding cloud of dust and debris. But as the smoke clears, something appears that leaves Seo Kang Yu completely stunned. A magic circle. It's Mago. He's creating a protective sphere around the two siblings, his expression cold as ice. The brother and sister stare in shock. Master Seo Kang Yu glares, eyes wide. Mago, a giant projection of him, appears before them. Whoa, what's going on here? Mago's image envelops his two students. Seo Kang Yu can only gasp. What? Is this the twins' ability? An illusion summon. No, a prisoner from the second basement couldn't possibly have a defensive spell this strong. Mago himself cast this. But why? You gotta ask yourself the same thing Seo Kang Yu is. Why would he use a defensive spell on these two? Whatever, he scoffs before summoning his own immense power. No matter what he thinks, nothing changes the facts. The siblings are still huddled together in absolute terror. His punch shatters the first shield, sending fragments flying. But Mago's image just keeps casting more and more magic circles. They press down on Seo Kang Yu. He grinds his teeth in fury. "You damn old man, what the hell have you done? Why is he doing this?" It looks like Mago is using all his strength to protect those two prisoners. His blood-red power continues to surge forward. Seo Kang Yu's fists smash through the magic circles one after another. Now only the original blue protective barrier remains. As the last fragments fall, Mago's expression stays just as gentle as ever. Seo Kang Yu's gaze is sharp, but he pauses. He's just broken through countless layers of Mago's defense. Meal frantically holds his sister, who looks like she's about to pass out. Annoyance is written all over Seo Kang Yu's face, but he can't shake this frustrating feeling in his heart. And just like that, the scene shifts. Stick with me, we're jumping into a memory. Back then, Seo Kang Yu's entire hero team was gathered together, smiling cheerfully in a field of flowers. They were all watching Mago, who was laughing and playing with a group of children. The curly-haired hero could only look on, completely helpless. "Is that old guy ever gonna get tired?" The bald one just laughs. "Hey, it's not so bad." Curly hair turns to Tom with a big grin. "Hey Tom, after we get married, we're gonna have kids, right?" Tom snaps back, annoyed. "When did I ever say I'd marry you?" Curly hair keeps teasing. "Oh, come on now. I really hate guys who cheat." "Hey, I have never cheated on anyone." Curly hair retorts. Lausa finally steps in. "All right, you two, knock it off already." Suddenly, a loud call makes everyone turn in surprise. "Hey everyone, it's Mago hugging a bunch of kids with a huge smile." Don't just sit around up there. Come on down and play with the children. The sky is still a perfect clear blue. Seo Kang Yu's teammates jump right in laughing and messing around with the kids. Only he remains sitting silently under a tree just watching. Suddenly a voice calls out, Seo Kang Yu. Mago approaches him and asks, not a fan of children. He immediately replies, it's not that. I just don't know how to act around them. The old man smiles, sitting down next to him. Just copy what your parents did when you were little, that should work. Seo Kang Yu answers nonchalantly. My parents passed away not long after I was born, so my only family has ever been my older brother. Hearing this, Mago breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling awful. He clears his throat and stammers, about that. I apologize. He gives Yu a cautious glance and Yu quickly looks away. But then Mago suddenly grins and calls out to him again. Hey Kang Yu, he points to his own face and tells him, in that case you can practice on me. Try acting like a kid. With a totally confused look, he just stares and lets out a huh. Mago just keeps on laughing. Ho ho ho, I'm just playing around, trying to have a little fun. I had no idea you could even make a face like that. But I wasn't entirely joking, you know. If you ever run into trouble, you can always act like a kid in front of me. Seo Kang Yu silently watches his teammates playing with the children, then says I'll pass. And just like that, dark clouds roll in and the rain begins to fall. Stick with me because this is where everything changes. Seung Hoan appears, reaching out a hand completely drenched in blood. Seo Kang Yu stands there frozen in the cold rain as he looks down. There he sees his two teammates, Curly Hair and Tom, holding each other tight, just waiting for death to come. Seo Kang Yu glances away only to see Lao Sa and the monk, no longer breathing. Drops of blood fall one by one. Two streams of bloody tears flow from Seo Kang Yu's enraged eyes. As he's drowning in despair, a voice calls out, Seo Kang Yu. It was Mago. Even in his final moments, he calls out to comfort him. It's okay. It's okay. His eyes can no longer open. Everything's going to be all right. These broken memories shatter as we return to the present. With a single punch, Seo Kang Yu obliterates the magic circles. Now only Mago's final layer of defense remains. Inside, Mail is completely knocked out, leaving a panicked Mail staring up in terror. Mago's protective shield finally begins to fade away. He closes his eyes and lets out a kind, gentle smile. All Seo Kang Yu can do is watch helplessly as a wave of his own power radiates outwards. He releases Hong Ji-ah, who looks around in a complete panic. What? After setting her down safely, he calls out to her. Can you read the memories stored in an ability? Hong Ji-ah replies, yeah, I can do that. Seo Kang Yu points up and says, then do me a favor and read the memories of that ability. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this. Hong Ji-ah looks at Mago and the magic circle confused. What is that? Is that the hero? Mago. A moment later, she materializes the memory from the ability. In her hands is an image of Mago laughing happily with the two death row inmates. This is the memory held within Hero Mago's power. Seo Kang Yu slumps to the ground, muttering how unpleasant to look at. Hong Ji-ah immediately disagrees. I think it's cute. He asks again, so why are the memories of those murderers in there too? She explains. It's because he used his ability on them. Seo Kang Yu shoots a look at Hong Ji-ah, who quickly says, hey, I didn't intentionally put them there. Let me make one thing perfectly clear so you don't misunderstand, says Seo Kang Yu. Whatever their circumstances were, I am still executing them. The three figures in Hong Ji-ah's hand hear this and huddle together in absolute fear. I understand, she replies. All right then. With that, Hong Ji-ah releases all three of them down below. A chandelier hanging from the ceiling flickers to life, and then several large iron cages are brought out. A man slams down a gavel and announces, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction. And yeah, you and I are somewhere completely different now. Someone in ragged clothes grips the iron bars of a cage, looking out into the crowd. Their faces gaunt and miserable. A personal hell, it seems, where fate has nothing left to offer. They both just stared out with empty, emotionless eyes. At 6 years old, they were in an auction for ability users, a sick hobby for VIP collectors. Stick with me here because this story starts out incredibly dark. Deep beneath Hoang Tan City, there's a secret auction house where meal and mail were sold. The most valuable people have special grade abilities, some can even shapeshift, but summoning, the most common power, sells for the lowest price. So meal and mail kept their real powers hidden, and for a long time, nobody wanted to buy them. Just as they were waiting to be discarded, a man opened the bars to their cage and spoke. Get out, someone wants to buy you. It was a man and a woman, and the second the woman saw the kids, her eyes lit up. Oh, are these the children? They summon an angel and a demon, the man asked. Is that why you want them? I'm only asking, 'cause there are no returns here. The woman just laughed it off. Oh, I'm just curious. He heard that and got annoyed. What? She then made a completely insane face and said, now you and I both know how messed up this sounds. I wonder what you'd get if you bred an angel with a demon. The two siblings were terrified. She kept going. You're too young to know, but you'll understand soon enough, all while staring at them. With this predatory, twisted gleam in her eyes, she looked absolutely unhinged. Suddenly, from the ceiling above, a massive surge of power shot down, making the two adults look up in pure panic. It was a blazing ball of magma. It came crashing down right on top of them before they could even react. And then the entire building just exploded into rubble. Cut to the next scene. The sky is filled with smoke and dust, and in the middle of the city, there's now a giant gaping crater. Utter devastation. The adult couple safe inside a shield bubble could only scream in terror. Wah! What was that? The siblings were also protected inside their own barrier. Mail shook his sister's shoulder. Mail, are you okay? Mail was so scared she couldn't even speak. Mail, what's happening? At that moment, everyone there was being protected inside these shields. A loud laugh rang out, forcing the two kids to look up. Oh ho 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 ho. A familiar beard came into view. Mago stroked it, smiling wide. Floating next to him was a girl wearing a bunny ear bow. He said playfully. It's magic, the bunny girl cried out. Come on, Mago. Her name is Lepus, Mago's assistant and a summoner herself. She was completely fed up. What kind of insane level is this? How am I supposed to keep up? Mago just kept grinning. Ho ho ho, if you work hard, you can do it too. Lepus, I've told you before. For summoners, imagination is everything, Lepus grumbled back, but you teach way too fast. Mago quickly changed the subject. Did you finish the mission I gave you? Lepus answered. Yes. I teleported all the auction guests out and freed everyone who was locked up. Mago cheered. Great, then let's move on to the next level. Lepus looked absolutely defeated. What is it this time? How am I supposed to summon a giant meteor like that? Suddenly, a noise made them both look down. Meal was holding his little sister, looking up at them and asking, can you please take us with you? You're a summoner, right? We're summoners too. Lepus immediately shook her head. Okay, I know what you're thinking. No way, he already promised to only take me as his student. Mago just grinned. I never promised that. She was stunned into a single. Mago turned back to the kids. Let's see what you two can do. Lepus gritted her teeth in anger. You liar. Just then, Meal summoned an angel, and Male summoned a demon. An angel and a demon. Lepus watched this completely shocked. Her thoughts raced. Their summons are so weird. Normal kids just summon toys and dogs. Mago himself seemed intrigued. I see. He watched the two siblings, silently judging them. Interesting. He'd always had a soft spot for kids, and this was just too cool. So Mago didn't hesitate. He smiled, held out his hand, and said, all right, come with me. I'll teach you both magic. Lepus could only pout and puff her cheeks out in the background. For the next 3 years, Mago taught Meal and Male how to summon. Imagination is the most important factor for a summoner's ability. The image in your head appears when you use your power. Meal summoned an angel because she remembered her mother, the one who protected everyone when she was a little girl, and Male summoning a demon. That was likely because of the influence of their cruel, violent father. Mago explained this all with a smile. If we look at the world from multiple dimensions, we can summon all sorts of things. But just focusing on one thing is perfectly fine too. Lepus cheered from behind him. Meteors are the best, Mago pointed back at her. Just like that rabbit girl over there. I don't know which direction you two will go. The siblings looked a bit lost. We really like heaven and hell. Mago was stunned. Heaven and hell. Lepus was also amazed. They're not like normal kids, are they? And trust me, we're all about to see just how different they really are. The kids explained what their mother told them before she passed. Good people go to heaven and bad people must go to hell. Those words became their guiding light. They just wanted a world where things were fair. Good people go to heaven, bad people go to hell. The two brothers say this with the brightest, most innocent smiles. Mago smiles, ruffling their hair. You two will definitely make it happen, he says, because you're the kindest kids I know. Then one day, under a dark and cloudy sky, a voice calls out in a hurry, Mago, Mago. Lears runs up completely panicked. The Hero Association needs your help. Mago is stunned, shouting, what? For a rare moment, Mago looks genuinely furious. They ignored my proposal and now they're asking me for help. Lepus is still trying to process it. Wet has appeared in Finland. An image pops up showing a man with glowing marks on his face and neck. Hearing the news, Mago panics. What did you say? I need to summon the heroes immediately. What are they even doing? Lepus just replies, I don't know either. Mago grabs his head, completely exhausted. Oh God. He stands there in silence for a long moment before finally saying, bring Meal and Male to me. After he explains, the brothers are horrified. You have to go. Male clings to Mago, crying, no, please don't go. Meal, trying to be the strong one, asks, when will you be back? Mago just closes his eyes, pained by the question. Now pay close attention because this one moment changes absolutely everything. This opponent is tough. It'll be at least a few years. Meal asks, his voice trembling, can't we go with you? He explains gently, you and Male know the enemy is too dangerous. I can't let you come with me. But we don't want you to go anywhere. Mago's heart breaks, looking at his new grandsons. Male, through a flood of tears, cries out, "I don't want to be abandoned again." Lepus whispers harshly, "Abandoned? You're not objects." Just then Mago calls to them softly, "Meal, male, this is my farewell gift. My ability symbol is on your clothes, so when you get to the shelter, someone there will take care of you." As he speaks, he transfers his power into the two brothers. Mago closes his eyes and says kindly, "We'll meet again someday." But he had no idea this would be their last time together. The two boys just huddled close, sobbing. He didn't forget to remind them, "Make sure you grow up to be good people." But after Meal and Male left Mago, they never went to the shelter. They were too afraid of strangers. Instead, the two kids found a remote place and began training their new powers on their own. "What kind of power do we need to become good people for Mago?" Meal asks, as a golden aura explodes around him. "What is good and what is evil?" An angel and a demon materialize as Male erupts in a red aura representing the devil. "What should we do with these powers?" 2 years later, Meal and Male decide to define good and evil for themselves and return home. Good people to heaven, bad people to hell. You and I are about to see where that logic leads as they start building it themselves. A world born from their own imagination. Utopia. The excitement is written all over their faces. In just 1 month, Meal and Male turn the entire city into their own personal paradise, watching over every single resident. They summon their angels and demons to monitor the citizens, deciding who will ascend to heaven and who will be cast into hell. Those standards were set by the twins themselves based on the simple rules their mother taught them when they were small. Things that people should never do, like stealing, littering, causing a disturbance, lying, or betraying a friend. For them, buried deep in their childhood memories, these rules were absolute obsessions that would never fade. Even for a person who met all the standards, one of them summons a demon and says with a smile, "I've been watching you. You have lived a truly righteous life." The woman clutches her child, terrified, pleading, "Please, please help us." The boy just replies, "Don't be afraid. This isn't the end." Then he orders the demon to stab straight through the mother and child. He says with pride, "You will have a beautiful dream in heaven." The mother can only scream in agony and despair. He stands there, hands clasped in satisfaction, whispering forever. "Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when the Hero Association finds out." A massive skyscraper appears. A man with a stern look on his face announces, "Let's begin the meeting." This is Authority Chairman of the Hero Association. He speaks again, his voice sharp, "I sent out the notification. So why is it so empty in here?" In front of him sit only 3 young people lounging casually in their seats. A girl with blonde hair responds, "Well, I guess they're on vacation or something like that." This is Xiao Beiju, a rank 3 hero. Another guy in the group speaks up while chewing on candy. "Just bring up the info already, let's see what this is all about." That's Custa, also a rank 3 hero, as a few dim lights flicker overhead. After checking the info, Custa and Xiao Beiju just stare in disbelief. "Trust me, you'll be asking the same thing. What is this? The first level is this insane, a one-of-a-kind monster." Xiao Beiju sounds completely defeated. "Damn it, I want to rank up, I need to hit that next tier." The authority chairman just asks, "Tier 3, you want to give it a shot?" Xiao Beiju sighs, "It won't work, sir." Then she glances back at the file showing the 2 siblings. "But why would you pick this tiny village? It's a Tier 1 bound. That's not going to do much for a hero's performance stats. And here's the twist you and I need to hear." The chairman explains, "I chose it because these kids are ranked as Tier 1 villains." Custa asks, "How old are they?" The chairman replies, "Around 10. The guy is stunned. At that age, they've already conquered an entire village. Xiao Beiju adds, "After their second promotion, they could hit villain, Tier 2 or 3. Shouldn't we prepare a little before taking them on?" Custa asks. But Xiao Beiju just grins. "It'll take them at least 5 years to develop any further, so we don't need much prep." Custa is shocked. "That long?" The chairman chimes in, "There are a few more details. These 2 are Mago's disciples." Custa freaks out. Mago and Xiao Beiju just face palms. "Ugh, I knew it." The 2 immediately start arguing again. "We should tell Mago then. He's in Finland hunting down east. Just tell him to come back when he's done." The authority chairman just sits there silently through their debate. Suddenly, a hand with a gorgeous set of nails is raised. The person who's been quiet this whole time finally speaks up. And just when you think they've got a plan, watch who volunteers. This girl with a mask and a head full of clips speaks up, her eyes literally shaped like hearts. "Can I go?" This girl is K2, also a Tier 3 hero. The scene shifts to a golden sunset where a single wheel rolls across the ground. K2 arrives and parks her ride to observe. It's a flashy pink motorcycle with a ton of personality. She puts both hands on her helmet. She pulls it off, looks around, and just gasps. Whoa, countless gold and red rings are floating in midair. They're all shimmering and sparkling under the sun. K2 can't help but admire it. What a magnificent sight. But little does she know she's being watched through a crystal ball. Over on the other side, the 2 siblings are tracking her every move. Male whispers nervously, "Brother, we have a visitor." Me just grunts in reply. K2's heart-shaped pupils are still focused on the scene. The sunset sky is still glowing brilliantly. K2 even pulls out her phone to snap some pics with the puppets. As she's taking photos, she mutters, "Wow, this is a special ability. Is it brainwashing, or are they just in a deep sleep? I don't think they're dead." Huh, what's that? Suddenly, something makes her turn around cautiously. The demon and angel from before have transformed back into the twin siblings. And as K2 stares in shock, Mi speaks up. "Stranger, why are you here?" Both kids are staring her down with suspicious looks on their faces. Seeing the two siblings, K2 starts rubbing her hands together, her eyes sparkling with absolute delight. "Ooh, wow, those are some amazing powers, huh? What else can you guys do? Anything else cool?" Mi replies, not amused. "You should answer our question." K2 keeps talking, gesturing to the glowing red and gold rings floating everywhere. "Does Master know about these things? After all, he has a lot of disciples who are summoners, doesn't he?" Hearing this, the siblings look at K2 totally confused. K2 then asks, "Did you learn this summoning art from him?" Mi stammers, "Who are you?" Both of them are now sweating, waiting for an answer. "I'm your senior," K2 says. "Okay, let's pause here. This lady is not what we expected." She makes this totally unhinged face, sticking her tongue out. "Remember that." Mi steps in front of his sister protectively. "We have no seniors other than Lias." K2 just smiles. "The master already erased my name from his list of disciples." Seeing his confused frown, she continues, "I think I was a little too interested in sharp things." As she speaks, she pulls up her sleeve, revealing tons of scars, big and small. K2 runs her claw-like nails over her wounds and says, "Master said I needed to learn more defense magic as a form of protection. Too bad I didn't like that, so I didn't listen." After that, he stopped paying attention to me. The two kids are now more confused than ever. Suddenly, K2 blurts out, "This is so embarrassing." She slumps over, exhausted. "Master is so mean. So mean." Then K2's crazed voice starts echoing. She grabs her face as tears stream down her cheeks. "It's not right, it's wrong, no, it's wrong, wrong, wrong." The kids are completely terrified by this scene. Male hides behind her brother, whispering, "Bro, she's really scary." K2 is still in a state of anguish, screaming, "Master, you told me I had a talent for magic. I just wanted your praise, just a single smile was all I wanted." As she yells, she unleashes a furious wave of power. "But instead, you erase my name." Mi quickly throws up his hands, creating a magic circle. He screams, "Get out, if you don't leave this place right now." But then a different color flashes in his eyes. And as K2 completely loses control, you and I see it, dozens of sharp objects like knives and scissors materialize in the air. The air itself starts trembling. The two brothers can only scream in absolute terror as those things. K2's weapons slam into their puppets and blood just erupts, splattering all across the sky. Fresh blood sprays everywhere. The poor souls caught in the attack are just gasping, coughing up blood. After the gruesome display, only K2's blood-soaked weapons are left hanging in the air. Tears are streaming down her face, but she wears a demonic smile. "Teacher, will you finally notice me now?" Blood just keeps spraying through the air as one poor soul gets impaled by countless weapons. Absolutely brutal. Below, K2 just holds out her hands, conducting the carnage with a maniacal laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Meanwhile, her victims are suffering in pure agony. And K2's expression twists into a depraved grin. "This is so much fun," she screams. Male collapses at the sight. He turns to his sister, "Ma Ao, are you okay?" She's panicking too, collapsing as she cries out, "Brother." They both watch in horror as K2 continues to massacre their puppets. They can only grit their teeth, absolutely terrified of this woman. What is she? Then K2 speaks up after her killing spree. "So, this is the feeling. The victims are just riddled with blades, a truly horrific sight." K2 stands among the corpses she made, dancing with excitement. "Even more fun than I thought." Just then, she spots another target in the air, one with a golden halo. K2's face lights up with pure excitement. More. Another weapon forms in her hand. She madly hurls it toward the survivor, screaming, "I want more." But okay, don't blink, because the twins instantly appear and create a barrier to block the attack. K2 sees this and her expression twists even more. "Ooh, you kids can use protective magic." The twins just glare, their brows furrowed. "You learned a lot from teacher, right?" she taunts. An angel puppet quietly strikes from behind. A purple magic circle flashes. The puppet freezes mid-strike as K2's voice rings out. Giant scissors appear in her hand, cutting the puppet in half. Then K2 glances sideways with that demonic smile. But this still isn't enough. Male just screams, "You demon! You're going to hell." K2 just winks, pouting. "So rude talking to your senior like that." "Ah, you know, I've always wanted to use my power in a crowded place. But well, I'm a hero after all. I knew I'd get arrested if I did, so I held back. But thanks. Thanks for setting all this up for me. Now I can finally make my dream a reality." Then as she speaks, she raises a hand. "I think I can summon it now." Instantly, K2's expression begins to change. "Okay, you thought it was nuts before. Watch this." She grits her teeth, sweating, and just screams. The twins are terrified. K2 opens her mouth wide and screams. Then a blade. A massive box cutter starts emerging from a tear in the sky. An absolutely terrifying sight. Blood is pouring from her eyes, nose, and mouth, but she just grins satisfied. Ha ha, there it is. For a summoner, imagination is everything, and this experience of mass slaughter just amplified hers, making her power even stronger. The gigantic box cutter now looms over K2's head. Ah, this is the first time I've summoned something so huge. K2 screams in excitement. It's so big, so cool. K2 flashes a completely unhinged grin. Then her expression turns cold. She holds out a hand and says, "This is all thanks to you. Now, goodbye." But then suddenly a gigantic monster lunges forward and clamps down on her entire body. Male is completely stunned. Turns out Ma-Eo summoned a demonic beast that just swallowed K2 whole. A red magic circle glows on her hand. And Ma-Eo, she's now crying tears of blood. Her face twists in a snarl. "Demon," she screams. And you and I both see the irony here, right? That sight also magnified the little girl's power. At this time, Male turned to call his sister. Ma-Eo freezes, answering, "Brother." Her shocked face staring at the monster she summoned. Her very presence is enough to make you sick. She even has the nerve to ask, "Did you just kill someone under a sky?" That's slowly turning blood red. A voice answers, "No." Standing there is a giant monster with bulging eyes. Male holds her sister, trying to comfort her. They're not dealing with humans, but a demon. A full year passes in a flash. So check this out. A year later, Male and Male have built a new paradise for themselves, filling the sky with these shimmering red and gold rings. And back at the Hero Association, they've just been labeled as villains designated for Level 2 of the infamous Lucillus prison. Basement Level 2. A finger trembles scrolling through the intel on those two so-called demons. Mago's face is pure disbelief. Male and Male, the chairman cuts straight to the point. "Weren't they your students?" Mago is still reeling, staring at the chaos his own students have caused. "How did it ever come to this?" The chairman chimes in, "We're pretty curious ourselves." Finally, Mago stands, turns away, and says, "Let me go to them." But the chairman stops him. "Huh, you're not going anywhere." Mago, completely baffled, just asks, "What?" The chairman's voice is tense. "I can't let you handle this." "What do you mean by that?" Then the chairman explains. "I gave you a direct order to kill East, West, and return. But you disobeyed that order, didn't you? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. So now I can't grant your request either." Mago finally loses his cool and yells, "Just standing here talking solves nothing, I'm going." Chairman Authority slams his fist on the desk. "I made myself clear. You were not going." The impact leaves a spiderweb of cracks on the table. Now here's where it gets intense. Mago doesn't back down, raising his hand to summon magic circles. "Stop it. You sound like a power-crazed lunatic." Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension. "Let me go." Someone appears, breaking the standoff between Mago and Authority. It's Lao Sa. Completely stone-faced, she says, "I'll be the one to go." Lao Sa, a rank 3 hero. Authority considers it. Actually, this works. A perfect promotion mission for a rank 3 hero. You should be the one. But Mago, still furious, cuts in, "I said I would go." But another voice calls out, stopping him dead in his tracks. Mago's eyes widen in absolute shock. Lao Sa steps toward him, her expression firm and confident. All Mago can do is stand there silent. Then Lao Sa places a hand on her chest, her expression full of resolve. "Trust me." We cut back to the city under those strange floating rings. A voice calls out, "Male." The two sisters are huddled together, watching everything unfold through a crimson orb. Male whispers anxiously, "An intruder." Male is much calmer. "That's right, sis." Despite how twisted they've become, they still have those innocent faces. They look through their orb and see the visitor as Lao Sa. And you gotta love the irony here. They put on these scared faces and ask, "How many crimes has SHE committed?" Outside, Lao Sa just smirks and glances up. Sunlight bathes the buildings as she stands there unflinching. Her gaze is fixed on something in the distance. In the sky, 3 figures, heads covered, limbs just hanging limp. She figures it out. The heroes who took this mission before me, at least they're all still alive. As Lao Sa takes it all in, their voices echo out to her. "Outsider, who are you? Why did you come here?" She calmly introduces herself. "I am the hero Lao Sa. I've come to take you two back home." The girls are skeptical. A hero, another one. One of them casts a spell and terrifying monsters erupt into existence. They aim them right at Lao Sa, warning her, "Leave this place now. If you don't, I'll drag you down to hell." "All right, I'll go back then," Lao Sa says with a brilliant smile. "But I'm taking both of you with me. Let's go home." Instantly, the monsters are engulfed in a sea of fire. Male and Male are stunned, unable to believe their powers were just negated. Lao Sa stands tall, completely unharmed by the inferno. She walks toward them and says, "You girls, you have kind hearts." I didn't sense any real killing intent in that attack. Her expression softens as she speaks. It's just sad. If a good hero had come here first, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. She slowly closes the distance between them. The two sisters cling to each other, helpless. It's strange, isn't it? You believe you're doing the right thing, yet so many people come to stop you. Stay back. But seeing the panic in their eyes, Lao Sa's voice is gentle. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Lao Sa continues. But what you're doing, it's wrong. And it's making your teachers so sad. At the mention of their teacher, the girls' eyes go wide. They whisper to each other, Master Mago, he's back. Male, don't fall for it. It's a lie. But Lao Sa is direct. I'm not lying. She reaches a hand out to them, smiling. Trust me on this one. Release your powers and come back with me. It's time to go home, to Master Mago. The girls stare at her wide-eyed. As Male and Male reach out their hands touching hers, they feel a sudden warmth. Lao Sa takes them by the hand, leading them away. An indescribable warmth flows from her as the sun sets, and the girls can only stare in awe as, all right, let's jump right in. Lao Sa calmly looks on, saying, I knew it, as Mago appears right in front of them. The two kids immediately rush into Mago's embrace as he welcomes them. Master, they cry, completely overwhelmed. Tears and snot are running down their faces as they try to explain. Master, our abilities. They're actually psychic powers. Mom told us we had to keep it a secret from everyone. Mago is visibly stunned by this news. You only accept summoners as students, don't you? We're so sorry we lied. He just asks, I only take summoners. Now who on earth told you that a hero named Gui Shu? She claims she was your student. And Mago actually remembers her. He can't believe what he's hearing. My apprentice Meal, I have never accepted anyone but you two and Lepus. His explanation completely floors the girls. I only met her once at the association and gave her a little advice, that's all. Wait, what? And just like that, after 3 long years, they're reunited, sharing everything that's happened. The kids pour their hearts out, explaining how hard they tried to be good kids, only to be misunderstood by everyone around them. To this day, me and Male still don't fully get it. Mago watches over the two as they sleep soundly on the grass. Lao Sa approaches from behind. Are you done talking with the little ones? Mago turns to her with a serious request. Can you please entrust them to my care? But Lao Sa avoids a direct answer, changing the subject. Now, here's where things get serious. They may not have killed villagers, but they took thousands hostage and killed a hero. It's almost impossible to avoid the death penalty. Mago pleads desperately. They're just children who got lost and went down the wrong path. They've already released all their power. If you entrust them to me, I'll help them understand that what they did was wrong. I can't do that. He keeps begging her. Lao Sa, you yourself said they were just children. She looks away. Mago, I can't agree. The government changed the law to allow the execution of minors, and the law is the law. Besides, a hero's job isn't to rehabilitate criminals, Lao Sa. But then she continues, I do sympathize with you. This world has far too many problems right now. So Mago, from this day forward, will you work together with me? He's baffled. But what does that have to do with the kids? And her answer, you're not ready for this. We are going to change the world. Mago's eyes go wide at this insane declaration. He replies, I have one condition. He points directly at the two girls. Until they become adults, do not let them die. Please allow me to use my ability on them. Lao Sa agrees without hesitation. All right. And with her blessing, Mago immediately unleashes his power. Until they grow up, neither of them will die. We'll change this world long before they become adults. We cut to a man in a military uniform and hat. He stands in silence until a young woman approaches him. Seo Kang Yu. Seo Kang Yu. He turns toward the sound of his name. A woman with light brown hair continues. I've heard so much about you from Seo Kang Ho. Lao Sa smiles, holding out her hand. Do you want to change the world with me? He slowly snaps out of the memory. Turns out Mago is showing him a projection of me and Male. In the projection, they're saying, we simply judge people based on our own rules. Aren't laws just rules that people in this world made up? What's the real difference between us? Seo Kang Yu remains silent. The other girl finally speaks up. Seo Kang Yu, Seo Kang Ho, and I were assigned to these two for intensive rehabilitation. She explains, nervously, red sparks of energy beginning to crackle around her. I'm not saying they did nothing wrong. They just need to understand that their actions were wrong first. Seo Kang Yu cuts her off, trapping her in a red energy sphere. He walks towards the projection as red energy fills the entire room. Terrified, Me grabs Male and holds on tight. He glances down at his own hand as the two kids begin to totally freak out. Please spare us, Seo Kang Yu. The closer he walks, the louder their begging gets. Please, we're begging you. We know we were wrong. He raises his fist. They scream for their mom, for their master. Seo Kang Yu slams his fist down. The entire room shakes violently. The red energy still swirls everywhere. He had punched the ground just inches away from me and Male. Their eyes are wide with pure terror, faces an absolute mess. Seo Kang Yu just growls, damn it all. He's gritting his teeth so hard he draws blood, his eyes glowing red veins popping on his face and hands. This is so damn annoying. Seo Kang Yu's mind is racing, his thoughts a chaotic jumble of memories and emotions all crashing into each other at once. His eyes snap open as those very thoughts begin to mock him from inside his own head. And suddenly, three figures appear before him. A piercing laugh echoes around him. Seo Kang Yu is on one knee watching the scene unfold. Why do you have to think so hard? The girl with black hair laughs. That look doesn't suit you at all. You're way more handsome in person than in the pictures. Seo Kang Yu's eyes widen. And trust me, you're not ready for what he sees next. The black-haired girl on top flashes a wide grin. Hello, hubby. Your bride is here. And trust me, you are not ready for this woman. My name is before she can even finish. Seo Kang Yu lunges forward and the two collide. He's a little surprised. Shouldn't you listen when someone is talking? A man blocks his attack. Do you have any manners at all? The girl pouts. Soon enough, he'll be our master. You're just so rude. The man quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, Miss Sin Ka. She clears her throat. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself again. But as she starts talking, Seo Kang Yu charges in once more. My name is He's not listening, just swinging his fist. The girl casually extends her hand. A shield materializes between them, easily deflecting Seo Kang Yu's attack. You're so impatient. She continues talking. We're going to be seeing each other for a long time, so let's have a little chat. She smiles. My name is Sin Ka. She's an Esper, a person with the power to control space. I will be the one to become the mother of the new human race. The area around them glows purple from Sin Ka's barrier. Seo Kang Yu is confused. The mother, she grins. That's right, the mother. He scoffs. What a headache. Another complete lunatic has appeared. Crazy Sin Ka doesn't seem offended at all. In fact, she just laughs. Perhaps I'm the sanest one. In this entire place, right everyone? That's right. Yeah, probably. She continues, Seo Kang Yu, do you realize that right now, humanity is in danger? And here's her big pitch. Pay attention because her logic is wild. Mankind is on the verge of extinction. Seo Kang Yu is skeptical. What? Sin Ka asks again. Seo Kang Yu, what do you think is the real threat to humanity? You being a member of the I probably think it's the villains or heroes of the past who hold absolute power. She frowns in disagreement and the guy behind her nods along. However, that is completely wrong. Seo Kang Yu covers his face with a sigh. The thing causing humanity's decline right now is the nameless nobodies who call themselves ordinary people. My plan involves filtering the gene pool. Only those who possess superior genes should be allowed to create future generations. But because of the sacrifices made by those with superior genes, the inferior ones that should have been weeded out are multiplying like crazy. Sin Ce even has statistics to prove her point, like the second-generation heroes of equality led by Lauza. They all possess superior genetics. So why did they die when the laws of nature say they should have survived? Creatures that can't evolve to survive are supposed to die. It's natural selection, but they did everything they could to stop it. Seo Kang Yu remains motionless while Sin Ka continues her rant. Oh, you're fine, Seo Kang Yu. You're not a hero anymore. In fact, you actually enjoy killing those with weaker genes. Now don't you? She grins, pointing a finger at him. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you do that. Seo Kang Yu is still silent. Sin Ka goes on. Ruculus Prison is a gathering place for the superior humans who will become the new mankind. But they've all been unjustly imprisoned here for simply killing off the weak. She gets visibly excited, outlining her future plans. After we kill all the heroes hindering evolution and every single weak human, we will build a new world where only people who possess powerful abilities can exist. So yeah, I think you and I can agree this girl is completely unhinged. The Alpha world, she declares, pointing at him with a friendly, reassuring smile. Oh, and don't worry. If any of those strong heroes change their minds and join us, we'll group them in with the new human race too. We're not that strict. At that moment, Seo Kang Yu finally speaks up. I try not to fight anyone who isn't a criminal, but it looks like I have no choice but to beat you all to a pulp. Sin Ce gets disturbingly excited by his threat, while her subordinate gets nervous. Oh, beat me to a pulp, you say? Right here. Oh my, that's so embarrassing. Her lackey has to clarify, Miss Sin Ka, I don't think he means it the way you think he does. Sin Ce replies, all right, but let's not do it now. We'll save it for next time when it's just you and me. Miss Sin Ce, I told you that's not what he meant. Shut up. What would you know about it? Sin Ce clears her throat. Ahem, anyway. She points to him. You will be Adam. Then she points to herself. And I will be Eve. She's imagining the two of them having kids together, the new human race that will lead humanity's evolution. She coyly hides her face with a wedding bouquet. To be honest, I was originally going to make Seum Wonian my Adam and rescue him with an EMP weapon. Seo Kang Yu is completely shocked. Sin Ka continues. But this prison's security was much tighter than I anticipated. No attack from the outside could even scratch it. So after we acquired the prison's internal layout, and as you and I are about to see, that's where the real trouble begins. Alright, let's dive into how we pulled this off. We used a homemade EMP weapon and I used my powers to detonate it inside the prison. Seo Kang Yu repeats an EMP weapon. Seung Hoan nods. Yeah, after that I had a little chat with Seung Hoan. Alright, you're about to hear one of the wildest proposals ever. She says the kid's not old enough, hasn't even hit puberty. His full power only unlocks after that, right? But time is precious and that's not going to stop her. Her name is Sin Ka, which she says means she's imaginative. So she came up with a brilliant solution. Before Seung Hoan is old enough, she'll just do it with Seo Kang Yu instead. For humanity, of course. Then once the other kid becomes an adult, they'll do it with him too, all for the good of mankind. I've found the perfect solution, Sin Ka says with a proud smirk, a way to pass on both your amazing genes. Then she grins. What do you think? You two could even become sworn brothers. You get along just fine, wouldn't that be great? She pushes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Seo Kang Yu's reply is ice cold. So you're the ones behind the EMP weapon attack. Sensei actually flinches at the pure rage on his face. No, that's not it. I was talking about something else. Then like she just remembered, she admits, oh, that's right. Your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died in that EMP attack. But it's okay, you can just start a new family with me. Let's build the biggest family we possibly can, and that's the last straw. Seo Kang Yu can't hold back his rage a second longer. Sensei asks him, well, have you decided? I made my decision a long time ago. Oh really? Now pay close attention. He reaches for the barrier. I'm taking back what I said about not hurting you. Sin Ka just watches him with pure excitement. I'm going to. He snarls, activating his power through gritted teeth and agonizing pain. Tear your flesh and crush your bones. Sensei looks a little worried, but the girl beside her just jokes. Doesn't that still count as getting with a lot of people? The guy with them is also concerned. This doesn't look good. But she just wonders aloud, wow, why does he want to tear me to pieces? Seo Kang Yu is practically a bloodthirsty beast. So Sin Ka winks one eye trying to look cute. A little lover's quarrel isn't so bad, she says. They say fighting just brings people closer, helps them understand each other. Fueled by absolute rage, Seo Kang Yu starts tearing the barrier apart, and she's thrilled. Ooh, look at him. So full of energy. The guy next to her warns, this is getting dangerous. Seo Kang Yu's power is just about to break through to her, but then a portal opens right up. Seo Kang Yu stops for a split second as he falls right through it. A voice calls to him. She's waving from the portal's exit with a smile. Let's finish this little chat outside, shall we? And she doesn't forget a final taunt. Make sure you calm down before you come, okay? The portal snaps shut, leaving him trapped. He doesn't care. He unleashes his power anyway. Absolute madness. A massive pillar of energy shoots straight into the sky. His power explodes, forcing even the S-rankers to stay on guard. Seo Kang Yu has broken free. Sin Ka just stares, her eyes wide. Whoa! His power hasn't stopped. It literally tears through space, and Seo Kang Yu follows it, closing in on Sin Ka. She just laughs as the three of them jump into another portal. He keeps charging, and this psycho exclaims, this is like we're playing hide and seek. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, she's completely insane. He slams his foot down hard on empty ground. He's alone. Then another portal opens and she's there teasing him again. She calls out, it's about to close. Come and get me form. The word echoes as scarlet rays begin to envelop him. Sin K's eyes light up with excitement. Oh, that's the move you used on Bone. But he's still not faster than her. She appears behind him again, face flushed with the thrill of it all. She's laughing just as Seo Kang Yu's hand appears before her. Wait a second, he's keeping up now, following her through every single portal. The other girl starts crying, hugging her friend. Seo Kang Yu's claws are inches from her face when suddenly the space around him warps. His eyes fly open in shock. The other girl is on his back, locking him in a chokehold. From another portal, Sin Ka reaches out a hand. Ha, everything was going so smoothly. Why'd you have to interfere, Lady Sin Ca, as Ha to yells. Seo Kang Yu grabs her by the head. Ha to doesn't even finish her warning. If he catches you, you'll die, before he smashes her head into the portal, creating another explosion. Sin Ca and the man are silent. Seo Kang Yu just stands there calm amidst the absolute chaos. A voice speaks and his head instantly snaps in that direction. Si Ha to appears behind Sin Ka, totally unharmed. I told you, if he caught you, you'd be dead. Sin Ka asks, so that life, you just lost. How are you planning to deal with that? Lady Sin Ca, just make a decision. Seo Kang Yu powers up again. What a waste. And what about the life I just lost? Tears well up in her eyes. His genes are just so amazing. How did things turn out like this? But Seo Kang Yu keeps coming. Form 5. Sin Ka's voice turns cold. Multi-space. Seo Kang Yu's eyes widen as his red orbs have to counter her multi-portal assault. Every portal reveals a human silhouette. Seo Kang Yu is stunned. Sin Ka isn't smiling anymore. Say hello? This is the new humanity here to replace the old. And just like that, you and I are witnessing a terrifying reveal. At that moment, B3 is consumed by a sea of flames. Awit steps out of a portal. I can't believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to finish him. A body refiner laughs. So who's going to be the one to tame me? Another Fryet speaks up too. Does an old man like me really need to get involved? Natura, a body user, replies, everything in this world has its purpose. But one psychic is absolutely losing it, just thinking I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I am freaking out. Another psychic just lights his pipe watching a hero dressed as a prison guard. Hey now, this is getting interesting. Moores crosses his arms, telling the rude Seung Hoan, hey, smoke in the designated areas, will ye? Two more body users, X and Tiburon, show up together. DHS just snaps, what the hell are you even talking about? Meanwhile, Hyeon Duong, another psychic, just starts laughing. So many villains, some even worse than demons, have all gathered in one place. Prisoner B4 Tuju Jin, who's both a psychic and body user, stares at his hand. The scabbard is empty. Stepness, a body user, points at it. See, they're all useless without their precious weapons. Terapia wonders aloud, is number 4 even still alive? Maladit, a summoner, puts a hand on her hip confidently. I knew those other outfits were way more comfortable. Hero, a psychic, says nothing. Seo Kang Yu's eyes widen, there's blood on his hat. Two more figures walk out of the gate. Prisoner B5 Aurora, a psychic, gives him an icy stare. Next to her is Hoang Seung Hoan, but unlike her, he's thrilled to see him. Seo Kang Yu. And just like that, Seo Kang Yu's power explodes and you can bet everyone stopped laughing. Mode 0. The white-haired kid gets pumped. Hey Seo Kang Yu, get over here and let's play some more. Seo Kang Yu charges forward with incredible force. Seung Hoan grins, an energy sphere already forming in his hand, ready for the clash. In a split second, they're right on top of each other. Seo Kang Yu's red power smashes against Seung Hoan's blue energy. A roar that seems to swallow everything echoes through the entire prison. The others watching just think what a savage way to fight. A few of them look excited though. Hope nobody gets careless and ends up getting hurt. Warden. Another voice calls out. Other guards run up to the warden. Do we really have to evacuate? The warden can't believe this is how things are turning out. Nothing is going according to plan. Seo Kang Yu plants a hand down, pushing his entire body back to his feet. He's furious. Mode 0. All B3 and B4 criminals were captured by the heroes of justice. I get it now, but not a single one of them had ever seen Seo Kang Yu in his real combat mode. I see why that old hag X tried to stop him from fighting. Someone else just says one word, death, and I think you and I can see why. They stare at Seo Kang Yu, thinking, so this is what death looks like. For those who saw his true form, another one gets excited. This is incredible, truly inspiring. They're all in awe. That man, is that a special ability? Damn, that means I can't steal it. Pure jealousy. Sinka just breaks down crying. Ha, to puts a hand on her head to comfort her. Why would he make a decision like that? With a sad look, Seung Hoan gently touches his hat. Happiness. Seo Kang Yu, why didn't you show me this skill when we fought before? You were holding back on me. He laughs. You really are something else. Seo Kang Yu doesn't waste time with words and attacks directly, his eyes completely wild with power. Seung Hoan just scoffs, but you're still hiding your full strength, aren't you? Seo Kang Yu unleashes even more power as blue energy strikes slam into him. Over and over, more and more hits pushing Seo Kang Yu back, but he quickly finds his balance, uses his feet to pivot and launches forward again. Like a bolt of red lightning, he streaks towards Seung Hoan. His face barely even looks human anymore. He throws a punch, but it's blocked by one of Seung Hoan's barriers. The kid smirks. Good thing I froze the space in front of me just in case. Their powers collide, creating a massive explosion. The spectators are blown away. Wow, what a terrifying bastard. And he's this strong without even using combat abilities. He's not even a legal adult yet. Can you imagine how much of a monster he's going to be when he grows up? Seung Hoan stares into the smoke and yells out, where'd you go? I know that wasn't enough to take you down. He keeps shouting Seo Kang, but before he can finish, Seo Kang Yu smashes a fist right into his face. Blood sprays from his mouth as Seo Kang Yu glares, then follows up with another punch straight to his gut. Seung Hoan's eyes fly open in shock. He goes flying, crashing brutally against a wall. The audience is loving every second of this. This is a true battle between monsters. A flash of red light cuts through the air and the heads of both X and Tiburon are sliced clean off. Seo Kang Yu zips right past their bodies, heading straight for the summoner. He lands another blow, but is surprised when Awit casts a defensive spell. Mago's defensive magic really is top tier. Too bad he died so soon. Hey, seeing your old comrade's magic bringing back memories for you. Seo Kang Yu pours on the power and the defensive layer begins to crack. Awit clicks his tongue seriously. I'm so jealous of that strength. The shield shatters, but someone else jumps in, slamming a kick into Seo Kang Yu. He's sent flying back into a wall. Smoke billows from the impact crater. Hero stands watching Seo Kang Yu's terrifying reflection appearing on his face. He rises like a demon, pure murder in his eyes. Then a voice screams, "Stop, trust me, this is far from over." With a grin, Seung Hoan says, "Kang Yu, you have to play with me." But after a second thought, he continues, "I can tell you're still hiding something." Kang Yu's eyes widen at his words. Seung Hoan smirks, holding back because of the Warden are we. "All right, let's see how he handles this." With a smirk, our guy raises a hand. "I'll make a special playground just for us two." His fingers curl into a fist. Instantly, clouds swallow the moon, plunging the entire prison into an unnatural darkness. The very ground begins to shift. Lao Sa and the others can't believe it as they suddenly lose all control of their bodies. What is this power? The onlookers are stunned as Seung Hoan literally begins to twist the space around them. Am I seeing things? With a massive shout, the entire prison gets teleported to a completely different location. Just then, a huge explosion erupts from the building, threatening to blow it sky high as screams fill the air. Seo and the other guards are in a full-blown panic as red tendrils of energy start rushing toward them. Right before the power closes in, Seo just manages to scream, "What fresh hell is this now?" At that moment, red spheres of energy begin to materialize, created by the one and only Seo Kang Yu. The orbs grow denser and more compact. Right before another blast erupts, he hurls them away, shielding everyone from the impact. A hand reaches out, it's Seung Hoan still holding a chunk of meat and grinning like an absolute maniac. This place is tougher than it looks, but watch this. One of his eyes snaps open as Seo Kang Yu, glowing red with blazing eyes, lunges forward with a punch. But at the last second, someone throws up a circular barrier, completely blocking the attack aimed at Seung Hoan. Turns out it's Shin Ka. Standing on a higher level with her hand outstretched, she says something absolutely vile. "You really shouldn't interrupt people when they're using a skill." She flips her hair, then tells her crew, "Guess it's our turn now." Man, it's so dusty in here. Meanwhile, Tatsujin is staring upward, deep in thought before suddenly crouching down to touch a stone. She channels her power into the rock, causing it to glow brightly. Shinka's jaw just drops at the sight. As Tatsujin pours in more power, the stone shines even more brilliantly. A look of pure excitement flashes across Shinka's face. From the light emerges a razor-sharp blade. Tatsujin now stands there, expressionless, holding the sword she just created. Shinkei just has to ask, "What in the world are you doing?" But Tatsujin doesn't answer, she just starts slashing wildly at the empty air. The crowd behind them is completely stunned, but Shinsa, her face lights up with pure, unadulterated hype. Whoa. But then she turns back to the portal and says with contempt, "Why waste all that energy? We can just use this to get out." She snaps, "All right, let's move. Everyone gather up." And the scene shifts to outside the city. Civilians have gathered, staring up in absolute horror at the chaos unfolding. What they're seeing is a giant projection of Seo Kang Yu. He's glowing red like a burning coal with two piercing eyes. Terrified, they all stammer, What is that thing?" And then, just as suddenly, a magic circle materializes beneath him. To everyone's shock, Seo Kang Yu vanishes without a trace. Everyone stands there frozen. What just happened? A new villain. You and I both know this is just the beginning as Seo Kang Yu pops up in a new location. Huge clouds of smoke billow out all around him, and the thick smog quickly begins to obscure his form from view. Moments later, the only thing visible are his two glowing eyes, shining like some kind of demon god. Nearby, something is piled up like a mountain. As the smoke clears, we see it's a gigantic sphere, with Seo Kang Yu standing calmly right underneath it. And then another hand appears. That grotesque sphere was created by Seung Hoan specifically to take on Seo Kang Yu. Beams of pure light start shooting out from inside the orb, and on Seung Hoan's face, a truly demonic grin. Boom, the sphere instantly detonates. A moment later, the smoke clears to reveal the absolute devastation. The explosion Seung Hoan caused left a massive crater in the ground. Flashing a wicked, triumphant smile, he lands gracefully in the center. Over on the other side, Seo Kang Yu is crouched with one hand on the ground. Part of his face is already reverting back to normal. Those streams of power are slowly fading from his body. Meanwhile, Shinka's crew is just standing by the crater watching it all unfold. Shinkei squeals with excitement, "Nobody get in their way, you hear? For now, we're just gonna watch the show." Now you're probably wondering why powerful prisoners like B3 and B4 are taking orders from Shinka. Well, here's the secret. Hello there, I'm Shinka, and I can help you achieve your deepest, darkest desires. Whenever she speaks to men, she puts on her most seductive act, weaponizing their lust, a fundamental and powerful human emotion. A globe of the earth appears. It doesn't matter if they're old men or young kids, she successfully tempts every single prisoner. She invites them all to join her world, but there were always exceptions. The prisoner named Wet asks coldly, "And what if I refuse?" Shin Sie just smiles. "Refuse? Oh, that would be a shame. You'll die, of course. And for other reasons, too." At this, Seung Hoan just bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha, he's absolutely losing it like it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. A new breed of human, wiping a tear from his eye, he asks, is that really why you want to marry Seo Kang Yu? And then marry me? Hey, you're pretty interesting. The shameless woman just claps along laughing. I'm glad you think so. But Seung Hoan cuts in still, one problem though. I think fighting Kang Yu is way more fun than anything you're offering. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Seung Hoan, she asks, putting on her concerned act to lecture him. If you only chase short-term thrills, you'll become a dopamine addict. You gotta think bigger. Trust me, this is where her manipulation gets truly twisted. If you kill Kang Yu, where else are you going to find that kind of fun? But Seung Hoan just smiles full of confidence. It's fine. I'm gonna die anyway. I'm cool with dying while I'm still having fun. The woman puts on a sad face and says the most messed up thing imaginable. If I have Kang Yu's child and then have another one with you, they'll be able to keep you entertained as they grow up. And once they're adults, you'll be even stronger than you are now. Think how much more fun fighting Kang Yu will be then. Look at the long game here. If you join me, you can have fun right up until the day you die. She just keeps trying to brainwash the young psycho. For a moment, he actually goes silent as if thinking it over. That shameless woman stares at him, her face full of excitement like she's just found another freak just as twisted as she is. An excited smile finally breaks across Seung Hoan's face. He speaks. All right, let's see how this goes. Sounds like fun. Seeing her plan work, the woman cheers. Oh, excellent. You've made a very wise decision. But suddenly, Seung Hoan's voice turns cold. But I don't love you. How are we supposed to get married in the future? She moves in closer to him and says, that's fine. She shoves her saggy chest near his face and confidently declares, you'll love me by then, I'm sure of it. The scene shifts. A moment later, Seung Hoan wears a rare look of shock after taking a direct hit. Seo Kang Yu had just driven a fist deep into his gut and then ripped it back out. Seung Hoan is thrown backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Even so, he's still tightly gripping that lump of flesh, laughing like he's won. Hey, I guess one hand just isn't enough. While Seo Kang Yu glares at him with pure fury, Seung Hoan starts to taunt him. Seo Kang Yu, say something. You just gonna stay quiet like that, or can you not even talk right now? You know what this is. Seo Kang Yu's eyes are just burning with hatred. Now brace yourselves because what comes next is pure evil. Seeing he won't answer, Seung Hoan casually holds up the round object and says, this is your brother. At those words, the rage in Seo Kang Yu's eyes intensifies. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for Seung Hoan. At this point, pure rage and agony swallow his sanity whole as he lets out a primal scream. Seo Kang Yu becomes a rampaging beast lunging at his enemy. But Seung Hoan just stands there completely unfazed. Oh, so you can speak after all. Kang Yu sprints towards Seung Hoan, who casually holds the round object. The rocks under Seung Hoan's feet begin to float off the ground. With a look of savage excitement, Seung Hoan manipulates the stones, sending them high into the air. They suddenly morph into razor-sharp spikes. Under his control, they grow larger and larger, all aiming their deadly points directly at the charging Seo Kang Yu. Seo Kang Yu rears back his fist, facing tens of thousands of stone spikes that are rocketing towards him at unbelievable speed. He unleashes a punch of immense power towards the incoming barrage. With a ferocious snarl, the spikes narrowly whip past his body. Suddenly, Seo Kang Yu's eyes fly open in shock. The ground around him erupts in a chain of explosions, sending dirt and rock everywhere. Standing in the crater, Kang Yu slams his now massive transformed hands into the earth. He stares ahead in disbelief. An enormous object is hurtling straight for him. Through the thick cloud of dust, it's closing in on Seo Kang Yu at terrifying speed. Kang Yu eyes the object and throws a single punch forward. His fist gets closer and closer to impact. As his fist is about to connect, Seo Kang Yu grits his teeth. A massive explosion erupts, sending him flying backward. The object slams hard into Seo Kang Yu's body. He's thrown through the air, crashing into the mountain behind him with a colossal impact. Seung Hoan's hands are still out, controlling that very same object. I know what you're thinking. And yes, he's using the brother as a shield. After the dust settles on the mountainside, the object is completely unharmed, still hovering in midair. Seung Hoan catches it, laughing maniacally as he walks forward. He holds it up, sneering. You can't attack this, can you? Seo Kang Yu struggles to his feet after that devastating blow. Seung Hoan keeps talking. I just had a great idea. Seung Hoan looks at the object with a twisted, innocent expression and asks, if I eat this, then you won't be able to attack me at all, right? Seo Kang Yu is just completely stunned into silence. Seung Hoan continues, but it's too big. I can't swallow it whole. As he talks, he channels power into the object. I'll just have to compress it a bit. Suddenly, something powerful begins to bulge out from it. Without warning, Seo Kang Ho drives his boot down hard, slamming Seung Hoan into the ground before he can react. Seung Hoan's eyes go wide in shock as he spits out a mouthful of blood. And trust me, this is where things get absolutely brutal. Seo Kang Ho plants his foot on Seung Hoan, pinning him down. He slowly raises a clenched fist. He takes aim and brings his fist down with crushing force right on Seung Hoan's face. The punches just keep coming. Another punch lands so powerful it sends debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Stepmiss Hero and Tatsu Jin just casually watch the show. Seo Kang Ho's face is pure rage. Until suddenly 2 hands grab onto his arm. It's Seung Hoan looking completely wrecked from the ground, grabbing onto Seo Kang Ho's arm. Then a blue light explodes from between them. Seo Kang Ho's eyes bulge stunned. He looks down to see Seung Hoan smiling back at him, showing zero pain. A massive pillar of power erupts skyward, forcing everyone to look up. And this right here is where everything changes. Meanwhile, S starts making these weird noises and Ska clasps her hands together nervously. Her eyes go wide as she whispers, "It's so beautiful." Ska then adds, "Such a shame. If only they could just reconcile." Kato cuts in, "That's never gonna happen." Beside him, Canis agrees, "My thoughts exactly." Canis looks down. Besides, it looks like this fight's about to wrap up. Seung Hoan gets up looking at Seo Kang Ho, who's now motionless. Covered in blood and wounds, Seung Hoan just stares straight ahead. Shaking, Seo Kang Ho pushes himself to his feet, his eyes burning with absolute fury. He staggers up as Seung Hoan watches from the ground. Seung Hoan's eyes snap open as streams of energy begin to materialize. More and more appear one after another. These energy streams swarm forward completely, surrounding Seo Kang Ho. They just keep erupting from the ground. They keep coming, closing in on Seo Kang Ho from all sides. Ska and the others can only stare in disbelief at the scene. Ska shouts, "What is that thing?" She and everyone else watch as countless threads weave together into something absolutely massive. A single laugh echoes in front of the giant web. A battered Seung Hoan looks at his creation and speaks, "Seriously, how many skills you even have? There's just no way I can beat you." And yeah, you heard that right, he's taunting him. "Hey, so how does it feel?" Seung Hoan's voice rings out. "What's it like to kill someone?" Seo Kang Ho is on one knee just staring. Seung Hoan just grins and continues, "Pretty disappointing, isn't it? Just like it was for me. You barely even touch them, and they vanish. Not even enough for you to let off all that pent-up steam of yours." Seo Kang Ho listens to his words, saying, "Shut your mouth." The energy still swirls around him. Seung Hoan continues, "And what if I don't?" he says with a smug look. "After having all your fun with me, don't you feel better now that you've vented all those negative feelings? You must be feeling pretty annoyed." Seo Kang Ho's brow furrows as Seung Hoan keeps talking about having to hold back his own power for so long. He goes on, "It's because you have to travel with that bunch of trash. Am I wrong?" An image of Lao Sa and his teammates flashes by at Seung Hoan's words. Seo Kang Ho stammers, "You," as Seung Hoan watches his reaction. Seung Hoan looks at him blankly. "You?" Seo Kang Ho's face darkens as he growls, "You don't know a thing." A look of pure contempt crosses Seung Hoan's face. He glances up at the massive web. "Man, this skill looks seriously dangerous. This has to be your final attack, right? I'm almost out of gas myself, so this is getting tricky." Seung Hoan continues, "I don't know, that giant web in the sky is pretty terrifying." He looks up clearly, enjoying this. "If I had just listened to XA and grown up, you think I could have beaten you?" Seung Hoan wonders, staring up at the web. Seo Kang Ho answers without hesitation, "That would never happen, because you're going to die right here." Ska is stunned, silent. The web rises slowly, blocking out the entire sky. Panicked, Ska shouts, "Huh. What is going on in there?" Ska reaches out, power gathering around her hand as a purple magic circle phases through the web. Panicking, she guides the circle and yells, "Seung Hoan." His image appears inside her portal. Through the portal, Ska sees Seung Hoan get brutally stabbed, eyes wide. "And trust me, you are not ready for this." He's killed instantly. Seo Kang Ho's eyes widen as his face darkens. All Ska sees is Seung Hoan impaled by hundreds of bloody threads. The threads, all coming from Seo Kang Ho himself, run him through. His eyes bulge, mouth wide open without a single sound. Ska screams in horror. Seung Hoan, she throws her hands up, activating her power, and instantly teleports right to his side. Then he gently pulls him through the gate. But Seung Hoan is completely limp, not moving a muscle. It looks like that last fight completely drained him. Ska starts to panic. "Heal him now." Terapia just rolls up her sleeves and steps forward. Terapia calmly says, "Move aside," then kneels and plunges his arm straight into Seung Hoan's heart. And just like that, you and I watch as the bloody threads on Seung Hoan just vanish, sucked right into Terapia's hand. He's impressed, admitting he can't believe the kid could protect his vitals even in that chaotic state. His combat instincts are flawless, he says, as the blood threads creep all the way up his elbow. Terapia stands up. Done. But Sin sees Seung Hoan isn't waking up and shakes him. "Seung Hoan, wake up." Terapia raises his arm, now covered in those bloody filaments. His face is blank as he says, "A formidable power." Then he just chops his own arm off in front of everyone, and a new one grows back instantly. He asks them, "So what do we do with Seo Kang Ho now?" A voice rings out, "What else?" "It's Hero," he says coldly. "We kill him on the spot," but another voice cuts in, "Wait." Everyone turns to Seung Ka. After checking Seung Hoan's pulse, she looks up and says, "Before we do that," she pleads, a symbol glowing in her eye, "I want to talk to him one last time." Now let's check in on Seo Kang Yu, face down and motionless in the center of the battlefield. After a moment, he staggers to his feet. Something appears in his vision, a coiled-up ball of flesh. He instinctively knows it's the most important person in his life, his brother, Seo Kang Yu. Seo Kang Yu slowly approaches and gently picks it up. Looking at that lump of flesh, his heart breaks. Despair floods his mind as his vision blurs reality and illusion mixing together. If only this were a dream, he thinks, then his brother would still be alive. Suddenly, a portal opens right in front of him. Sin Ce steps out and says, "Seo Kang Yu." She begs him, looking incredibly worried. It's not too late. But this isn't a dream. Even exhausted, Seo Kang Yu knows she's an enemy and unleashes his ultimate technique. He glares at her with pure hatred, ready to strike. Sinka falters, looking genuinely confused. "I really don't understand this." A flash of light and Seo Kang Yu's powers are instantly suppressed. He's clearly pissed off. One of the criminals had set up a complex magic circle. Wyatt says coldly, "Looks like negotiations failed. We kill him now." Before he recovers even a tiny bit of energy, he says, turning to the others, "Any objections?" They all shout in unison. "Agreed." Frieda says with pity, "I feel sorry for the young man." Baekhyun speaks weakly, "I'm scared of killing. But I think I'm more scared of him staying alive." Natura laughs. "Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad." Maladidi stretches and whines, "Ugh, I'm starving, let's hurry up." Sipin just grins with excitement. "This guy might actually be able to entertain me." Vi writes with a pen, lamenting, "It ends here, what a shame." Hyun Do-yoon just smirks. "Ha, he's scarier than any demon." Ho sees this and teases him, getting scared, little rabbit. "Okay, you're not ready for this." A booming voice echoes from above them, "Make way for me." They look up. Hero has turned into a giant. He clenches his massive fist and swings it down, aiming straight for Seo Kang Yu, who curls up to protect the only thing his brother left him. He takes the hit without a single sound. Hero is throwing the first punch. Hyun Do-yoon summons a Kirin. Wyatt makes his move too. The criminals from B3 and B4 all begin their assault on Seo Kang Yu. The air smells like burnt smoke. A question pops into Seo Kang Yu's head. How long has it been? Seo Kang Yu exhales after the brutal beatdown from the convicts. He lies there motionless, still clutching that ball of flesh. Hero raises his foot to stomp. "All right, let's end this." Seo Kang Yu is powerless, just waiting for the final blow. A whirlwind of air swirls around Hero's foot. It's impossible to tell what he's thinking right now. Just as he's about to crush him, a blue light flashes. A hand reaches out, blocking the attack with pure power. Seung Hoan is awake. "Sing Ka," he says to her, "didn't you once say I'd get stronger as I grew up?" Hearing his voice, Sin Ce spins around in shock. Seung Hoan. The other criminals all turn to look at him. Seung Hoan says brightly, "You know what?" As all the criminals watch, he continues, "For the first time in my life, I have a dream." He says it with pure excitement, his eyes shining. "I want to defeat Seo Kang Yu." Sin K is absolutely speechless. "So don't kill him," Seung Hoan declares. "I'll be the one to finish him." Wyatt's eyes widen. "Nonsense, we're killing him now." Sin Ka cuts him off. As Wyatt stares in disbelief, she simply says, "Let's go home." Her melodic voice rings out, "Everyone promised they would listen to me." At her words, they all fall silent. No objections. "So what do you and I make of this?" A cloud of dust blows by. Sin K opens a portal for everyone to leave. She smiles at Seung Hoan. "Want us to help you?" Seung Hoan just grabs his hat. "It's fine." He pulls his hood up, glancing back at Seo Kang Yu's motionless body. Seung Hoan leaves him with one promise. "Next time I'll win." Then he vanishes through the portal. A news report flashes on screen detailing the pulse weapon attack on Lucillus prison. 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4, and 3 B5 prisoners have escaped. You and I both know this is where the real chaos begins. Watching from above, an old man has seen the whole thing. He lets out an excited laugh. Kingston just smiles. Things are about to get interesting. And just as Kingston predicted, Sin Ka is about to turn the entire world completely upside down. A diaper-wearing Red Star giggles. Meow, 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 meow. The person opposite them is stunned. What? Really? The little star just keeps meowing insistently. The girl talking to it seems conflicted, hesitating for a moment. "I'm still not ready." The Red Star replies, "Meow, meow, meow." Suddenly, the screen glitches out and goes black. The Earth appears branded with a strange symbol. A cheerful voice rings out. "A new world. Alpha World welcomes you." Sin Ce appears with 2 others. She waves cheerfully. "Well, hello everyone, I'm Sin Ce and I'll be your new Eve." She then gestures to the 2 beside her. "And with me are some special guests." The man speaks Canis. The cat-eye girl introduces herself. I'm Gato. Text flashes on screen. What is Alpha World? Canis takes the question. Alpha World is a world we created, he explains, to save the part of humanity that's been infected. With the lovely Miss Sinka as humanity's Eve. The next question pops up. Who gets to stay in Alpha World? This time, Gato answers. To become part of Alpha World, there are a few conditions. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. The first condition. She pauses for dramatic effect, is that the person must possess powerful abilities. A ridiculously muscular man flashes on screen. Then the image cuts to a horde of rats as Gato continues speaking. Second, you cannot harbor anyone with a rejected gene source. Gato adds, third, you must be healthy enough to continue the species. Another question appears on the screen. What happens to those who don't meet the qualifications? Sinka answers with a look of fake pity. I think those with unchosen genes are simply being punished for their sins in the old world. They deserve to die. Sinka points directly at the camera. And if someone commits a capital crime, what do we do? She smiles. That's right. She claps her hands. They must be eliminated. Anyone with an unqualified gene source deserves to be terminated, she declares with chilling enthusiasm. At the same time, a letter appears on screen. Over the next month, we will select the new humans qualified for Alpha World and send them invitations. Shinsuke makes a throat-slitting gesture while smiling. Anyone who dares refuse our invitation will be guilty of harboring those with rejected genes, and they will be eliminated too. So I hope you'll all consider our invitation very carefully. She clasps her hands together earnestly. So will the future of our new humanity be a bright one. And trust me, what comes next is even crazier. She leans into the camera and winks. Well, it all depends on your future, Eve. Me, Shinsuke. Bye now. The screen glitches again, cutting back to the original cartoon. The girl pouts at the red star, meow, meow, meow. The red star pouts right back, meow, meow, meow. The screen flickers off again, the light from the monitor fading to black. In a dark room, 7 figures are gathered around a meeting table. Under a harsh spotlight, one of them finally breaks the silence. All right. The speaker brings up the Lucillus prison break and the broadcast that immediately followed it. The WSCBZ chairman speaks confidently. The WSC World Security Council will now begin its emergency meeting. Shinsuke's profile appears on the monitor. Someone mutters, Shinsuke. That's the woman with the pulse weapon, correct? Is she on the villain list? We asked the Hero Association. They said no. A man with glasses speaks up. This is trouble. I can't believe it. The heroes of justice are barely gone and now this happens. The woman beside him asks, so how do we handle this? Another person interjects. Before we deal with that, he questions, let's face a few other problems first. Enye, leader of the Peace Party, stands up and slams the table. Warden Soon of Lucillus prison executed inmates on her own authority without reporting to her superiors. He scowls. Since when can one single individual decide to hand out a death sentence? Her actions cause chaos and deep concern. Another member cuts in, we're in a crisis. Why are we wasting time on such trivial matters? He argues that the warden simply made the most rational decision given the circumstances she was in. This is Authority, 2-term chairman of the Hero Association and the current leader of the World Party. If it were me, I would have done the same thing, Authority says. And he fires back. The situation was urgent, sure, but she didn't have time to file a report. Authority immediately defends his position. She puts on her hat, not a second to waste. You and I are about to see why she's heading straight for Seo Kang Yu. I can understand her actions. He glances at the man beside him. Any objections from your end? The pensive old man is El Guido, the Minister of Justice. El Guido speaks up. While I don't agree with giving one person the power to execute others on a whim, all eyes turn to him. El Guido just raises his hands and smiles. Look, I'm not a fan of letting any individual play judge, jury, and executioner. But given these special circumstances, I completely understand. Just then, the fire commissioner chimes in. That must have been a difficult decision. Looking at the situation, I'm concerned our side will suffer heavy losses. A woman named the police commissioner, retorts irritably. Aren't we already suffering losses? Ever since public security collapsed after that broadcast, have we had a single moment of rest? Vice Minister of Defense Gazette takes a drag from his cigar. Is it time we admit we're in a war, or are we still focused on a simple prison break? Now watch this. Authority slams the table furious. I'm telling you those prisoners deserve to die. He points accusingly at Crom and Guerra. We've backed ourselves into this corner, and isn't it because you insisted on clinging to those old prison sentences? Crom denies it. That wasn't me. Authority plows on. If I were still president of the Hero Association, that scum would be dead before an execution was even necessary. I can't understand how you all invite disaster upon yourselves, just because you won't kill wanted criminals the second you catch them. He grits his teeth in pure rage. Ever since Lao Sa became the Hero Association president, the world has been a complete mess. The man says calmly, you haven't changed one bit, have you? he continues. You really think the decisions you made as president were the right ones? Take a good look at the heroes from your time. He turns to Authority. Most of the heroes under your leadership were never mentally stable. Authority snaps back annoyed. So what? They argue, one claiming it's better to control them than to let them become villains. The other shoots back immediately. Is being a hero really that important? Authority grimaces. Of course it is. After Lao Sa took over, people who could have been heroes started turning into villains instead. And now they're causing trouble everywhere. Bada glares at him. Authority, your idea of a hero is nothing like mine. Authority retorts, you're all just a bunch of deluded idealists chasing a perfect world while ignoring the reality right in front of you. Okay, while they're bickering, Bez, who's been silent this whole time, finally speaks up. Lao Sa, the entire room unconsciously falls quiet, all eyes on him. He says, if she were present here today. Looking toward an empty seat, he continues, I wonder what her opinion would be. Authority silently clenches, his jaw clicks, his tongue, and storms out. At his car, the secretary opens the door. Did the meeting go well, sir? Authority says curtly. Not at all. He scowls. Those people are such a nuisance. I don't think there's anything to even discuss here. Just kill all the prisoners and be done with it. He mutters, this is all that witch's fault, that witch Lao Sa. His secretary asks him, what do you intend to do now? Authority answers. After Lao Sa became president of the Hero Association, he often thought about the members of the World Security Council. Remembering their hateful faces, he sneers. The Redemption faction includes the Peace Party, the Fire Commissioner, and the Vice Minister of Defense, and the current Hero Association president. Authority frowns. The Punishment faction has the World Party and the Police Commissioner. Then there's Bada, and the Neutral Party is the Minister of Justice. Thinking it over, he sighs. Because those four ganged up against the two of us, our opinion was completely ignored. Even the current chairman is starting to lean towards Lao Sa's side. He says, but the president's chair is currently vacant. We just need to get our own person in that spot, and it's over. He'd do anything to balance the scales. If it were 3 against 3, our opinion might have been taken seriously. Authority pauses, looking out the window. We're going to see Seo Kang Yu, the former hero of justice, he says with a determined voice. I'm absolutely certain of it. A suspicion forms in his mind. The others have already started making their moves. Authority thinks of a pink-haired girl with bunny ears. His secretary asks, but isn't Seo Kang Yu quite close to Lao Sa? Authority says, yes, he is. A sinister grin spreads across his face, but the situation has changed quite a bit now, hasn't it? At his command, the secretary starts the car heading straight for Seo Kang Yu. At that very moment, Seo Kang Yu is lying in an operating room. His lips are cracked from dehydration as he groggily opens his eyes. A question was once posed to the heroes. Why can't heroes kill villains? Hearing it, Judd just burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I had the same exact thought when I first joined Equality. He said Seo Kang Yu would help you find the answer. And that's the one question we're all dying to have answered. Alright, let's dive into one of the toughest questions a hero can face, to kill or not to kill. He hesitates. I don't want to, waving his hand. If being a hero means killing, I'd rather not be a hero at all. Next up is Midius. She says my older sister is a criminal on death row in prison. She continues timidly, she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she deserves a chance to atone for her sins. Mago just strokes his chin. Why can't heroes kill villains? Let's try flipping that question around. Why should heroes have to kill villains? He wonders grimly. Because their lives are worthless? Or is it because they've given up on being human? What makes a life valuable? What does being human even mean? Then with a smile, tough right, let's think together. Lao Sa says it plain and simple, a hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people. She holds out her hand. From now on, save people with us. Suddenly, Seung Hoan's vision goes completely black. A voice whispers, Seo Kang Yu, you will. He's in a daze. Why everyone? He sees portraits of 5 fallen comrades. And here's the question tearing him apart. Why did you all leave without giving me the answer? Then Han Jia appears. She stammers. As an investigator, I don't oppose the death penalty. I have a responsibility to tell the criminals what they did wrong before they are executed. Seo Kang Yu stands before him looking exhausted. The law is what judges people, and we as investigators simply carry out those verdicts. Then the image of Seo Kang Yu crumples like paper, but his voice still echoes. That's why before an execution, an investigator's duty is. His eyes snap open, blood rain. The stench of iron is everywhere as a voice calls his name, Seo Kang Yu. A hand offers him a ball of flesh. A giant version of Seung Hoan taunts him. Even you find this fun, don't you? After everything that's happened, he says excitedly, they're still spouting all that idealistic nonsense. Seo Kang Yu is frozen solid in a sea of blood. He jolts awake, panting as a voice calls his name, Seo Kang Yu. Lipers sits legs crossed. You're awake. Worried, she asks, are you okay? But he can't shake the nightmare. The world is still a blur. I'm sorry, Lipers admits. I should have come to help. I knew something was going down in that prison. Lipers looks away sheepishly. But I couldn't get the details because the investigator covered up the entire riot. Seo Kang Ho covers his eyes. It's fine. Even if you were there, you wouldn't have been able to help. Lipers is still worried. Are you really okay? I heard about your mission. Executing criminals in the prison. He cuts her off, looking right at Lipers. Actually, I'm not okay at all. She just stares. Kang Ho. Okay, and here's the breaking point. His eyes blaze with fury. I should have killed all of them, but I couldn't. Lipers is stunned. He asks her, Lipers, did you come here to tell me I shouldn't kill villains? If so, you can just leave. I am not a hero anymore. Facing her disbelief, he says clearly, now I'm an investigator. Lipers lowers her head. We need to form a new hero association and select heroes for a new equality. She says, I'm the acting chairman for the Hero Association right now, but with all the upcoming changes, we need a real hero to lead. Lipers looks him dead in the eye, so we were thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the chairman of the Hero Association. Seo Kang Ho cuts her off. I already told you. He glares at her. I'm not a hero anymore. Let heroes do what heroes need to do. As soon as I recover, Seo Kang Ho says I'm doing what I have to do. Lipers stands up. Kang Ho. Another voice interrupts. Hero Seo Kang Ho, you're absolutely right. Authority stands by the bed, hands in his pockets. He smirks down at Seo Kang Ho. So you're investigator Seo Kang Ho. Now Ho. Lipers is shocked. Authority. He slowly approaches the bed. You went through hell executing those criminals all by yourself, but you won't have to anymore. Authority declares, I will soon become the chairman of the Hero Association and I intend to have heroes execute criminals. What? Lipers shouts. Seo Kang Ho is on high alert. You're the world faction rep. What are you talking about? Authority answers. I'll be stepping down from that position very soon, he continues, so I can run for the Hero Association's chairman election. Authority adjusts his suit, looking at Seo Kang Ho. I came here to see if you were interested in becoming the Hero Association chairman, but I see that's no longer necessary. We'll just say I came by to say hello. He turns for the door. Hope you recover soon. Just you wait. And trust me, things are about to get absolutely wild. You think anyone will vote for you? Authority just scoffs. But with a smug grin, he says, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Lepus turns to Seo Kang Ho, her voice filled with anxiety. Kang Ho, with his eyes shut, just says, I'm tired. He looks at Lepus. You should go. Lepus is left completely stunned and speechless. A moment later, Authority is in his car. Looking out at the city, he says, just as I thought. He reflects quietly. Everyone is incredibly busy. So many different people, including himself and Lepus, are probably all turning to one person. Seo Kang Ho. He thinks out loud. Ever since these powers appeared, life has gotten complicated for a lot of people. The organizations, the military, and the police are all relying far too much on a single powerful individual. Authorities' thoughts turn to the WSC, the World Security Council. They'll probably soon be debating Seo Kang Ho's execution of criminals and whether he should even be granted that power in the first place. He continues, under current law, Seo Kang Ho's actions are illegal. His secretary asks, so what do you plan to do? Authority clicks his tongue, an idea forming in his head. Well, if that's what the law dictates. And here we go. At the meeting of party leaders, Rennie slams the table. We need to punish the investigator from Lucillus prison. Chrome fires back. Wasn't that an exceptional circumstance? She says. Even if one of my subordinates did that, I'd let it slide. Rennie tries to argue, but someone else just jumps in with a bunch of nonsense. Authority cuts in. You haven't offered any useful information or a single viable solution. All you're talking about are these perfect idealistic situations that mean absolutely nothing. Rennie's face twists in anger. Idealistic? I already gave you a solution. Then he points to the people around the table, firefighters, military, police. Crom raises her hand. I will never agree to that. He presses on. Including having the Hero Association cooperate in arresting criminals. We will make them face the judgment of the law. Authority shouts, and that's your brilliant solution. Rennie casually replies, yes. Authority immediately points at him. Are your brains in the clouds? At this point, Bez speaks up. Authority. Even he's getting tired of this mess. Then what's your solution? Authority says. Let's put it to a vote. Everyone is stunned. A vote. Authority continues, let the nations vote on whether investigator Seo Kang Ho, he leans on the table, dead serious, should be given the right to execute. We will change the law. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A license to kill. After hearing Authority's proposal, everyone is just floored. A vote, Authority says, that's right. Instead of us arguing in circles, a vote is much clearer. He looks around at the others. Aren't you all supposed to be working for the people? Rennie immediately argues back. Deciding things like this by majority rule is dangerous. Authority points right in his face. What are you looking down on the people now? Seeing Rennie cornered and unable to argue, Authority looks triumphant. I see right through you. He provokes him. You're just trying to avoid it. Because you think you're going to lose, aren't you? He glances to his left. Am I wrong? All eyes turn to the highest power in the room, the chairman. He closes his eyes, thinks for a few minutes, then says, all right, let's hold a vote. The emotions of everyone present are a chaotic mix of joy and dread. 2 weeks later, a blue-haired woman reads the results. Everyone listens on edge. In favor, 88%. Opposed, 12%. An absolutely overwhelming victory for the IAs. Authority grins with satisfaction. Well, that was a given. The woman continues, according to the opinions of the pro-vote side, and everyone leans in. This situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be eliminated. The law need not apply to them because they are beasts that have given up their right to be human. Authority's annoyed expression instantly morphs into pure excitement. Furthermore, because these problems arose in the pursuit of justice, the right to execute should be given to all heroes, not just Seo Kang Yu. Her tone remains neutral. As for the opinion of the opposing side, she says Seo Kang Yu's current mental state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Granting him the right to execute is extremely dangerous. The mood in the room turns grim. Everyone looks thoughtful. If you give one person the power of execution, it could lead to the same problems we've seen with heroes before. If an individual starts placing their own judgment above the law, then society itself is at risk of collapse. Finally, she stresses, that is the opinion of the opposition. Rene speaks first. We can accept this result in a way that satisfies everyone. Authority slams the table. Damn it, his face twists in rage. Satisfy everyone. You and I both know that's code for do nothing. The results were a landslide. What is there left to talk about? Bez cuts in. That's enough. Don't cause a scene. He says calmly, bring Seo Kang Yu here at once. At the office, the evening sun streams in. Bez stands against the light. It's been a while, hasn't it? He speaks to the young man standing tall before him. Seo Kang Yu. Bez asks, have you heard the news? And Seo Kang Yu replies, yeah, I heard. B presses, so what's the call? Seo Kang Yu announces, based on the results of the vote, I'm executing them all with my own 2 hands. Bez interjects, I have one more question for you. He expects, waiting for his answer. What will you do if the vote went against us? The old man's brow furrowed. Seo Kang Yu's eyes glowed red. I'd kill them all and turn myself in. Trust me, he means it. B considered it. All right. He looked up again and added one more thing. He thought of the former hero. If Lao Sa were here, what do you think she'd do? Seo Kang Yu looked surprised. He paused for a moment as B watched him with anticipation. Honestly. Seo Kang Yu started clenching his fist tightly. He'd get a better answer asking Lao Sa herself. B sighed. Yeah, you're probably right. He looked straight into Seo Kang Yu's eyes and asked one final question. After all this is over. Seo Kang Yu, already turning to leave, looked back. Will you go back to being a hero again? He walked away, leaving a single reply hanging in the air. I really don't know. As soon as the meeting ended, the press was already swarming the story. In front of a sea of cameras, a special law concerning Seo Kang Yu was officially passed. B made the announcement. His voice was steady. Warden Seo Kang Yu has been granted the authority to carry out death sentences, to deal with the recent Lucillus prison breaks, and to prevent any future terrorist attacks. His gaze was like steel. Authority stared at the screen. All right, one step at a time. Maybe we can get things back to normal. Lupus sat on the grass watching the news in total silence. B's speech played on screens everywhere. A woman clutched a funeral urn, tears streaming down her face as she sat on a cold bench. The tears just wouldn't stop. Kang Yi. Elsewhere, a familiar voice spoke up. Humph. So that's their move. Huh. Well, then we need to prepare. Now. Shinka turned around. Everyone ready. And folks, this is where it all kicks off. The criminals were buzzing with anticipation. Shinka finished her sentence. The executioners. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu smiled, now fully healed. Not long ago in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex swirled into existence carrying a single piece of paper and invitation. It was said to be from the world government. Everyone looked up and froze. A massive blue vortex dominated the sky, hanging in midair. Inside it, a green magic circle started to form. A strange noise echoed out, but no one knew what it was. Then, in an instant, an explosion rained down from above, completely wiping out everyone below. That single strike tore a huge crater in the ground. Wow, a cheerful voice called out as the villains stepped out of the gate. From Shinka, Ho stretched. Warm, isn't it? The girl with an umbrella spoke to Wet, who just fired the attack. You madman, Moores complained. Not happy. What if someone there actually got an invitation? Why attack so randomly? Wet just scoffed. If a blast like that kills them, they didn't deserve an invite anyway. Moments later, on screens all across the globe, an image appeared. The face of Zinka. She smiled, her expression as cheerful as ever. Hello everyone, my name is Zinka. She pointed right at the camera. And watch closely, this broadcast changes everything. The World Security Council could only watch in silence as Zinka announced that the execution for those with rejected genes will now begin. On cue, the criminals started moving into the world's major cities excited to wreak havoc. Seo Kang Yu put on his hat, his eyes determined. Meanwhile, in the World Security Council's meeting room, a secretary began her report. In this incident, based on files from the Hero Association, the one with tattoos under his eye and on his neck is named Wet. He's a summoner-type villain previously captured by the hero Mago. He can steal an opponent's summoning ability and turn it into a tattoo on his own body. By simply raising his hand, he can unleash a massive explosion. Looking at the devastation, Wet felt absolutely nothing. They're pathetic. He has the power to copy any summoner's ability. He looked at his hands, disgusted. I should have stolen Mago's gladiator-type power instead. Next up, the cat-eared girl Ho, a physical-type villain, previously captured by the hero Du Yudi. She can transform into a fox spirit, and in the blink of an eye, she's able to slaughter several hundred people. Ho sighed, her face splattered with blood. Oh, where am I gonna find someone who can actually stop me? Next is Hyun Du Yang, a special type always wearing that mysterious smirk. He's a villain who was once captured by the hero. Hup. He clasped his hands. A blue light flashed. Release. Two lion-like beasts appeared immediately, beginning their rampage. His ability is demon summoning. Ho ran up to him, rubbing affectionately. Pretty strong, right? The girl with the umbrella. Morris is also a special type. A villain once captured by the hero Tome. She's your classic example of a special type user. Morris stood behind a man crawling and screaming for help. You're so noisy, she said. Not very elegant, are you? A no-entry sign appeared above him. Eva was right. Suddenly, an orange ribbon appeared on the man's neck and tightened, strangling him to death. Morris sneered. The unchosen genes really are pathetic right from the start. The secretary concluded her report. Her power is incredibly complex. She continued, the Hero Association has already dispatched forces near Portugal to resolve the situation. Authority just scowled. Shh, it's useless. And honestly, you and I both know he's right. What's the point? You never wanted to kill them anyway. All right, you and I are jumping right into a high-level emergency meeting. To Bada, he says, the firefighters will prioritize civilian rescue. Bada replies, yes, Mr. Chairman. Bez then looks over to Guerra and Grom. The army and police are to protect the people. Guerra immediately responds, yes, sir. But Grom hesitates. We're not strong enough to stop them. We'll just have to call the hero squad for help in the end. Bez turns again to Elgido. Elgido, where is Officer Seo Kang Yu? Elgido answers, I'm listening. He continues, the warden said he headed out the moment he saw the broadcast. Ahen suddenly complains, wait, we still haven't fired her yet. Bez asks his secretary, is there any way to know what the enemy's goal is this time? The secretary nervously replies, we still haven't figured out what they want. Before this attack, Sinclair had pointed to her comrades, the goal for all of you is to execute everyone with an unchosen gene set and to help those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha world. Now listen close, because here's where we learn the real plan. First, we'll give them a gentle taste. Convincing the remaining invitees will be much easier after that. All eyes turned to her as she spoke. She continued, for now, I want you to focus on bringing people in, not slaughter. Then she spread her arms wide, relishing the moment. In the end, we can kill as many of the unchosen as we want anyway. But Moores steps in to stop the other three. Hey, that's enough. Seriously, she says, that's a good enough warm-up, got it. Let's get to the mission Eva gave us. Heo complains, all, but I wanted to destroy a little more. Huang Du Yang just nods. Yeah, but Alwet doesn't agree so easily. He sneers, I'll do what I want. If I keep destroying this place, our invitees will eventually have to show themselves. Moores fires back angry. You're going too far. Are you ignoring the mission Eva gave you? He just says casually, and if I am, what are you gonna do about it? As they stare, Huang Du Yang raises his hand, forming a seal for another summon. Tam Tuk O, a skinny skeletal bird, appears looking ugly as sin. He hops on and says, I doubt he'll leave even if you tell him to. The fox spirit jumps up excitedly. Whoa, let me on. Moores can't do a thing, just clicks her tongue and leaves. Awet says, as soon as I'm done, I'll report this to Eva. Do whatever you want. Hearing that they leave him to it, the scene is total ruin, a city engulfed in flames. Alwet sighs, breathing fire as he complains, nothing's changed since I got out of prison. What a pain. He pulls up his sleeve, looking at the tattoo on his arm. Everything's the same. No matter how much I destroy, my power never gets any stronger. What a cursed ability. Looking at these diamond shapes, he says, I get it now. Let me tell you, that look in his eyes gets real sharp. I have to keep stealing. While he's distracted, a pair of giant feet comes crashing down. It's a massive rabbit falling right on a wet who quickly throws up a barrier. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice. Who are you? A person is standing on a flying carrot and the giant rabbit vanishes. The person says with disgust, you really haven't changed at all, even after all this time out of prison. Lepus scowls. Didn't you learn anything in there? The barrier Owet created begins to crack. He frowns and says, Lepus, perfect timing. Did you give Mago a proper burial? We cut to a school, the USB Academy for the Gifted. Inside a classroom, a teacher is lecturing. A young boy in the front row raises his hand. Teacher, I'm scared. The teacher gives them a warm, comforting smile. Everything's going to be okay. He winks. No matter what happens, I'll always protect you. Follow me to the shelter. Just as he finishes, a single clap echoes through the room. Everyone turns to see a woman who suddenly appeared. At the back of the class, it was Moors who clapped. She smirks. How wonderful. Truly an admirable teacher. The children scream and scatter in fear. Moors frowns. You're all so loud. How rude. Grom shields the kids behind him. He takes a defensive stance, saying angrily, Moors. She remains calm. Oh, you know me. How embarrassing. She grabs her umbrella. Don't be afraid. I know you also receive an invitation from Eva. With that, she leaps down. All of you who got an invitation, follow me. Grom cuts her off. Please leave immediately. He kneels down, holding the children. I won't let you take a single one of them. Rejected before she could even act, Moore says, annoyed. You're not very smart, are you? She taps the umbrella against her hand and begins to use her power. To think you dare interrupt me, Grom feels. The pressure radiating from her. Moores adjusts her hat. I'll have to teach you a lesson. This school for the gifted built in the Greek style. After the meal and mail incident was made to educate children with special abilities. Under the direction of Lao Sa and Mago, these special schools were built across the world. Here kids were taught by hero teachers how to adapt, and more importantly, how to control their powers. Moores tips her hat. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Why are you trying to talk to a beast? Yeah, you and I know a real fight is about to start. And just like that, let's see how our heroes get out of this one. The law domain activates. Her hat explodes in size, slamming down and trapping everyone inside as the kids scream in terror. What the hell is this? Grom shouts. Moores just orders silence. The second she says it, a bizarre symbol appears on the kids' mouths, morphing into masks that seal them shut. They can't rip them off. Moores smirks. Humph. Finally, some peace. This is her special ability, the law. It only activates when she deems someone beneath her, letting her restrict their actions or even deal damage. If I see any more of your pointless struggling, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. Grom keeps a careful eye on her. She summons these creepy eyeball things. Moores scoffs, a typical power for someone who preys on the weak. Then she calls out the three kids, who received special invitations, step forward now. They hesitantly step out, met with a sea of intimidating glares. Moores pulls out a list. Let's see now. All of them are special types. A very versatile class. From this moment on, you will all work together to build a new world for your queen. She glares at the silenced children and says, answer me. The symbol vanishes. One of the boys nervously asks the queen, is she that woman we saw on TV? Moores gives a sickeningly sweet smile. Precisely. A truly beautiful woman with a flawless ideology. The kid immediately fires back, then I refuse. And this right here is where these kids show some serious guts. Didn't she say on TV that she'd eliminate everyone without abilities? I have tons of friends who don't have powers and I would never ever hurt them. The little cat-faced girl beside him chimes in, me too. My parents don't have any abilities either, and they haven't done anything wrong. The little demon girl stammers, I agree with them. The kids gang up on her. Besides, our teacher taught us that discrimination and hating people is just plain wrong. He also said anyone who uses their powers to force their will on others instead of talking it out is a bad guy. You're a bad guy. Let us go. Moores just stares for a second, then asks, so you don't like it? No, we hate it, they yell back. She instantly summons another prohibition sign right under their feet. Fine, then die. Suddenly, orange bows materialize around their necks. But hold on, you and I are about to see what a real hero does. Suddenly, Moore's eyes go wide. Grom coughs up a spray of blood as a green aura flares around him. His neck starts bleeding instead of the kids. He's panting hard. And that's when Moores finally gets it. His ability absorbs all direct attacks, aimed at a target. A special type known as the bodyguard. Moores just laughs. Ha ha ha, so that's why. The queen sent you an invitation. The perfect ability for a bodyguard. It lets the queen operate without any risk. A good bodyguard is essential. It'd be a waste to kill someone with your talent. Grom grunts through the pain. Moores, we know all about you. From when you were just a kid. Before he can say more, she holds up a hand. Stop. Her face darkens. You heard that from Tom, didn't you? How impolite digging up a lady's past. Grom just glares at her. I didn't come here to take a trip down memory lane, she snaps. I am here under the Queen's direct order to select those who are worthy of joining the Alpha world. Just hand over the kids and I'll spare your life. Grom doesn't even hesitate. No, I can't do that. His answer seems to genuinely confuse her. And why not? Is one of them secretly your kid? No, Grom replies. Moores tilts her head, waiting for the rest. He says with absolute conviction, because I'm their teacher. Grom is a member of the Hero Association and a teacher at the Ability Academy. His defense is so strong he can block attacks from prisoners on the 3rd and even 4th floors. But back when Authority ran the Hero Association, he was stuck as the number 5 hero. And there was a reason for that. One day, Authority called him into his office. How long are you going to keep this up? He asked, looking down on him. We don't need a human punching bag. The reason was simple. Grom had 0 offensive capabilities. He couldn't actually finish off any villains. But when Lhasa took over as president, she called him into her office. She told him, I'd like you to be a teacher at the Ability Academy. He looked completely stunned. So, I was wrong then. My ability. It's not cut out for being a hero, is it? Lhasa just shook her head. No, not at all. What are you saying? I mean, you should do both. Be a hero and a teacher. She explained that nothing was more important than raising the next generation, which is why I want to entrust them to our greatest hero. But Grom was full of self-doubt. But I'm not suited for that. Lhasa just looked at him and smiled. What are you talking about? Who could possibly do a better job than you? Grom was floored. Huh, she looked at him with genuine admiration. You are the hero's hero, she told him. The one who throws his body on the line to protect his comrades. What could be more amazing than that? You and I both know a moment like that can change a man's entire life. He was utterly speechless. Back in the present, Moores smirks. You know, I just had a wonderful idea. Why don't you go convince those kids for me? She boasts, they'll listen to you. After all, you're their teacher, right? Grom then speaks to Moores. The world is changing, and you and I are diving right into the chaos that followed the ruins, the wars, and the awakening of new powers. That catastrophe nearly shattered our society. He remembers the heroes who fell. Grom continues. To stabilize the world, we had to sacrifice so much. Moores just scoffs. And what does that have to do with my question? Grom says, my point is, he stares right at Moores, if that woman's insane fantasy becomes reality, this society will fall back into chaos. And you just know that's the trigger. Moores explodes. Don't you dare insult the Queen. She sneers. You're taking the long way to reject her offer. I don't care if this world burns. Grom denies it. No, you should care. Seeing her confusion, he continues, because when society collapses and nothing works, he looks at her with pity. More children will end up suffering the same pain you did. That hits a nerve. She grits her teeth. You. The rage builds. What the hell do you know? Grom tries to explain, we know all about you. Moores isn't listening. She points her umbrella at him, laughing. Suddenly, dozens of iron rods pierce right through them. She mutters, you've been spouting nonsense this entire time. Grom uses his ability, taking the damage for the kids. They cry out. Teacher Moores sneers at their pathetic struggle. Disgusting. She's furious. But don't blink, because what happens next is insane. A boot slams down, grinding her head into the dirt. It's Seo Kang Yu. Moores. Prisoner of the 3rd floor special detention area. Seo Kang Yu keeps his boot on her face, his power pinning her down completely. He says with pure rage, bring that bitch here. Now. Moores can't even twitch under his immense power. She gasps. That crazy bitch. Are you talking about our queen? Seo Kang Yu looks down at her. That includes you. Moores screams, you little brat, you're dead. She raises a hand, unleashing her power on Seo Kang Yu. Instantly, shackles bind his arms, legs, and neck. A massive guillotine materializes right above his head. Moores smirks, your judgment day has come. Seo Kang Yu shatters the guillotine in a single second. The shackles on his hands and neck explode into pieces. He follows up with another punch straight to Moore's face. It caves in. Her ridiculous hat shrinks back to its original size. Grom can only stare as Seo Kang Yu brutalizes her. Seo Kang Yu calls out Grom. He answers yes. Get the kids out of here, he orders. I'm still pinned by these iron rods, Grom says. The power cast on us hasn't been dispelled yet. Hearing that, Seo Kang Yu just clenches his fist. He slams another punch into Moore's gut. After a few more of those, she goes completely still. All the things Moore summoned begin to vanish. Run as far as you can, Seo Kang Yu warns. Grom immediately nods. All right, kids, let's go. Seo Kang Yu yanks Moores up by the collar. She still looks dazed. I'll say it one more time, he threatens her. Bring that bitch here. Moores grits her teeth against the threat. She whispers, ladies bearing. Instantly, 2 concentric circles appear beneath their feet. Okay, she lets out a deep breath. And I know what you're thinking. Yep, it's transformation time. Mors changes form. It's been a while since I've looked like this. Before Seo Kang Ho can react, two figures grab him. Mors quickly retreats, creating distance between them. The two guys holding him are invisible gentlemen, constantly repeating, "Ladies first." Mors opens her umbrella, drawing a circle around herself. "Ladies' domain." Then she tosses the umbrella into the air. The umbrella expands, creating a massive shield over her. "To think you'd have to face me. You must be truly unlucky." Ladies' bearing is Mors' original form. Once activated, anyone who acknowledges her as a lady gains the same superpower she has. But here's the catch. It's a power that specifically targets the weak, which is exactly why Mors is frowning. She knows this power is useless against Seo Kang Ho, the guy who shattered SK's time-space ability. He easily takes care of the two invisible guys right in front of her. She was just trying to buy time. This place will be my grave. Her main goal is to help the other prisoners complete the mission Sinka gave them and get back safely. She's determined to stall for as long as possible. Seo Kang Ho walks closer. "Seems like you have no intention of bringing her here." Mors just laughs. "Coo-hoo-hoo, I don't get it." Hiding under her umbrella, she says, "If I were you chosen by the queen, I'd be overjoyed. I can't believe you'd throw away such a precious opportunity." Seo Kang Ho doesn't care. He prepares an attack. Mors desperately tries to stop him. "Wait a second." She raises a hand, thinking she just needs to buy more time. "I know where the queen is." A vein bulges on Seo Kang Ho's neck. He wants to end this loudmouth right now. "Well, I don't need to know. And you can see where this is going." He keeps walking. "I just need to bring your corpse to a psychic and have them check your memories." Mors breaks into a cold sweat. "I didn't think of that. If I die here, it's all over." She asks, "What will you do when you find the queen? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you really think you have any chance of winning? This time, not even the queen will let you off the hook." Seo Kang Ho ignores her, raising his hand as red energy gathers. Mors tenses up. "I knew it," she thinks, watching him warily. "I have to end this myself." But while she's lost in thought, Seo Kang Ho's hand smashes right through her protective barrier. A blast of red light explodes and Seo Kang Ho freezes. Right in front of him, Sinka steps out of a portal. She blocks his attack with a giggle and says, "Did you miss me this much? I'm guessing you've had a change of heart." Mors is shocked. "My queen," she screams, "it's dangerous here." She quickly glances over at Seo Kang Ho. A violent aura explodes from him. Seo Kang Ho has transformed. Sinka just smiles. "Wow, going all out the second you see me. I guess your mind hasn't wavered after all. But are you okay?" He completely ignores her rambling. "Now watch this." Seo Kang Ho throws a punch, shattering Sinka's defensive wall, the hatred in his eyes burning bright. "I will kill you with every last ounce of strength I have." Sinka just touches her cheek. "Oh, how terrifying. But why am I not upset? The fact that you're so obsessed with me. I actually like it. Could this be love?" Seo Kang Ho shatters the shield protecting them. He walks slowly towards Sinka. "Morsey says, I'll handle things here. You go and deal with the ones who refuse our invitation, understand?" Mors replies, "As you command, my queen." Before she can finish, red tendrils shoot forward. Seo Kang Ho lunges for the kill, but Sinka opens a portal just in time for her escape. Sinka looks surprised. A voice calls out from behind the children, "I'm a little late." Mors walks in, clutching a bloody stomach. "Cough, cough." The kids scream in terror. Grossi yells, "Kids, run from here." Mors spits blood. "It's not." Suddenly, the kid with the cat face stops. "Wait. That person," she says, pointing at Mors. "She's in the textbooks from the other side." Sinka looks surprised. "Oh, seeing the sky webbed with blood threads," she says. "We were just getting started, you know." "Isn't this a little much for a warm-up?" Seo Kang Ho appears. "This place," he declares, "will be your grave." Sinka casually strolls toward him. "To use a technique like this, you must have reverted to your zero form, right?" She scoffs. "You really shouldn't push yourself so hard." In response, Seo Kang Ho sends the blood threads hurtling toward her. His eyes are cold as the threads pierce through a green circle and turn back on him. Sinka raises a hand. "Hey, just as I thought. This power is still unworthy of you." Seo Kang Ho glares at her coldly, letting the threads bind his body. Sinka turns to a portal. Canis Gato. The two of them immediately leap through quickly, noticing the bizarre scenery around them. Canis asks Lady Sinka, "What is this situation?" Gato adds, "We really shouldn't have revealed ourselves." Sinka covers her mouth and laughs. "A tough case, huh?" Gato shakes his head. "We should have been stalling for time, not trying to kill him. He used his ultimate move right from the start. How are we supposed to fight that? It's impossible." Sinka thinks for a moment. Then she waves her hand cheerfully. "Well then, let's just run away." Suddenly, her arm goes stiff. Sinka panics. What's happening? She can't open a portal. Seo Kang Ho speaks. "I already told you, didn't I?" He uses his skill, Black Heaven Prison, absorbing the threads back into him. "This place will become your grave." This is a pocket dimension created and controlled by Seo Kang Ho's power. Once you enter this space, there is absolutely no chance of escape. Sinka was safely outside of it during his fight with Seung Hoan. That's how she was able to pull the trap Seung Hoan out. But now, she's stuck inside with the rest of them. She will never get out. And for the first time, Sinka looks absolutely terrified. What an absurdly broken power. From the sky, countless blood threads rain down. Seo Kang Yu charges up, raising his fist. His punch slams into his shield Sinka hastily creates. It shatters instantly. She lets out a sharp breath. Canis speaks up beside her. Lady Sinka. Their eyes are filled with ferocious intent. I think it's time you removed our collars. Sinka gives an awkward laugh. I promised Seung Hoan he'd be the one to finish off Seo Kang Yu once he's grown up. Canis insists I don't think we're getting out of here alive unless we kill him right now. Watching Seo Kang Yu prepare another attack, Sinka finally relents. You're right, but I trust Seung Hoan will understand. All right then, she says. The collars. But in that instant, an immense pressure makes both Canis and Gato freeze. Seeing their strange reaction, Sinka looks up. What's wrong? Her eyes go wide. Something is gathering on the blood threads above. Seo Kang Yu watches in silence as a voice echoes out peerless under heaven. And trust me, what you and I are about to see changes everything. Every eye in the place turns toward him. Canis and Gato are in a complete uproar. The man continues, no one on earth can stand against me. Sinka looks around confused. Not tens, not hundreds, not even thousands of enemies. So get this, a new voice declares, make an enemy of me and the whole world will be your enemy. You and I both know that's a major power move. Who would dare make an enemy of me? A man appears laughing. That's what it means to be peerless. He asks Seo Kang Yu, what do you think? In front of him is an old man completely wrapped in bandages. Kingston asks, don't you want to be unparalleled? Seo Kang Yu doesn't answer, standing as still as a statue. He continues, you're strong but you aren't peerless yet. Then he tells him, but I can make you that way. Sin-Si snaps, what is this nonsense? Are you senile? She mutters. Where the hell did this old man pop out from? His fist flies right at her face. Shinsuke instantly vanishes through a portal, then reappears, absolutely furious. The men are talking. Kingston just calmly replies, when men are talking, women shouldn't interrupt. As her two pets watch in shock, Sin-Ka snaps, an old geezer, like you should just vanish. Blood trickles from her nose. Sin-Si immediately covers her nose. Her two pets panic and rush to her side as blood streams down, refusing to stop. Sin-Ka curses, damn it. She glares at Kingston, you old fossil with 1 foot in the grave. Hearing that, he just smirks. 1 foot in the grave, but I seem to be standing here perfectly fine. However, for a wench like you, that's probably impossible. Sin-Ka raises her hand in fury. Go to hell. Now pay attention. She summons countless portals, each one glowing with the light of 1,000 distant stars. Sin-Ka sees, you're just some old man about to die. Suddenly, Kingston appears right behind her. He exclaims, you really do possess a powerful ability. He remarks, at your level, you're not far behind that white-haired kid. Sin-Si whips around, stunned. You. She raises a hand for another portal, but Kingston just ducks and weaves past it. Kingston continues, however, you and that kid both have one huge problem. Sin-Si's eyes go wide. Kingston throws a single punch that sends her flying, and at the same time, all of her portals shatter into 1,000,000 pieces. Sinka finally coughs up blood, unable to dodge the blow. Kingston, fist still raised, says, you trust your ability too much. He continues, so much that you haven't bothered to train your own body at all. Kingston slowly steps forward. He looks at the fuming Sin-Si, then says slowly, let me show you what true power really is. This is a body I've poured my entire soul into. The portals above him flash as something moves at incredible speed. Kingston realizes it's aiming for his left. He blocks Canis's attack with one hand, then lets out a little, oh. And just like that, he vanishes. When did Kingston even move? He simply says, even so. Watching Sensei's two pets charge him, Kingston continues, your underlings have actually trained their bodies. Canis and Gato charge in a reckless, suicidal attack. Kingston meets their blows while Sensei struggles to open more portals. Seo Kang Yu has been watching this whole thing from a distance, a little surprised by this unexpected new player. His gaze is sharp. After watching the situation unfold, he quickly decides on his next move. Okay, let's see what our boy does. He's going to team up with Kingston and kill that woman. Thinking that, he steps forward. Elsewhere, Ba asks, Kingston showed up. The secretary answers, yes. We just got a message from Officer Seo Kang Yu. Ba notes Kingston was always an oddball. Gara beside him adds, seems like he's found someone new who's caught his interest. Beza asks anxiously, doesn't that mean Officer Seo is in danger? Jira takes a puff from his cigar. It's fine. Even though we don't know how strong Kingston really is, he pauses, we know what he's going to do. Crom just sighs, seriously. Ba says, I agree. He won't make an enemy of Officer Seo. Ba finishes, then glances across the table. The one who's going to act unpredictably is someone else. Next to Leda, there's an empty chair. Old man authority is absent again today. Back at Proy's shelter with the kids, Moores asks, a record book. She bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha. Why would a textbook have info on me? That's ridiculous. Moores then stops frowning. That seriously ticks me off. Rai speaks up. It's not just you. Every criminal from Lucillus prison is in that book. Moores is stunned. What, she sneers. To make fun of the failures, Gromfy calmly replies, no, that's not it. It's to understand all of you. After La and Mago founded the Ability Academy, a prison officer came to visit them. A pleasure to meet you. A dignified officer walks up tipping his hat. I'm an officer from Lucillus prison. My name is Seo Kang Yu. After hearing him out, Mago says, you want to add criminology to the required curriculum. Seo Kang Yu replies, that's why we must understand them. Moore scoffs, that's ridiculous. She looks at him asking, so what did you think? How'd you feel after reading my past? He just looks hesitant. Gromfy turns in shock as the man speaks. Gromfy, you haven't changed one bit. Authority walks up grumbling, I really should have fired your ass. Gromfy is stunned. Authority announces, listen up, everything you've been taught is dead wrong. All right, you and I are about to get a twisted lesson he's giving these kids. Authority then glares right at Moores. She's completely soaked in blood. Criminals aren't made by their circumstances, he says, loosening his tie, and the lecture continues. Emotional fools will say they're products of their environment or society. They try to appeal to your pity. He sneers his eyes wide when they were just born rotten to the core. Moores glares with pure hatred. Social deviants are like cancer. Authority starts rolling up his sleeves. Veins bulge on his arm as he continues, and they need to be completely cut out. I'm about to give you all a little demonstration. Old man Gromfy shields the kids, his eyes burning with anger. Suddenly, Moore's voice cuts through. So I'm the cancer society, is that it? Her body is covered in wounds, one hand pressed to her bleeding stomach, her gaze filled with rage. She yells, the only thing wrong here is this world. But he cuts her off before she can finish. Shut up, authority spits out pure venom. Such disgusting, empty excuses. I'll say it again. He rolls up his sleeves, clenching a fist, muscles bulging. No matter what era or society you were born in, you would still be a worthless piece of trash. The tension in the air becomes electric as he speaks. His voice dripping with contempt for Moores, he declares, your very existence was a mistake from the start. Hearing those words, she completely snaps, screaming at the top of her lungs, you shut your mouth. The air is heavy. Old man authority just shoves his hands in his pockets and continues. The pain you've endured is nothing compared to what countless victims and their families have suffered. He grabs a watch quickly, strapping it to his wrist, his tone deadly serious as he speaks. Get ready because what happens next is pure savagery. He challenges Moores directly, I'll give you the greatest pain I possibly can. She's so furious she's grinding her teeth until they bleed. The old man smirks, now watch what I can do. He holds up the watch on his arm. Looking at it, he says, about 10 minutes should do it. Authority, special body type. Moores immediately gets into a fighting stance, ready to take him on. She stares him down and yells, bring it on. Flash. In the blink of an eye, authority closes the distance and slams a heavy blow right into her stomach. She's completely caught off guard, coughing up a mouthful of blood as the wound on her stomach just erupts. He relentlessly pummels Moores with brutal strikes, giving her zero chance to counterattack. She has to take it all. He punches her right in the chest. She grits her teeth as red balloons float ominously in the air. Moores grips her weapon, screaming in fury, you bastard, but suddenly, authority dashes forward again. He lands another massive punch to her gut. The shockwave from the impact blows away the red spheres behind her. She presses her hands hard against the wound. Authority's cold voice rings out, accelerate, whoosh bam. Countless invisible attacks hammer all of her joints. The beatdown is so severe, her face is starting to deform. And I gotta tell you, this whole scene is just hard to watch. An invisible hand appears as authority grabs her by the head. A brilliant blue light explodes from his hand. Her agonizing scream echoes, piercing the sky. Her face is now a bloody mess, teeth shattered and broken. Authority just winds up for another attack. He delivers a brutal kick right to Moore's face. A heavy impact. Blood splatters everywhere. Seeing her so worn down, he taunts her. Does it hurt? Tom must have been way too gentle with you. Bam. He kicks her in the face again hard. Moore's face, covered in blood, lets out a groan, then roars in absolute fury. A crimson circle forms on the ground beneath them. Moores is still gripping her weapon, not giving up. Moaning sounds fill the air as countless floating ghosts in strange outfits appear right behind the old man. One of them speaks up, lady first. Then all the others point their hands forward in unison. They all start chanting lady first, lady first, lady first, lady first, but then authority drops to one knee, slamming his fist into the ground and yells, accelerate. Countless beams of blue light shoot right through the ghosts. You and I are about to see what true power is. Their outfits are shredded as he looks up, his expression ice cold. Authority roars 4 times, boom. He lands a direct punch to the face and blood goes flying everywhere. The force of the punch sends Moores flying backward completely out of it. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashes. Authority moves like lightning, instantly appearing in Moores's path. Now watch this. Slam. He hammers her with another brutal strike. Moores is blasted upwards, smashing hard against the glass. As she falls, Authority is already there waiting for her. Smack smack. Authority slaps her hard across the face. Then a punch to the cheek, a vicious blow to the gut, and another one straight to her face. Everyone watching just stares up in absolute horrified shock. Up in the air, her body glows with that same blue light as the old man. Authority clasps his hands together. He raises them high, his eyes burning with pure rage. Bomb. He brings them down in a devastating blow right to her stomach. Moores crashes into the ground, hard kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Her body is just covered in wounds. She's bruised all over and lets out a dry cough. Seeing this, Authority just scoffs with contempt. You look like you're in a lot of pain. It's a look that suits you. He lifts his foot, his voice ice cold. Then he stomps down hard right on the wound on her stomach. Grinding his heel in, he speaks. The victims you and your family destroyed. I'm sure they felt way more pain than this. Moores lets out an agonized scream. Arg. Authority just casually glances down at his watch and says, Looking at the time, he notes, about 3 minutes left. Hearing that she asks through the pain. A time acceleration ability. To which he replies, precisely. He continues, when I use my power, I can control the flow of time for any object I touch, including myself. He reaches his hands out towards her. This means. Authority grabs her head tight. I can also slow time down. His face twists into a terrifying sneer as he stares into her eyes. So you can slowly feel the pain and die. Can you believe how savage this guy is? You're a cancer on society. Grav and the kids watching are just frozen in terror and complete disbelief. Jaws dropped, eyes wide. The kids hiding behind Grav are thinking it was just for a moment. But for Moores it must have felt like an entire lifetime. The hand pressing down on her head finally lifts. Authority puts one hand in his pocket, checks his watch again and says, what a shame. If the situation were less tense, I could have taken more time with you. Hearing this, Moores lets out a sneer. Then she starts laughing louder. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Her laughter gets Authority's attention and he demands, what are you laughing at? Moores's mouth hangs open, her eyes staring blankly into space, not giving him an answer. So he kneels down. He grabs her by the collar, lifts her up and asks, have you finally lost your mind from the fear of death? Moores coughs up a mouthful of blood. She finally speaks, I won't lie, I'm afraid to die. But that's not why I'm laughing. I didn't expect to complete my mission this way, but oh well. It'll do. Her words just confuse him. The old man is even more baffled now. What are you talking about? Her gaze shifts over to Grove and the terrified children. She continues, when I die, every person from the special Moores lineage, she looks Authority in the eye, will be trapped by my power. Then a victorious grin. They're all following me to the grave. You and I just realized this was a complete trap. The death god's ritual. Hearing this, Grove is absolutely stunned, shocked. What? Authority immediately whips his head around to glare at Grove, his face turning a horrifying savage shade of purple. Meanwhile, in some mystical dimension, a web of threads like a magic circle appears against a blood-red sky. Kingston is in a defensive stance, staring down his opponents as a dark aura just swirls around him. It's Kingston versus two fighters, Canis and Tom. They're charging at him, unleashing their full power. A stream of black energy snakes through the air. It wraps around both Canis and Tom, striking their arms and legs. The two of them scream in agony as their bodies start to contort. Tom's eyes fill with absolute hatred. The man standing before her. She dashes towards Kingston at lightning speed, a total blur of motion. Her razor-sharp claws extend towards her target. She screams, no. But Kingston's hands are way faster. He strikes with a palm right to the top of her head. Crack. She is slammed straight down into the ground. A web of cracks spreads across the floor from the impact. Seeing what just happened right in front of them, Canis claws at the collar on his neck, yelling in a panic, Tom, get this thing off. Boom, a fist from Kingston smashes right into his face. Both Canis and Tom are slammed to their knees as Kingston gloats over them. All right, let's jump right in. You arrogant fools, he says. Who do you think you are, walking around with your powers sealed like this? Kingston glares at them with pure contempt on his face before speaking again. You are all far too cocky. A powerful gust of wind explodes around him as he gets into a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on the two of them. He declares, I will make you. In a flash, a devastating attack rips through the bodies of Canis and Tom, slicing them into pieces. Blood splatters everywhere as Kingston lands gracefully behind them. He scoffs, you never should have even considered it. Canis and Tom are just stunned by what's happening to them. They look down at their own mutilated, bleeding bodies, completely speechless. Then a scream of pure agony pierces the sky. Hearing this, Kingston turns his head with a smug look and says, that arm. Let the healer reattach it for you. He's actually quite useful for that. Meanwhile, over with Sinka, she's witnessing this entire bloodbath. Furious, she points her hand right at Kingston and screams, "You damned old geezer." Sinka grits her teeth, seething. "You bastard." And then bam, someone appears out of thin air, smashing a fist right into her gut. Now watch this, the brutal attack sends her flying, crashing hard into the nearby glass and shattering it to pieces. She spits up a mouthful of blood as her body is launched several meters through the air. Sinka clutches her stomach in pain, letting out an angry grunt. Her eyes are filled with pure rage as she glares at her attacker. Seo Kang Yu then rushes towards her, moving as fast as the wind. Seeing this, Zinka is completely shocked, terrified as she raises her hands to defend herself. She cries out, "Oh, please don't come here." But Seo Kang Yu just charges forward, ignoring everything she's saying. He grits his teeth in fury, his eyes turning absolutely wild. A flash of white light streaks by. Seo Kang Yu slams a powerful kick right into Sinka's stomach. She coughs up another mouthful of blood from the impact. Seo Kang Yu glares down at her on the ground with crimson-red eyes. Shinka painfully raises a hand and pleads, "Seo Kang Yu, don't do this again. Please think about it." Before she can even finish her sentence, Seo Kang Yu drives another fist straight into her stomach. She has no time to react to his savage attack. The force of his punch sends her entire body flying backwards. Objects go flying everywhere around them. Sinka hacks up a huge amount of blood. Seo Kang Yu's eyes are completely bloodshot, filled with rage as he stares her down. Seeing her get beaten so badly, Canis lets out a furious roar. Lady Shinka, Seo Kang Yu's fists crackle, sparking with bolts of black lightning. He stands over Sinka's motionless body on the ground, clenching his fists, preparing to deliver the final blow. Her terrified voice rings out. "No, no," she screams, shutting her eyes tight. "I can't die here." Suddenly, Seo Kang Yu's eyes fly open as a hand touches his arm. Kingston has appeared right beside Seo Kang Yu. Seeing him, the boy's eyes widen with surprise. The old man speaks. "That's enough." He gives him a cold stare and adds, "You can't kill her on your own, can you? A true champion never accepts help." And let's pause because the scene cuts back to Authority, grabbing Moore by the collar and lifting her up. "The goddess's right ability," he demands. She just sneers back at him and replies, "That's right. If I die, it activates." "So what are you going to do now?" Hearing this, Authority's anger boils over. "Listen here." He turns his head toward Pro and says, "I apologize in advance." Stunned Pro can only say, "What?" Authority unleashes his power, thrusting his hand straight through Moore's body. She gasps, coughing up a spray of fresh blood. His expression doesn't change one bit as a scream echoes Kia, then he begins to speak. "If you people take this girl back to be healed, deactivate her ability and then kill her, you just might survive. But if she somehow manages to escape from your grasp, tens, even hundreds of thousands of people will suffer for it." Authority looks down at Moore's body and continues, "So it's best to kill her right here. Your sacrifice is the most logical outcome. To cure cancer, sometimes even healthy cells have to be harmed." He spreads his arms wide. He looks up at the sky and declares, "Sacrifice for the greater good is a necessity." Clasping his hands, he says, "I thank you for your sacrifice." Authority glances back, looking at Moore's corpse, which is now glowing with streams of blue light. Pro on the opposite side also notices this bizarre phenomenon and immediately raises his arms to shield the others behind him. You can feel how serious this is. Authority's eyes are cold and emotionless as he looks at the corpse and says, "This is dangerous." Luckily, this power can only be used after death. If she could use it while alive, it would be far more dangerous. He continues staring at the ominous glowing light. It's pouring from Moore's body. And with that, he doesn't wait a moment longer and simply walks away. He turns to leave his face as cold and emotionless as ever. He gives Proof a final wave. "Well then, I'll wish you a peaceful rest." And trust me, what he says next is an absolute gut punch. "Proof, I don't need to apologize to you, do I?" All Proof can do is watch Authority walk away, an unsettling dread washing over him. Authority tosses out one last question as he leaves. "Your body is tough, isn't it? You're good at surviving." The second he's gone, a hauntingly sinister voice echoes out. Now Proof's eyes instantly sharpen. It seems Morris' soul has returned to fulfill her vicious curse, surrounded by countless giant chains. Morris glares down at Proof and his group with a smile full of deadly sadistic glee. In a flash, the chains lash out like massive snakes, wrapping tightly around the arm of a little girl in the crowd. One by one, the other children are bound, and finally Proof himself is trapped by those heavy, terrifying chains. The kids immediately start to panic, their eyes filled with terror as they face a sudden life-or-death crisis. They scream their lungs out, and their fear starts to infect Proof. He quickly shoves his own terror down. Then with a calm, gentle voice, he calls out to them. Hearing his voice, the children stop crying. You can feel it too, right? That moment, a real hero stands tall. They look at him scared, but now with a spark of hope. "Don't worry," he says, "I promise I'd protect you." With that, Proof walks forward alone, stands before Morris' spirit, and looks her dead in the eye. "What is this?" she asks, confused. Proof speaks up. Just as he said, he begins glancing at the poor, terrified kids. The children will be safe. Morris eyes him suspiciously, having no idea what he's getting at. But Proof's expression is rock solid. Here, the only one who's going with you is me. Meanwhile, back with Seo Kang Ho, he's charging Kingston like a madman. His aura is overwhelming, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent that would terrify anyone. Kingston braces himself for the direct hit. The two immense powers collide, creating a massive shockwave that shakes the entire area. Kingston looks at Seo Kang Ho, then suddenly cracks a smile. Just as I thought. He watches as Seo Kang Ho tries to pivot and finish off Sin Ka, adding, if it's you, you will reach the true peak. Waves of incredible power keep erupting from them. Kingston manages to intercept Seo Kang Ho's attack, shielding Sin Ka. He glares at Seo Kang Ho, annoyed at being ignored. What, you just leave an old man like me behind? Let's talk. Hearing this, Seo Kang Ho's patience snaps. He grits his teeth in pure rage. Get out of my way, he screams, pulling back his fist for another attack. Off to the side, Candace and Kato watch the intense struggle between Kingston and Seo Kang Ho with pure anxiety on their faces. Just as Seo Kang Ho's rage peaks, he hears Kingston's voice again. Hey, young man. He effortlessly blocks Seo Kang Ho's punch with one hand. I understand how you feel, he says, his tone almost like a lecture. At that moment, streams of white light begin to radiate from Kingston, filling the space around them. And what happens next? Trust me, you are not ready for this. He slowly lowers his hand. But to solve this, you can't let your emotions take over. Then he gets into a counterattack stance. Even Seo Kang Ho can feel the immense danger coming off of him now. He manages to dodge Kingston's attack just in time. The blow shoots straight past him, up toward the ceiling. The sight that follows leaves Seo Kang Ho completely stunned. A gigantic hole is now blasted clean through the roof from that single punch. Sin Sie, who had just managed to sit up, is now staring with her jaw on the floor, absolutely horrified. Amidst the chaos, she hears Kingston's voice. If you want to run. Sin K looks over at him. He's still standing there, not even looking back at her. Now's your chance, girl. She clenches her teeth, staring at Kingston, trying to figure out if he's serious. In the end, she quickly casts a spell and teleports away. Seeing their master escape safely, Candace and Kato don't stick around for another second. Seo Kang Ho just stands there completely frozen, not moving or saying a word. Kingston stares right back at him. For a moment, the two just glare at each other in total silence. Finally, Kingston breaks the eerie tension. Let's sit down and talk. The second the words leave his mouth, Seo Kang Ho charges again. Kingston doesn't seem surprised at all, just letting out an "oh fine," he says. The body can say a lot too. Back with Morris and Proof, her confused voice rings out. What? Proof stands calmly before her, repeating authority's words. Besides my defense, I've got nothing special. Let that sink in for a second. He finally understands his purpose. At first, I didn't like my power, he continues. But after talking with Lausa, I realized it's necessary for this world. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see what a true hero looks like as Grove activates his magic. He's going to take every single hit meant for these kids. They understand, looking at him with pure worry in their eyes. Teacher, they cry out. Morris, however, doesn't get it. Why would you go that far, she demands. Grove's answer is simple. He looks her dead in the eye. Because I'm a teacher. In that moment, Morris's expression shifts. A flicker of confusion crosses her face. She screams back at him. What does that have to do with you walking to your own death? Grove patiently explains. Morris, you could never understand me. We live in completely different worlds. Then his eyes sharpen, full of judgment. Raised by the wrong people, he says. Turned into a mindless killing machine. Hearing this, Morris's rage ignites. She grits her teeth and snarls. Shut up. Grove keeps his gaze locked on hers, his voice cutting deep. Never had a single choice of your own. Manipulated like a puppet. She's losing it, screaming, shut up. But Grove won't stop. Walking down the wrong path for someone else's future. At this, Morris completely explodes. Shut your mouth. No, he replies calmly. I can't do that. And now listen closely, this is where he delivers the final blow. I will follow you to hell and fix every twisted thing you were ever taught. Morris just stares, completely enraged. You bastard, she spits. Grove continues, turning to the children who are watching with tears in their eyes. Being a teacher means dedicating yourself to your students' futures. He thinks back to when he first started this job. The day I was hired at this school, I was prepared to die for my students. One of the kids screams in terror. Teacher, you can't. Grove looks at his beloved student with the kindest, most responsible eyes you've ever seen. He's trying to comfort them. It's okay, everyone. He gives them a gentle smile, his final words for them. Grow up to be good people. Because you are our future. The kids are absolutely devastated. All they can do is stare with tear-filled eyes, trying to will him to stay. Morris watches this whole scene. She's speechless, gritting her teeth. Okay, let's pause. To understand her, you and I need to see where she came from. A gentle voice echoes from her past. Hello, children. From today on, I will be your guide. 3 kids in ragged clothes. They look up with innocent, curious eyes at the person introducing herself as their new teacher. She kneels down to their level. My name is Tellum. She smiles a warm, friendly smile. From now on, you will be my future. And among those 3 kids was a 12-year-old Moors. She looked up at her new teacher, hanging on her every word. Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me? The memories keep flooding back. Tellum had handpicked kids with special abilities from the local orphanage. After gathering them, she brought them to a special school she created, all part of her grand plan. Tellum stood at the front. Hello, everyone. You can call me Teacher Tellum. But there was something twisted in her eyes as she looked at them, and her next words revealed her true, greedy ambition. In the future, I will become the queen of this world, and you will be my students. Little Moors looked at her, a sense of fear creeping in, feeling that something was deeply wrong. Tellum continued, you will become loyal soldiers in this school. She spoke in a soft, encouraging tone. So try your best to keep up with your lessons. But little Moors was filled with nothing but dread, and what followed was a hellish training period designed to create perfect killing machines. Moors and the others spent years under Tellum's instruction. She taught them nothing but cruelty. How to use their powers to kill easily, all disguised as proper education, basically pure brainwashing. She even used brutal demonic methods to test their loyalty and break their spirits. But after all that harsh training, Moors stood out. Tellum saw her incredible potential. She developed her powers faster than anyone else. Because of that, she became Tellum's favorite, the class president. And with that favor came special authority, a power granted to her by Tellum herself. The power to punish the other students in Tellum's place. Slowly, she began to change, corrupted by her duty. That innocent questioning look in her eyes, gone, replaced by a soul completely twisted by those inhuman lessons. Moors followed Tellum's teachings more seriously than anyone. And just like that, you and I witnessed her become a monster. She would watch coldly as her friends suffered painful punishments delivered by her own hands. After those moments, something felt wrong. And it's always in those moments that Tellum would appear in the dead of night. As Moors was standing, spaced out in the hall, Tellum materialized behind her, asking softly, how are you, Moors? She gently asked how her first day as class president went. Moors hesitated, ma'am. She remembered the screams of her classmates in agony as she punished them. Then she answered honestly, I don't know why, but when I punish the other students. She looked at Tellum, completely confused. I feel sick to my stomach and I can't control. Hearing this, Tellum just let out a small smile and a soft but her eyes held a smugness. She didn't even try to hide. Moors asked, full of doubt, why is that, ma'am? Tellum said her name with a chilling affection, Moors. Then she suddenly asked a very strange question, do you like insects? Moors was quick to answer honestly, no, they disgust me. That answer made Tellum extremely happy. Exactly, that's the issue. It's human nature to feel disgust when you see creatures that are inferior to you. Now listen closely, this is where it gets twisted. It's a completely natural emotion. She then leaned down, looking Moors straight in the eye. But as time passes and your friends learn to do their part, that feeling will fade. After that, Tellum offered words of encouragement that seemed genuine, making sure Moors would trust and obey her completely. So keep trying, Moors. It was a good thing. I made you class president. Those words seemed to be the final step in brainwashing Moors. From that day on, she continued to use her authority to punish her classmates. And even though Moors still felt that same unexplained disgust, even though sometimes the nausea was almost unbearable, what was bound to happen happened. Just as Tellum predicted, over time the feeling slowly vanished. During a group lesson, Tellum looked down at her almost adult students and said, time has flown by since you all first came here. She stood proudly on the stage looking down at them and declared, when you all grow up, I will become the queen of this world. And just like that, the children of the past were now adults, still training like mad under Tellum's supervision. Even fighting each other became part of their routine. They fought relentlessly, rain or shine, becoming numb to pain and the harsh weather. And finally the day came when they were truly grown, standing before Tellum with reverence. Her plan was moving forward, without a single hitch. Tellum looked at them with satisfaction, like an artist admiring her finished tools. Everything went on like this, until that incident. Under a beautiful sunset, a man with a huge gash across his stomach leaned against a wall, letting out groans of pain. And with that a cold, emotionless voice rang out, what's this? You couldn't kill him in one hit. Another man replied with doubt, maybe I went too hard last night. He was holding a woman in his arms who asked, let's see. The man gently stroked her hair and replied, we should probably rest tonight. The identities of these two were then revealed. The man is Clark and the woman in his arms is Hilo. They both belong to some kind of mysterious special unit. Okay, let that sink in for a second, because we're cutting back to Tellum's school where drops of blood are hitting the floor. Tellum lies motionless, covered in it. Clark's fist is plunged straight through her chest, killing her instantly. But he just looks down and mutters, "What's this?" Then totally unfazed says this girl is way too weak. Clark and Hilo talk back and forth, acting like they're scolding themselves, but their faces are blank and their words are laced with a sick excitement. Chief Authority specifically told us to be careful. Did we get too strong? Probably. Clark sat down next to Tellem's body and mused. But anyway, her plan to build a school and raise these kids as rebels. What a grand dream. Huh. Hearing this, Hilo asked a question. Should we go to the school? Clark just threw his head back. Too lazy. Hilo put her hands on her hips and shot back. But if we don't, Chief Authority will chew us out. Clark looked a little spooked by that reminder. Fine, let's just make it quick. The two of them immediately headed to the large classroom where Tellem's students were gathered. The students, led by Moores, stared at the scene unfolding on the stage, listening silently to Clark's words. For this reason, he said, holding up Tellem's corpse, for all the students to see, this school is officially closed. And his next action was met with horrified screams. Moores watched as her teacher, now a lifeless body, was dangled so cruelly in Clark's hand and screamed, "Teacher!" Her broken cries echoed, but Clark remained completely indifferent. Immediately after, the students went absolutely berserk, launching a simultaneous attack. And you and I both know this is just the beginning. She just calmly raises a hand, and with a casual flick of her finger, the entire group is sent flying. Moore's jaw hits the floor, stunned to see her teammates taken down with a single flick. Clark and Hilo just stare silently at the bodies on the ground. Clark lets out a long sigh. He mutters, "She trained them way too well." Hilo wonders if bringing these kids along was the right call. Clark gets serious. If we try to re-educate them for society, it'll cost a fortune in time and resources. As he says this, his eyes drift over to the faces writhing in agony on the floor. After a moment, he adds, "Even if we did, they're just walking, killing machines. Basically, time bombs waiting to go off." Clark turns to Hilo and asks, "Have any of these kids killed someone yet?" Hilo replies grimly, "We got to them before they could act, so probably not." Clark seems conflicted. "Did we jump the gun on this? This whole situation is a mess." He lets his hands fall to his sides, still trying to figure it out with Hilo. "What do you think, Hilo? What's the call?" Hilo decides instantly to avoid problems. Later, dealing with them now seems way more efficient. And here's the logic she gives him. They're brainwashed. They're already living in a completely different world from us. These kids will absolutely grow up to be villains. Clark doesn't miss a beat. "Yep, I agree." Moores is still down from that first attack, completely helpless, forced to listen as these two casually decide the fate of her and everyone else. Clark quietly repeats Hilo's logic to himself, better to deal with it now than let it become a bigger problem down the line. Hilo reminds him, "Right, we can always just make up a reason." Tell him students can only stare back, too terrified to even speak. Their eyes are wide with confusion and pure primal fear as they watch the two of them. Clark and Hilo advance on the group, ready to exterminate all of Tellem's trained killing machines. Hilo gives a soft reminder, "Save your energy for tonight." Clark just grunts an okay, then thrusts his hand forward. Fire shot. The air is filled with blood-curdling screams. You and I are watching straight-up carnage now. Blood is everywhere. It pours from the students' eyes, noses, and mouths. The student Moores is sitting on the floor, staring up at the man with the scar. "Why?" Terrified, she asks again, "Why are you trying to kill us? We were just students, here we." The massive man named Clark cuts her off. "It's dangerous, isn't it?" He flashes back to seeing them as scrawny, dirty kids and begins to narrate their life story. "Born abandoned by your parents, grew up in an orphanage. That villain taught you kids human anatomy just so you'd know the quickest way to kill someone." Clark says, reaching a hand towards Moores, "You learned how to kill just to grow up." Sounds pretty dangerous when you put it that way. Moores is on the verge of tears, scrambling backwards as Clark moves closer. "Sorry, but you kids should never have been born into this world in the first place." And with that, a spray of fresh blood hits his face. He offers a final twisted farewell. "In your next life, try to be born into a decent family." More and more blood splatters across the room. Hilo watches from the side, gleefully cheering on every single one of Clark's devastating blows. Fresh blood paints the walls as she keeps cheering. Moores is too terrified to scream, only able to make whimpering sounds. Beside her, Clark's face is a cold, emotionless mask. He doesn't even blink as a sickening crunch echoes through the room. But then Hilo walks over, grabs Clark's arm, and says, "Clark, I can't take it anymore." He turns to her and says, "Just a second, Hilo. I have to deal with this one." Before he can finish, she cuts in, "No, this one lives." Hilo looks around the blood-soaked classroom, then at the bodies on the floor, and continues, "Children on the verge of death." Her gaze finally lands on the absolutely horrified Moores, the only survivor. Hilo is practically buzzing with excitement. Isn't a situation like this just thrilling? When Clark just stands there, she prods him. Hurry up." He looks completely exasperated, but also gives in, saying, "You're impossible." "All right, fine. We can just give authority a vague report right. Clark finishes, and then he and Hilo pull each other into a passionate kiss. And trust me, you and I just saw the one moment that saved her life. Moores uses their distraction to make a run for it. The sky has turned a bloody red. She's already run a long, long way. All Moores can do is choke back sobs of despair. She can only make guttural broken sounds. She's exhausted in agony, her whole body shutting down. She lets out one last cry and collapses. After that, she was completely lost, wandering aimlessly for a very long time. One day, as Moores was dragging her battered body down a road, a man approached her and asked, "Are you a disciple of Telem?" A tall man in a menacing, jagged iron mask speaks his words, simple. "Follow me." Then he reveals his purpose for finding her. "And you and I are about to find out it's a big one. Fight with me for the revolution." All right, let's unpack the tragic story of Moores. Taken in by Caracas, she became his weapon, unleashing endless destruction upon the world. But then Caracas was brutally beaten down, left a bloody mess. And after his death, Moores was finally captured by Tome. Tome used her power, summoning unbreakable magic chains to bind Moores, leaving her suspended helplessly in the air. She was thrown into Lucillus prison. The flashback ends and a mournful Moores speaks, my whole life, I was taught this. I thought that acting that way, living that way was just normal." She looks at the man named Bro, her voice suddenly rising in anger. "And now you're telling me I was wrong. How am I supposed to just accept that?" Her mind flashes back. Years ago, a voice called out to her, Moores. It was S who smiled and told her she wasn't the one who was wrong. The world is what's wrong. If I become queen, I'll change it into a place that fits you. S's eyes were filled with sincerity as she asked, "Do you want to become one of my people?" Back in the present, Moores demands an answer. "Say something, bro." She looks at the children, stammering, I. She remembers the cold blood-soaked face of authority, echoing his words, echoing the words of all the so-called heroes. Her eyes turn hollow. Moores voices the question that has haunted her for so long. Should I have never been born? Bro calls out her name. Moores, no one in this world is a mistake. No one, he says gently. He tries to make her understand. What you went through was horrible. I completely get that. But that doesn't excuse the sins you've committed. You've done far, far too much wrong until now. Her face twists in panic at his words. But he places a hand on his chest, his voice determined. "I will walk with you. We'll heal the wounds from your childhood, and I'll help you take responsibility for the crimes you committed." Moores just stares down at him, unblinking. She hears him offer to guide her to walk with her, as a teacher. Moores, before that, "I have one request. Can you please shield the children's eyes so they don't have to witness this?" His final request before death. Something in his words snaps her even before Bro can finish his sentence. Moores just screams at him, shut up, now watch closely." Bro tilts his head back, staring at the sharp blade above him. He turns back to his students, a gentle smile on his face. "Everyone," he says softly, "please turn around now." "Teacher," they all cry out. His expression is serene with no regrets. "It's been a true honor teaching all of you." Fear finally hits the kids. Some start crying, others are just frozen in terror. Moore's eyes are more savage than ever. The blade begins its descent. Bro can't watch, squeezing his eyes shut. Then, a loud crash as the blade falls. Bro slowly opens his eyes and sees Moores standing right in front of him. He's stunned. "Moores, someone like you." She speaks, her voice weak. "You don't need to follow me. I know. I was wrong." Beside her, the blade slowly fades away as Moores speaks her final words. "I've known for a long time. I just didn't want to admit it, because if I did, I'd realize I'd gone too far. It's disgusting." Her memory flashes back to the auditorium. After punishing her friends, she stood over them, club in hand, as they lay injured. But they still tried to comfort her. "Moores, we're okay." One student clutched her arm. "If you didn't do it, she'd punish you right. We'll be fine." Moores looks down at the floor only to see her own reflection covered in her friend's blood. So disgusting. Then her memory shifts to her capture by Tome. The woman called her name, Moores. And she continued, "It's time you stop living like someone's puppet." Looking into Tome's eyes, she saw her reflection and felt disgusted. "You and I are watching her whole life fall apart." Her memories jump again to her time in Lucillus prison, sitting all alone. A voice echoes from outside her cell. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Moores peeks through the small window in the door. She sees a kind-looking girl standing outside, introducing herself. "My name is Hung Ja. I'm the warden here. Are you uncomfortable at all?" In the dark cell, she saw her own reflection in the soup the warden gave her. "I felt disgusted with myself. It was too painful. And so, I couldn't admit it. I'm not disgusting. What I learned wasn't wrong. This world is disgusting. This world is what's wrong." She forced herself to believe that just so she could keep on living. She recalls Bro laughing with his students and reverts to her child form. Moores just stares at Bro's face, completely mesmerized. The flashbacks end, returning to the present. The glass panels hanging overhead begin to crack and shatter. Moore speaks, sensing her own life force is about to give out. Her eyes begin to close. What a disgusting life it was. With that, Moore's fades into nothing. Bro and his students can only stare stunned. You and I just witnessed one of the most tragic ends. Seo Kang Ho lunges, grappling with him, but Kingston just says, being angry with me isn't going to change a thing. He calmly lays down some brutally honest advice for Kang Ho. And you can just tell this is the wake-up call our guy desperately needs. Ultimately, Kingston pauses for a moment, then continues the problem. Is still you. Hearing that, Seo Kang Ho doesn't stop. He just keeps charging right at him. Seeing that he isn't listening, Kingston keeps on talking. He uses their clash from moments ago as the perfect example for Seo Kang Ho. Just now, for instance. If you were stronger, you could have ignored me and killed the girl. Kingston keeps dropping truth bombs on him that his anger is just a form of denial. Seo Kang Ho still shows no sign of calming down during this lecture. You're just angry you can't accept your own weakness. Mad at yourself, right? Again, Seo Kang Ho rushes straight for Kingston. He's clearly lost all his patience, but the old man just watches his actions calmly. You don't want to admit it, do you? But I get it. Admitting your own flaws isn't easy. Kingston has no intention of dodging the attack, but you have to accept it. He effortlessly blocks Seo Kang Ho's powerful strikes. Even under constant attack, he stubbornly continues his lesson. Your flaws are a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge that can you move forward, and only then will you be able to reach your goal. Here, his expression suddenly turns serious. I'll ask you one more time. Kingston asks, what is it that makes you so angry? And watch this. This is the question that's about to break him. Shattered pieces of painful memories begin to flood Seo Kang Ho's mind. Dark images of death and separation long since buried are dragged back to the present, swarming his thoughts. He grinds his teeth, fighting not to get pulled into that stream of agonizing memories. But he can't hold it in any longer. His rage explodes. He screams right at Kingston, shut up. Haunting images of his past suffering flash right before his eyes. Those images flow like a dark, shadowy river into Kingston's hand. The old man speaks again. And what was the reason for all this? He asks this as he clenches the flow of memories in his hand. Then in a flash, he suddenly slams his fist straight into Seo Kang Ho's chest. The blow sends him flying back in agony, and with that impact, the memories shatter. In the moment he falls, Seo Kang Ho feels something different. Every single painful, traumatic memory from his past comes rushing back into his consciousness. Every time he was severely wounded in battle, every moment he watched a loved one die. All those memories, like a dusty old film reel locked away, are suddenly ripped wide open. And yeah, you can see he is totally unprepared for this flood of pain. Outside, the sky is bright blue, a stark contrast to the grim dark space inside the building. Seo Kang Ho lies motionless on the ground, just staring blankly at the sky. Kingston slowly walks up to him. He asks kindly, how about it? Have you calmed down at all yet? Seo Kang Ho is silent. He just stares blankly for a long moment, then raises a hand to his face, hesitantly asking, So what am I supposed to do? Kingston finally got the answer he was waiting for. What to do? He doesn't answer the question, but simply says, don't you already know the answer? He then extends his hand towards Seo Kang Ho. After a moment, Seo Kang Ho finally reaches up and takes that hand, giving his unspoken reply. Elsewhere, in front of a structure that looks like a cosmic gate, someone suddenly speaks up. A frustrated Ah-ho complains to Hyun Ju-young. Seriously, it's been ages since I've seen a familiar face I actually like, and you're telling me to go back already. Hyun Ju-young just smiles. We have to follow orders, right? As he says this, his eyes dart forward. Besides, it seems like someone is standing off in the distance. He looks at her and says this probably won't be over anytime soon. The girl is Mi-yoon, who has psychic-type abilities. In a corner of the ruined city, Lippers struggles to block the relentless attacks from his opponent. Across from him is Iwet, who's also casting non-stop magic to attack Lippers. The constant clashes are causing massive explosions. Just then, SK, having just escaped Seo Kang Ho, arrives. Iwet obviously opened a portal. Why haven't you returned yet? What are you doing? Iwet glances back and replies, I still have things to do. But before he can finish, SK sternly calls out his true name, Uist. Called out like that, he turns to look at her, only to be completely stunned by the sight. In front of him is an SK covered in wounds, her face blazing with fury as she yells, get back here now or I will kill you. After that, things finally begin to settle down. The incident regarding SK's invitation has been resolved, but the event leaves the city in ruins, looking like a war zone. And after the dust settles, you and I witness Kingston returning, along with Seo Kang Ho. Alright, let's jump right in. Seo Kang Yu and his master demand a meeting with the world government, and it's happening inside their headquarters. Inside, the room is buzzing, and there's Kingston just casually smiling and chatting with the other big shots. He kicks things off. I was wondering why we couldn't just meet without all these restrictions. He pauses, scanning every single face in the room. Then he smirks. Turns out it's because I see some familiar faces, And just like that, Bada and Gara speak up to greet him. Long time no see, Kingston. Hope you're doing well. Kingston just laughs it off. So, you finally crawled your way to the top, huh, you greedy punks. But Gara just calmly shoots back. I'd say it's a lot less ambitious than your goals. He just laughs. Ha ha ha, true enough. With their little reunion over, the man at the head of the table finally steps in, trying to get the meeting back on track. He calls out, so Kingston, this guy is Bez, and he cautiously asks Kingston why he demanded this meeting. But Kingston doesn't answer. Instead, he just looks Bez up and down and asks, you're the president, pretty young for the job, huh? And then he finally gets to the point. Truth is, I'm not here to talk. I'm here to make a one-sided announcement. He stands right across from Bez and, trust me, drops an absolute bombshell. Seo Kang Yu is my disciple now. All of you will stay out of his way. That's it. The second those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere in the room completely changes. Jaws are on the floor. Nobody saw this coming. No one could have predicted a declaration like that. And with his piece said, he doesn't stick around for questions. He just leaves. The moment Kingston is out the door, the room absolutely explodes into chaos as the debate begins. Bez asks for a vote, who's for it and who's against it. On the no side, we've got 4 people, starting with Kum. Then comes Buddha, then Gara, and finally Inhe. The only one on the yes side, a single person, Authority. Elgido, meanwhile, stays neutral, refusing to pick a side. Authority, seeing how outnumbered he is, starts getting pissed. He shoots up and slams his hands on the table, questioning them. Is this really the best you so-called leaders can do? Why are you all against this? We have overwhelming power on our side. Are you really just going to throw this opportunity away? He then points right at Grom. Especially you, Grom. I don't understand your choice at all. She just scowls, clearly annoyed. She snaps back, her voice dripping with irritation. A criminal is a criminal. We don't accept any of their demands. Period. The fact that the government even agreed to this meeting is pathetic enough. Enhei, sitting next to Authority, chimes in to shut him down. He scoffs. You're a real piece of work, Authority. Wasn't Kingston the #1 criminal you wanted executed? And now you're just going to trust the word of a guy you thought was that dangerous? Authority spins around, ready to fire back. You people are unbelievable. The situation has changed, can't you see that? Meanwhile, poor Bez just has to sit there while they all argue. He's got a massive headache, brewing, desperately trying to figure out a solution to this whole mess. But their constant screaming just makes him want to tear his hair out. Total helplessness. Now, while the suits are arguing, let's see what the other side is up to in a nice, warm, and very dreamy bathroom. Ska is back, soaking in the tub, but she's also wrestling with her own thoughts, biting her nails and looking completely panicked. She can't stop thinking about Kingston's terrifying power. That old man was supposed to be way weaker after being locked up for so long. She can't help but wonder. But did he really get weaker? Just how strong was he in his prime? While Ska is lost in her own thoughts, Seung Hoan walks into the bathroom and calls out her name. Ska. Seung Hoan is standing there shirtless, with just a blanket wrapped around his waist, looking mighty confused. He stammers, you invited me to bathe with you, but... He hesitates for a second, then asks, is this really necessary to defeat Seo Kang Yu? Seeing him walk in and ask that, Ska just grins and opens her arms wide in welcome. Of course it is. This is an essential step to growing stronger. Seung Hoan's arrival seems to have sparked a new idea in her head. It makes her feel confident again. No, she thinks to herself, my plan won't fail. Her eyes light up as she looks at Seung Hoan. I have him, she thinks, and plenty of other secret weapons. A whole list of names flashes through her mind, Hero, Terapia, and even Aora. With that thought, she pulls Seung Hoan into a tight hug. She thinks happily, time will solve everything. She's squeezing him so tight he chokes out, I can't breathe. Cutting over to the Hero Association, we see Authority sitting grimly in the front row. And Mailji is there too. The person in charge sees the crowd and announces, it looks like everyone is here. The one speaking is the temporary chairperson, Lepers. She continues, then regarding the election of the 3rd generation of equals, you and I both know what's coming. She scans the faces in the hall one last time before making it official. Let's begin the meeting. All right, let's dive in. Lepers steps up to the podium to lay out the official procedure. The selection process for the new equality goes like this. She glances at the diverse candidates, continuing. The chairman proposes 5 nominees pending the hero's approval. She thinks of the massive government building standing tall, and her voice becomes even firmer. Each individual will be vetted by the government. Their bronze honor badges gleaming in the light are a symbol of their pride. She adds that if no disqualifying issues are found, they will be selected as the new equality. A bit rushed, Lepers raises her hand to get everyone's attention, hesitating slightly. The equality candidates I wish to propose are... But a voice suddenly rings out, cutting her off and leaving her in awkward silence. And here's where it all goes sideways. An arrogant voice demands, who gave you permission to just decide the candidates? It's Authority. With his hands clasped, he grits out a stern reminder to Lepers, you're only the temporary chairman. After regaining her composure, Lepers fires right back without missing a beat. Authority, then why are you even here? You've been stripped of your hero status. Authority coolly replies, I am here as a representative of the leadership. Lepers sternly reminds him of his place. In that case, you just need to sit quietly and observe. You have no say in the association's affairs. But Authority couldn't care less, completely set in his opinion. I will say it one more time. I do not recognize you as chairman. Lepers explodes. I don't need you to. Authority's voice remains chillingly calm as he glares at her, issuing a warning to all the candidates present. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by the temporary chairman Lepers for any reason whatsoever. Lepers is stunned by his venomous threat, her voice trembling as she asks, What? The formal hall falls deathly silent. Authority announces, You are not the official chairman, you are only temporary. Every single person hangs on his words. This seems to fuel his confidence, and he presses his advantage. This monumental decision, choosing the equality who will decide the association's future, cannot be made by a temp. At this point, Authority's voice drops to a low growl, emphasizing that it must be done by an officially appointed chairman. Lepers quickly objects. Authority, are you even aware of the current situation we're in? We need to choose an equality as soon as possible to solve this crisis. Authority just scoffs at her. Solve the crisis. That's hilarious coming from your mouth, Lepers. His mind flashes back to a map of Portugal. And here's where things get personal. So tell me, Lepers, what exactly did you do in Portugal? Authority remembers Wed fighting with everything he had. Instead of capturing the criminals, you were just there playing around with Wednesday. Agitated Lepers rushes to explain herself. Behind her, a gorgeous magic circle begins to glow brightly. You think if the target isn't killed, it's all just a game. My priority was protecting the civilians first. She remembers unleashing her power, how Proof and the kids glared at Authority, and she confronts him with a sharp tone. And what about you, Authority? I heard you were about to sacrifice those children who were taken hostage. Lepers finally lets her frustration boil over. Why do you always force others to make sacrifices? You haven't changed one bit. Authority growls her name. Lepers. He glares back, completely baffled. Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change. Lepers freezes for a moment, her eyes locked onto him. A deep voice echoes through the hall. No, it's Authority who has paused. He stands, turning to face the crowd behind him. It's all of you who need to change. He spreads his arms wide. Have you already forgotten what I did in Portugal? I made the decision that was right for the situation. Seeing the dark, resentful looks on their faces, he continues with a grin. In the end, there were no casualties were there. Lepers can't believe he's twisting the truth so shamelessly. She grits her teeth in pure fury. Authority. But he just keeps on with his grand speech. Authority points a finger at her, his voice stern. You are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals. He thinks of the government building always lit, using the people's precious tax money to shelter countless murderers. Seeing her silence, he presses his attack, mocking ideas like social responsibility and rehabilitation. They're just pretty words that sound nice. He thinks of the court system as a dark, twisted nightmare. Rehabilitation, don't make me laugh, Authority declares with conviction. They never change. They are all scum. It's like seeing stigma manipulating the entire globe from the shadows. Look, they've just escaped, and they're already preparing. He stresses the point, they're hiding under that crazy woman, preparing for another massacre in a situation like this. And you and I know that spells disaster. Lepers is left speechless with nothing to say. You and I are about to see a classic power struggle unfold as Authority scoffs. A former disciple of Mago like you thinks she can run the Hero Association. He smirks. I don't even need to watch to know how this ends. It'll be the same old naive garbage about how heroes can't kill people, acting all high and mighty. Just empty words to make yourself feel better. He stares her down and says it plain and simple. Lepers, nobody here wants you as president. You're not the president of the Hero Association, so stop acting like it. Lepers can only grit her teeth, her eyes burning with fury as sunlight streams into the hall. Finally, she relents. All right, Authority. Her voice rings out with new resolve. So you're saying if I become the official president, I can do things by the book, right? Authority stands his voice firm. Yes, that's right. Lepers turns to the silent heroes who've been watching this whole time. Then let's have a vote. Authority immediately tries to find an angle. You mean a vote by the general public? No. Lepers shuts him down, her voice echoing through the grand hall. We're short on time. She looks out over the crowd, putting her faith in the heroes present. Let's see if that pays off. We will decide based on the opinions of the heroes right here. The decision will be made by majority vote. What do you say to that, Authority? Authority hesitates, glancing around the room. A majority vote? Aren't all of these the heroes handpicked by Lao Sa? He glares at the assembly, snapping, this is completely biased. Lepers recalls that proud bronze emblem and sets the rule. Then we'll follow the same procedure used to select equality. A 2/3 majority vote is required to pass. Authority mulls it over his eyes, scanning the faces of the heroes around him. The minutes tick by in dead silence. Finally, the results flash onto the main screen. The question, do you accept Lepers' selection of equality? The verification process is complete. Approval sits at 52% with opposition at 48%. Since it failed to get enough votes, the result is official, not passed. Lepers stares in utter shock at the numbers glowing on the screen. 48% opposed. Not enough for a two-thirds majority. The result is failed. Those words drill into her head like a nightmare. She's just frozen by the results. I know what you're thinking. How could this possibly happen? Well, authority is enjoying every second of it. Well. He lets out a savage, triumphant laugh. Looks like you didn't quite get the majority you were hoping for. Authority smirks. I suppose it's time we elect a new president. After all, every hero here was selected during President Lao Tsa's time. Lepers never saw this coming. She can only stare blankly out at the crowd. Not enough for a two-thirds majority. The result is failed. The words are right there, plain as day. The reason for this result, authority. The scene shifts, and we see exactly what he's been up to. Right after the horrific disaster at Lucillus prison, an event that turned the place into a living hell, he quickly approached every single hero. He pleaded his case with passion, carefully laying out his own point of view to them. At first, most of them were against him. You could see the annoyance written all over their faces. But authority was relentless, and as the situation grew more desperate, more and more heroes were swayed to his side. This was all happening in the shadow of a brutal tragedy. And even if they didn't like his ideas, the power of the president's seat was undeniable. Quite a few heroes started agreeing that a new election was needed. From their perspective, a change in leadership was becoming necessary. The reason was simple: the shining legacy of Lao Tsa. She had the overwhelming power and achievements to back up her ideals. Lepers, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She lacked both the power and the track record that Lao Tsa had, and that powerful bronze emblem she wore just seemed to confirm her weakness. In terms of legitimacy to carry on Lao Tsa's ideals, the most fitting candidate seemed to be Seo Kang Yu, a former ITY member. But in the public's eyes, Seo Kang Yu's name was now tied to nothing but savagery and bloodshed. That's because he was the one who changed his mind and slaughtered the prisoners. The scene snaps back to the present day. The heroes were clearly divided. Authority's taunting voice cuts in. It seems your own comrades doubt your ability to be president. What are you going to do now? Lepers stammers out a vote. Authority cuts her right off. A popular vote, she trembles, repeating, but we don't have time. We can choose candidates and let the heroes. He interrupts again. No, that's not happening. He uses the memory of Lao Tsa's strength as a final blow. You know this too, our respectable third president. And with that final jab, you and I are left hanging. Let's jump right in. She points out Lao Tsa's own rule: the president must be elected by the people except in an emergency. The government can only shorten that timeline during a natural disaster. But Lepers is cornered the hall silent. Only authority's mocking voice fills the room. Oh, I'm sure you knew that, right? He continues. Anyone, even a non-member, can run for president. Another rule from the esteemed Lao Tsa. All the heroes are silent, practically siding with him. Authority sneers. Well, interim president, what are you standing there for? He smugly orders. Go tell the government to schedule a new election. You have to fulfill your duties, don't you? Lepers is completely trapped, unsure of her next move. Authority growls. Even if you're just temporary. He then resigns as the world leader and announces he's running for president of the Hero Association. The entire country is left to decide. Authority or Lepers, who's the better choice? The scene shifts, golden sunlight flooding a luxurious office. Bez is dozing in his chair. But suddenly, his eyebrows furrow a look of deep anxiety on his face. His mind drifts back to a distant memory. A beautiful sunny day. Clear blue skies over a dense green forest. We see Bez in outdoor gear carrying a big briefcase when a sudden voice makes him stop. You've got some nerve. Before him is Kingston, dressed in martial arts attire, sitting casually on a high rock, requesting a private meeting. Is that wise for a president to do? Bez approaches the rock. Looking up, he answers honestly. I've heard a lot about you from Bada and Gara. I don't think you'd harm me. Kingston just mutters, shameless old fools. He quickly gets back on topic, offering a sincere compliment. I heard you don't have any powers. And yet you climbed to the highest position. That's truly impressive. But Bez isn't here for small talk. He cuts straight to the chase. Mr. Kingston, since it's just the two of us, I'll be direct. Bez stares him down, his voice firm. What is your purpose? Kingston avoids the question. Instead, he looks back with a deep gaze and asks, Hey, President, do you really understand how powers develop? Bez thinks for a moment, an image of a glowing light bulb appearing in his mind as he prepares his answer. He says slowly, for summoning types, the clearer they can visualize their summons, the stronger their power becomes. He then imagines muscular figures. For special types and physical types, they're strongest after puberty, right when they hit their physical peak. A soft wind blows through the mountains, carrying Kingston's casual voice. Half right, half wrong. Bez is shocked. What? Now pay close attention to this explanation. Kingston slowly clarifies. It's true that both special and physical types get stronger as they mature. He moves his hand and a faint black dust trickles out. Kingston's voice turns sharp, but physical types can shatter their predetermined limits through harsh training. Bez is completely floored by this revelation. Kingston continues, "Aren't you curious?" He imagines a ferocious red figure with the power to summon storms. If a person reached the highest level of a special ability and also pushed their physical abilities to their absolute maximum, what would happen? Now you and I both know where this is going. Bez gasps. That person would be impossible for any nation to control. Kingston calls out from the rock, "Hey, President." He raises a mischievous eyebrow. "Shouldn't you be asking Kang Yu about this? I'm not the one with the answer. I simply want to see what humanity's ultimate limit is." Bez is stunned. "That's all," Kingston adds softly. The memory shifts. Bez is now at his desk, turning to speak to someone sitting across from him. "Using my authority. You want to add someone to equality." He's facing Lao Sa, and he's honest. "I'm surprised such an important procedure needs to be approved like this." But Lao Sa is resolute. "He is worth it," Bez presses. "If you say so, his skills must be good. But as a teammate, can he be trusted?" Lao Sa answers with total confidence. "He's as trustworthy as he is strong." She then adds, "I consider him a completely reliable teammate." Her words connect back to that other moment in the past. The scene flashes back to his talk with Kingston. Facing that intense gaze, Bez decided to trust his gut. Without any hesitation, he says it plainly. "I believe in Kang Yu." But Kingston's reply is something he never expected. "Then the answer is already clear, isn't it? Besides, objecting won't change a thing." And with that, you and I are left with just the sound of a heavy sigh. With a sigh of relief, Bez stands up, leaning his hands on the table. A critical decision has been made, giving him a moment to breathe. Suddenly, a strange sound. The secretary anxiously peeks her head into the room, timidly calling for the chairman. "All right, stick with me, because this is where the entire political game of the Hero Association gets flipped upside down." Bez seems intrigued by this, signaling for his secretary to continue. She speaks hesitantly, stuttering before dropping the urgent news. "Authority has just declared his candidacy for president of the Hero Association." Judging by Bez's face, this is the last thing he wanted to hear. His expression sinks into disappointment, frustration, and utter confusion. Then we see Kingston's smug face. It's clear Bez accepted whatever condition he proposed. This matter was known only to the officials attending the World Government Conference, a meeting held in a grand room with very few people present. This was kept top secret. Now inside that towering skyscraper, the Hero Association's presidential election is about to get underway. With the framework set by the government, the city already bustling at night becomes even more chaotic. After a 3-day registration period, there will be 3 public debates. But for now, the hall is thick with tension. For 2 weeks, a nationwide poll will decide the next president of the Hero Association, with a pie chart showing the running tally. But the ever-lit maximum security prison presents a serious unresolved problem. Now here's where you and I need to pay attention. The new president's term is 4 years unless they solve the Lucillus prison break, then it ends immediately. Bezath, the city's peaceful facade, sinister plots are brewing. And in principle, anyone can register to run for president, which means if too many candidates apply, it could easily lead to total chaos. At this moment, the glowing dots representing headquarters around the world have never been more important. Therefore, only those supported by regional hero representatives are allowed to run for the position. Authority, with his stern clock symbol, and Lipers, with her rabbit and carrot logo, become 2 distinct factions. During the registration period, both Authority and Lipers officially announce their candidacies. In the familiar conference room, a purple-haired girl named Mute, whose power involves a mic, kicks things off. "Hello, members of the Hero Association. I'm Mute, and I'll be hosting this presidential election." In front of all the big shots, Mute explains how the election will work. The candidates will get a chance to speak before the entire association. She gestures to Authority, already at the podium, and introduces him. First up is a speech from candidate Authority. He looks out at the heroes and says, "I'll keep this brief." Authority clicks a remote and a huge LED screen lights up behind him. He orders, "Look." And yeah, he's got a point. You and I both know that letting these guys loose was a huge mistake. He stares down the heroes below him, challenging them directly. "So what's your plan now? Capture them alive, lock them up, and then just let them out again?" Authority's brow furrows in complete disgust. "I trust you won't repeat such a foolish act ever again." With that, it's time for Liper's speech. She stands at the podium, seriously making her case. During Authority's time as president, he allowed heroes to slaughter civilians. Lipers thinks of those so-called heroes like Hero and Claw, and her voice becomes even more resolute. The number of civilians killed by heroes might not be any less than those killed by villains. She pictures the villain SK agreeing with the urgency of the moment. "I know our current situation is critical. A madman preaching eugenics is threatening humanity. But Authority is no different from that lunatic, SK." Lipers looks at the crowd, pleading. He places different values on human lives, using the name of justice to force the minority to make sacrifices. She closes her eyes, showing her pain. "Friends, everyone is equal. Please do not forget the duty of a hero that Lao Sa always emphasized." The 2 symbols, the bunny and the clock, are shown in direct opposition. "Okay, so here's the battle plan. Let's break down how these two plan to win. They're working to secure their support bases in the city while also scrambling across the continent to win over regional representatives. The powerful clock symbol appears showing the heroes who are backing authority. There's the seasoned North American hero Angunar Su and an old man from India Ader. Then the bunny emblem showing Liper's supporters from Europe, and a masked girl from Oceania Pi. China, Myanmar, a man from the Middle East named Cafe Gao. Plus, Hassan from South America and Anigo from Africa. As both candidates solidify their support, they plaster the front pages of newspapers with eye-catching headlines. Both Lipers and Authority. They've spent the entire campaign period using every tactic possible, running vicious attack ads against each other until the very last day. Negative attacks to take each other down. The moment had finally arrived. On the last day for candidate registration, the host grabs a mic, eyes glued to the LED board, and makes the announcement. So, registration is officially closed. Right Lipers stares intently at her screen, preparing for the 3 upcoming debates, but suddenly she's completely stunned. Ha! She glances over at the others, then back at their screens, exclaiming in shock. What is this? A last-second candidate just registered, catching both Authority and Lipers completely off guard. They instinctively whip their heads toward the main screen for info. A throat clears, echoing throughout the hall. Ahem, ahem. An unfamiliar voice rings out. Hello, members of the Hero Association. A young girl stands at the podium and gently introduces herself. I am Medius, but her eyes, they hold a sinister, almost triumphant glint, a hint of victory. She continues. Current occupation: high school student. Liper's eyes go wide, unable to believe what she's seeing. What is even happening right now? Authority says nothing, but his face is a mask of pure contempt and disdain. After a moment, he finally blurts out, what the hell is this? Yeah, I know what you're thinking, because same. Medius's sudden arrival brings a heavy silence over the entire room. But while everyone else is frozen solid, an awkward Medius just radiates confidence. She clearly expected this exact reaction. Her appearance immediately gets under Authority's skin. He instantly complains, what is this situation? Do they think the election for the Hero Association chairman is some kind of high school class president vote? Obviously, only those endorsed by a regional representative can even run for the position. That's right. The crowd's criticism is about to explode when suddenly a new voice cuts in. A serious tone declares, I will endorse her. It's Kafea, the hero representative for the Middle East. Kafea's words stun the entire room. Authority and Lipers can't believe their ears, their eyes wide with shock. What? Lipers is especially floored, watching a supporter who once backed her completely flip sides. Sir Kafea, you used to support me. But Kafea doesn't hesitate for a second, calmly replying, I've changed my mind. It seems nothing could sway his decision. His gaze is completely serious. I now support Medius. That girl. Medius just offers a small smile as if she knew. This was always the plan. In a single moment, the entire game board has been flipped, Medius appearing as the wild card. A new player who just upended everything. And so we have candidate number 1, Lipers. The first two aren't all that different. Candidate number 2, Authority. The biggest twist in this race comes from the brand new third candidate. Candidate number 3, Medius. All 3 are now officially registered. The media outlets immediately explode with the hot news. The story is plastered across every major news site. TCA. Seeing Medius steal the spotlight, Authority can't hide his annoyance. Every single article is about that high schooler, a perfect viral story. News of Medius spreads, drawing a ton of mixed reactions. Looks like the press is going to have a field day. But many are also criticizing Kafea and the girl, saying that this election is not a joke. So has that girl been investigated yet? Authority moves quickly, first things first. He needs more information on Medius. But her data is full of question marks. She's just an ordinary high school girl, with nothing special about her. Authority starts running through 1,000 different theories about who Medius really is. Does she have some kind of special ability? The vague data leaves his secretary completely baffled. That's unclear. Maybe it's some kind of latent power, right? Confusion fills the room. The mystery of Medius is so deep. Even Authority is left speechless. Meanwhile, Lipers is clearly unhappy. She confronts Kafea directly. Kafea, explain. Explain yourself. But Kafea remains perfectly calm, completely unfazed by her interrogation. Ask me anything you want. Lipers assumes Kafea is being way too emotional about this. Perhaps it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision you didn't think through. Do you know that girl from before? Even if you do, you can't let personal feelings affect something this important. No, I've never met her before today. What Kafea starts to recall the events that led him to this decision. A few days ago, when I walked into my office to start work, he had already encountered Medius before. Right there in my own office, I saw her sitting in my chair. At that moment, Kafea was clearly not having it. His expression soured immediately. At first, I thought she was an intruder sent by the villains and was about to take her down. But Kafea's hostile attitude didn't last. It started to fade away thanks to Midias's words, but after we talked a few times, my memories started getting jumbled. He can't clearly recall the details anymore. Dozens of times, hundreds of times, no countless times. And trust me, whatever she said to him, it was pure magic. Cafea was completely drawn in, and support her. It was like I'd spoken with her countless times, and then at some point I was absolutely sure. I had to back her up, but Cafega's jumbled memories left Lipers completely baffled, and honestly, you and I are probably just as confused. To snap Cafera out of his daze, Lepus speaks up. Sir, if you'll permit me, go ahead. Lepus quickly reaches out, activating her ability on Cafera. Her power summons two large rabbits with medical symbols on their heads, which materialize right behind him. But just as she thought, Lepus finds nothing out of the ordinary. This completely stuns her, not a single sign of hypnosis or mind control. And yeah, something is seriously off here. So what in the world is going on? With no hard evidence, all Lepus can do is try to reason with him. But making such a huge decision based on a feeling, Cafera immediately cuts her off. This isn't a feeling, Lepus. How many times have I said it? Cafera's eyes shine with the faith of a true believer. It's a look of absolute loyalty, of unwavering devotion. I am certain, he declares. She must become the next association president. When Cafera is this dead set, what else can Lepus say? Any more arguing at this point is just a waste of breath. The arrival of Medius remains the single biggest question mark in this election. A totally mysterious figure appears, and her presence could change everything for humanity's future. Trust me, this is where the plot gets really complicated. Not that she's seen as a threat. The ones who should be worried are Authority and Lepus, but they seem to have bigger problems. Authority and Lepus are both suspicious, but they've decided she doesn't really change the game. So they keep their focus on each other. It looks like neither considers Midias a real opponent, just a distraction from their own rivalry. The day of the debate finally arrives. The event kicks off with the sweet voice of the moderator. Mute waves to the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I'm Mute, your host for tonight's debate. Before we begin, allow me to explain the rules. First, let's talk about time. Mute begins her explanation. To start, each candidate gets 10 minutes for an opening statement. Everyone's been assigned a number. To keep things orderly, the speaking order will follow the candidate numbers, and they won't just be giving speeches. They'll also be asking some very tough questions. In their 10 minutes, they can present their platform or question an opponent. Time is also a weapon during the Q&A session. The time an opponent uses to answer gets subtracted from the questioner's own clock. That means they can cut someone off if they've heard enough. Another slick mechanic is the rebuttal system. Additionally, during an opponent's speech, each candidate has 2 chances to issue a rebuttal. Mute flashes a bright smile, having flawlessly recited the debate's complex rules from memory. Each rebuttal grants you 1 minute of floor time. Alright, now that we know the rules, let's watch the chaos unfold. The candidates give their quick introductions. Candidate number 1, Lepus. Hello, I am Lepus, student of Mago, and a member of Equality. Next is Authority. Candidate number 2, Authority. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Authority, the former second-generation chairman of the Hero Association. And last, the wildcard who crashed the party. Candidate number 3, Medius. This is my first time appearing before you all. I'm Medius. Right after introductions, the debate is on. Candidate number 1, Lepus, takes the stage. And as expected from the acting chairman, she knows how to command attention. We have endured countless wars. Her speech starts by digging into the very roots of their reality. Ever since abilities appeared centuries ago, wars between nations erupted. She then traces the evolution of conflict through each era. After the world government unified, countless civil wars broke out. The fighting simply changed its form, but it never actually went away. And when the Hero Association was formed, society just split again, this time between heroes and villains. War was an inevitable part of every single stage of history. Lepus emphasizes how humanity has been drowning in that terrifying cycle. We have spent most of our history living in the midst of societal collapse. And from the bitter results of that conflict, Lepus highlights the critical role of the first heroes. But thanks to the efforts of Laos and many others, the foundation of our society was rebuilt. Spoken like a true student of Laos with total conviction. And now society is finally functioning properly. Lepus is basically saying that Authority would destroy everything the heroes of the past worked so hard to build. Think back to Authority's era. Back then, heroes were nothing more than lawless vigilantes. With conflicting ideals and methods, they indiscriminately slaughtered villains and even civilians. Oh yeah, this speech is aimed directly at Authority. The goal is to take him down. If Authority becomes chairman, those dark days will return, and the society we fought so hard to build will collapse. Lepus is passionately making her point when Authority cuts her off. Society is already collapsing. He's not just going to sit there and take it. Authority makes his move. He requests his 1-minute rebuttal. Can't you see the situation we are in right now? Don't blink, because the real fight is just beginning. She's been around for a while, a veteran debater through and through. I simply cannot understand why my sacrifice, though tearful, is called a massacre. But when you sacrifice society for criminals, that's you considered moral. Authority begins his argument, and his words are dangerously persuasive. You have to understand this world can't achieve any great goal without some sacrifice. If sacrifice is inevitable, even though it's Lepus's turn, Authority's rebuttal is winning him a lot of support. We must ensure that sacrifice is not meaningless. Every seed of evil must be utterly destroyed. Authority goes on a long-winded rant like he owns the whole stage. Just look. It's because we let these seeds of evil survive that we're in this mess. Lepus realizes something's wrong. This old geezer is cheating. Hold on, Authority, my 1 minute isn't even up yet. Turns out he's intentionally touching the clock, using his powers to run down the timer. Get your hand off that clock now. How can 1 minute be this long? No wonder Authority has been talking up a storm. He just smirks, a smug look plastered on his face. What are you talking about? That punchable face just makes Lepus even more furious. She continues, if you don't take your hand off. But before Lepus can finish, M's voice cuts in. That's enough. M immediately shuts Lepus down, stopping her from saying another word. M uses his silencing ability on Lepus and repeats the rules. Lepus, you may only speak after your opponent's rebuttal time is over. M's power is a silencing system. Authority gets a warning too, but the stubborn old man just shrugs, acting like he doesn't care. Authority, please refrain from using your abilities. The battle seems to be entirely between Lepus and Authority now. They're both fighting for their public image. You can totally understand why they're acting this way. They're fiercely protecting their platforms during an election. Public perception is everything. The world is basically in a semi-war state. Authority and Lepus are trying to build strong public personas. The two go back and forth, arguing non-stop. Lepus looks incredibly tense, constantly shouting and attacking him. Authority is no different, his face twisted with anger. During his turn, instead of focusing on his platform, he and Lepus just keep attacking each other. The debate unfolds under extreme tension. To build his strongman image, Authority starts casting doubt. He openly looks down on Lepus, which is actually pretty suspicious. A girl who can't even handle one villain, how can she possibly handle this situation? Or are you saying you're stronger than Lao Se? In terms of experience and cunning, Lepus is leagues below Authority. She's completely outmatched. Her master's shadow is just too large for Lepus to handle. It's a miracle she's even running for office. In the public's eye, she's only remembered as Mago's student, so she's still seen as someone who needs to learn. Her appearance is also a disadvantage, making it hard for Lepus to win over the public. Most importantly, her rabbit-like features make people see her as weak. Authority's sharp eyes quietly assess the situation. His next target then has to be Medius. If he can just crush that one variable, this debate will end exactly as he planned. Medius finally takes the stage, with the atmosphere heavily favoring Authority, but she doesn't seem nervous at all. And now it's Medius's turn. Pay close attention because she starts her speech in a way no one ever expected by critiquing her opponents. Mr. Authority turned the Hero Association from a small group into a global corporation with his amazing drive and decisiveness. Lepus also gets some praise from Medius, and Lepus inheriting Lao Se's will has strengthened this corporation with strong ideals and faith. Medius calmly continues, leaving her two rivals completely stunned, and then she drops an absolute bombshell. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of both to solve the current situation. Medius tries to continue, but Authority cuts her off. My platform, you little brat. He's back to that mocking tone, making fun of Medius. This isn't a student council election. Go on home and do your homework. This debate is no place to be discussing policy. This old dude is shameless, relentlessly mocking Medius. Or did you run here because you couldn't keep up in school? This is where you impose prejudice on your opponent. The old man just keeps rambling until M has to step in. Mr. Authority, your time is up. It's all right, I'm willing to use my own time to talk. Seeing Medius's generosity, Authority presses his advantage. Then speak, kid. What do you want to talk about? Medius, with a look of pure indifference, prepares to speak. And you're not going to want to miss this. I'm a user, she reveals, dropping a bombshell right at the start. I grew up in the very same power training school that Lao Se built when he was president, so you have no idea what my abilities are. Is that so? Then what exactly can you do, kid? And this old man Medius has no time to meet all of Authority's demands. I have no obligation to say a thing. But Authority digs in his heels, refusing to let it go. No, you have to. If you want to lead the association, you need the right skills. He starts laying out his logic to force Medius's hand. No hero in the association will follow a leader who isn't qualified. So Medius throws down a direct challenge, her eyes blazing with pure confidence and a touch of arrogance. Name the place, Authority. We'll fight as soon as possible. Authority is speechless at her proposal, completely stunned. What the debate is being broadcast live on every platform, and of course, Medius's challenge instantly goes viral. Office workers on their lunch break are watching live, so shocked they completely forget to eat. Medius's face is now on every screen in every home. 9 out of 10 people are glued to their phones watching the stream. The debate is even playing on the giant billboards plastered across skyscrapers, a direct challenge. Well, authority, the old man still hasn't recovered, his mouth wide open in utter disbelief. Before authority can even process the situation, Medius moves on to the main topic, discussing the terms of their duel. The rules will be a mixed martial arts match using our abilities. How about it? Authority still gives zero response. Life experience tells him he's walking into a trap. Authority is lost in thought. Faced with her challenge, he's completely frozen on the spot. An unexpected direct challenge. All the tricks authority was using were instantly neutralized. Now pay attention here because this is a masterclass in political maneuvering. No matter how strong an image he built, a curveball like this has him rattled. Authority kept calling Midius a kid over and over, and it's finally coming back to bite him. In fact, his own strategy of branding his opponent has now become a trap for himself. He's facing two options. If he accepts, how does this choice affect the image he's so carefully crafted? Having called her a kid from the start, the image of him fighting a child would look ridiculous. Looking at it from any angle, authority loses. Plus, with his current political standing, facing her in the ring brings him down to her level. This would seriously damage his prestige. With this option, two scenarios could play out. Even if he wins, it's a meaningless victory. Either way, authority's reputation takes a hit. But if he loses, it could be a career-ending move. From the look on Medius's face, everyone knows she just made a killer move. Okay, I know what you're thinking. He's cornered. So what if he refuses? That choice is somehow even riskier. He'll be labeled as the guy who's scared to fight a kid and seen as a total coward. That decision would definitely earn authority a ton of hate. He'd be called a chicken. The image he worked so hard to build would be seriously tarnished. It would fatally wound his strongman persona. Pushed into a corner, authority considers every angle. In a split second, his mind races, formulating countless counterplans. But even for authority, a veteran of countless debates, this move was a total surprise. No matter what he chooses, the biggest problem is that fearless look on Medius's face and her mysterious abilities. This makes the chess match with authority even more difficult. What is this girl's special ability? He's lost in thought for a long moment. That triumphant expression he had while debating Lepus completely gone. What kind of power does she actually have? Just then, the scene shifts to a green field under a clear sky, the air fresh. Authority is lying on the grass, looking totally relaxed. Haven't you felt something strange lately? Hoen Du Yang hears authority's vague, cryptic words and is completely confused. What's that supposed to mean? Authority just keeps spouting philosophy. I don't get it, but whatever. I feel like the words I've just said are being repeated over and over. Father, I'm always like this, but how long will this go on? Authority just responds with a long sigh, his eyes gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Am I just getting old, or is something really wrong? Back in the present, Medius gives authority no more time to think. She asks him straight up, why aren't you answering authority? Authority knows he needs to come up with a counter-strategy and fast, so instead of a direct answer, he tries to talk his way around it. Just like a child acting on pure emotion. Daring to challenge me during a debate like this isn't rational at all. Looks like I'll have to drag this debate into the mud to get out of this. He puts on his adult persona to try and overpower Medius. Hey kid, this debate isn't a place for jokes. But this old man picked the wrong person to mess with. Now that Medius is in, she's determined to fight to the end. I am being completely serious, authority. Medius even starts using his own arguments to counter him. And you and I both know that to become the association president, the most important thing is strength, just as you said. The very authority you used to fight Lepus is now the thing cornering you. You even told Lepus he was weaker than Lao Sa, that he couldn't be trusted. Am I wrong? Medius keeps pressing, citing evidence from right here at Hero headquarters back when he was in charge. Her analysis is absolutely flawless. You made heroes fight each other just to rank them, didn't you? Every word she says leaves authority completely speechless. So why don't you try ranking me for a change? Medius is determined to push him to the very end. If you can't do it here, we'll pick a location after the debate. He sees his stalling tactics are failing miserably and Medius is just roasting him in front of everyone. Authority gets a sinking feeling. Damn it, he thinks. I've been cornered by a true poisonous snake. Now pay attention here. Medius extends a hand like she's offering a truce, but that smile tells a very different story. I never should have provoked her, he realizes. She's not like me. She has absolutely nothing to lose. He tries to stall again. All right, you have a point. He tries to keep talking, but nothing comes out of his throat, and there it is. Her ability is mute. Authority is officially silenced, unable to say a word even if he wanted to. Mute quickly signals that he's wasted enough time. Sir Authority, Medius has decided you won't be stalling any longer. Please be quiet. Authority is just stunned, stumbling back. He's already lost all control of the situation. Did she really just wait for the perfect moment to completely cut me off? He watches Medius, who hasn't made a single mistake. A real sense of dread starts creeping in. Just what kind of power does she have to be this confident? He's on the defensive now, every move a disadvantage. He wonders if it's time to play dirty, a high-risk gamble for a high reward. Should he try a risky move, go full speed, make a move before anyone can even react? But just as he's thinking it, authority freezes up. The pure shock on his face is obvious as Midias turns, watching his every move. That was way too close. He's lucky he didn't attack. Her deep purple eyes feel like they're staring right through his soul. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, that look on her face isn't just cold. It's the look of absolute terrifying control. A million different possibilities and doubts start racing through authority's mind. After a long, tense moment, Midias' speech officially begins. The first debate is nearing its end. She starts with a powerful analogy giving form to their current problems. After so many battles, our society has become a tangled mess of knots full of unresolved issues. There are so many problems, the knot she describes as a chaotic mess. Knots that nobody even tries to untie anymore. Then someone came along and just started hacking away at them. And the person she names is a very familiar one. I believe that person was authority. However, his solution never actually made the problems disappear. But authority didn't clean up the knots he cut. He just kept slashing again and again. Because of that, even the healthy threads started to get severed. But there was another person who influenced things. The one who took those severed threads and tied them back together. I believe that was Lao Sa. And you have to admit, her analogy is spot on. Lao Sa was the one trying to fix the world. But the problems didn't end there. And that's why the world is so chaotic now. Because among the knots, Lao Sa retied rotten ones crept in. This is what's causing our current problems. Midias is clearly seeing the issue from a new perspective. However, we cannot simply leave things as they are. She recognizes the flaws in both approaches, but you can't just cut everything apart. Midias speaks from the heart, her sincerity aimed at reaching every single person in the crowd. We need to cut away the rot carefully so we don't damage the healthy threads and then carefully tie them back. Midias represents a perfect harmony, an ideology that recognizes the good things both sides have accomplished. This is a time where we shouldn't lean to one extreme. We must find a balance and move forward together. Her powerful declaration is heard by the entire public. I, Midias, if I become president, will petition the government to grant heroes the right to execute on sight. The unexpected proposal leaves the entire crowd absolutely dumbfounded. The heroes granted this power will be chosen through an even more stringent screening process. Their stunned attention shows just how much influence Midias already commands, determining a list of villains for on-site execution. I promise to make these decisions with the utmost caution. And trust me, when she adds how she'll deal with Alpha, you're going to want to see what's next. Of course, she declares, her voice firm, her eyes shining with absolute clarity. Every single Alpha convict will be executed on the spot. I have nothing more to say. The clock is ticking. The final seconds tick away. The first debate is over, and no matter how they perform, the candidates can only turn and head home. And now you and I finally get the answer to the biggest question on everyone's mind. Who's the right person to become the next leader of the Hero Association? Welcome to Chapter 41. As the debate wound down, Midias kept her confident smile. Authority, on the other hand, looked pretty tense. And Lepus, she had completely lost her earlier confidence. After this first round, her results were, painfully low. Lepus's approval rating came in at a measly 8%. Authority, with his familiar clock symbol, did a bit better at 35%. And finally, with an overwhelming 57%, the public opinion poll ended with Midias on top. A map of the continent lights up with scattered bright spots. On top of that, heroes who once supported Lepus began jumping ship to Midias. We're talking about the masked hero from China, Mailng, and even the hero from South America, Hassan. The press conference podium is lit up day and night. Facing this crisis, Lepus decides to hold her own press conference. She pleads her case, desperate to win back some support. She says, I listened to everything Midias said during the debate. I spent too much time arguing with authority and couldn't counter Midias's points at that moment. The reporters listen in silence, taking in her every word, quietly making their own judgments. Now, here's the part that gets spicy. She asks, what right does a high school student with no real-world experience have to decide who lives and dies? Lepus is clearly outraged by this. She declares Midias is just as dangerous as authority. That's a fact. After slamming, Lepus continues speaking, but the scene shifts to a different, much more luxurious room. Lepus walks in looking serious, almost begging. Everyone. Inside are the very people who abandoned her for Midias, Mailng, Kafega, and Hassan. Kafega asks in a low voice, why did you call me here? Lepus doesn't hesitate and just gets straight to the point. Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school girl? Hassan casually replies, it's simple. He gives a slight knowing raise of his eyebrow. I just have a feeling, and that's all there is to it. Lepus is stunned for a second, then says, well, that's just you, but... She turns to the woman across from her, Mailng, in disbelief. I never expected you of all people to make a choice like this. A man's shadow appears between them. It's Ju whispering. If your master, Mr. Ju, knew about this, he would be very disappointed. This gets Mailng talking. Our master. She drifts into a memory, a moonlit night filled with fluttering butterflies. Her master Ju looks up lost in thought and says, "This world is a complicated place, Mailng." He stares at a butterfly right in front of him. His voice is soft, carried on the wind. Things that were once considered obviously right can become wrong over time. And the reverse happens just as often. Ju and Mei stand in a garden and he finally looks at her, confessing, "In the past, I killed many villains." Mei is a little shocked by this sudden admission, but Ju is still lost in his memories. He sees himself standing calmly among hundreds of bodies. Ju continues, "The reason was simple. Back then I believed it was the right thing to do." Another figure appears in the vision. It's Lao Sa. Ju's voice suddenly sounds a little nostalgic. "But after meeting Mr. Lao Sa, my way of thinking changed. Even so, I don't believe my current views are absolutely correct." He looks directly at Mailng, advising her, "Mailng, there is no single right answer in this world. So no matter what situation you find yourself in, just do your best to adapt to it. As long as you've done everything you can, that's enough." Ju's words still echo in Mailing's mind. Her gentle voice fills the room. "He used to say that all the time." Mailng explains her reasoning to Lepus. "That's why after listening to the entire debate and looking at the current situation, I think Medius, not you Lepus, is the right choice to become the president of the association." Lepus is so stunned she can't even reply, just standing there completely frozen. Kafega's tone is now laced with caution. "Lepus, we are not supporting you," he adds very formally. "During the election period, please refrain from meeting with us." Lepus just bows her head in silence, unsure how to turn this situation around. In complete contrast to her misery, Medius appears radiant everywhere she goes, surrounded by a sea of camera flashes. After the first debate ended, the entire media world shifted its focus completely onto Medius. The newspapers are plastered with her face under sensational headlines, exclusive. It's all articles about her time as a student. Reporters are digging into Medius and her family, writing about her background and covering the latest election updates. Pictures of Medius and authority are on the front page, detailing their big showdown in the debate. Medius is everywhere. And you and I are about to find out which of these buzzing topics is causing the biggest storm. Medius just smiles, all mysterious. "And yeah, you and I are asking the same question right now. What the hell is her power?" Authority's eyes are wide, glued to the intel. On the massive screen in front of him is a close-up of Medius during her campaign speech. It's a video capturing every single expression and gesture she made that day. Authority just stares, his eyes locked on the screen like he's trying to pry some secret about this mysterious girl from that short clip. He focuses on her expression, specifically those violet eyes. Suddenly, Authority's own eyes fly open as if he spotted a hidden detail, something buried deep inside them. The silent room finally breaks. Yeah, the truth hits Authority like a truck. He whispers to himself, "So that's it." Meanwhile, over at SK headquarters, Canis speaks up carefully. "Sin CA, haven't you found life becoming a little repetitive and boring lately?" Kaido chimes in. "I agree." Sin Ka sighs. So humans feel it too." She brings a hand to her chin. "It's not just me thinking this, right?" Elsewhere, we see a hat bearing a complex emblem. The intricate crest comes into view. It's the hat she wears. She's sitting in the corner of an empty room, bored, looking up. At the brim of her hat, lost in thought. Cut to a ruined area where a piercing scream echoes. Yua, a young boy, is wailing his eyes out, just absolutely miserable. So boring, I can't take it anymore. It's painfully dull." This is Fratu, a user with a unique system. And get this, you're about to see his entire life flash by. Childhood, teen years, adult, then old age. His whole life lasts just 1 week. And every single week he relives it from beginning to end. Right now he's in his rebellious teenage phase. Fratu is on the ground, rolling around and screaming, surrounded by Natura, Beckenwill, Iuet, and Vid. Fratu yells out, "Aha, when am I ever gonna get to go outside?" Natura gives a gentle smile. "Sinka, please wait a little longer. An unexpected variable has appeared, so just be patient." Vid, scribbling something, mutters to himself, "What an interesting power. I can feel my inspiration flowing like crazy." Fratu calls out quietly, "Natura." The guy immediately looks over to see what he wants. Fratu says excitedly, "Let's go outside for a bit." A worried voice echoes through the ruins. "If Sinka finds out, she'll be furious." Another more naive voice replies reassuringly, "It's fine as long as we don't get caught." Fratu throws his arms out, swaying, trying his best to convince Natura. "We'll just hit the nearby village for a bit. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?" Natura looks at Fratu's eager, hopeful face and thinks it over for a second. In the end, he caves. "All right, it's been a while since I've experienced nature." Fratu cheers, overjoyed. "Awesome, that's awesome, Natura, you're the best." Natura turns to the others. "What about you guys?" Beckenwill and Iuet cautiously refuse. No way. I'm scared to go out." "Not happening." Vid closes his eyes, sketches a few circles in the air with his pen, and says, I don't want to either. In manga, the characters who sneak out on their own are always the first ones to die. Fratu grumbles. Ainf, what a buzzkill. Natura gestures with his hand. And Yuit hesitates for a moment. Then he suddenly remembers Sin Ka's terrifying angry face. Yeah. Thinking of that, he immediately clams up, losing all energy to even discuss it. Yuit cleverly declines. You guys go on ahead, I'm not feeling so great. Natura keeps smiling. Is that so? Fratu, a little bummed out, mutters. What a weakling. Just then, the clouds roll in, making the lush green forest feel a little gloomier than usual. The canopy. And endless miles of plants stretch in every direction. From the ground, a series of vibrations begin. Natura and Fratu are currently standing on a ridiculously high tree branch, casually observing the space below. They both leap down from the branch to the ground, pure fun and relaxation clear on their faces. It's been so long since I've smelled nature. Hehe, this ability is so convenient. Fratu quickly suggests, let's just go to the nearby village for a bit. As the two are chatting happily, they suddenly notice something approaching. It's a group of representative heroes from different regions, and every single one is radiating a crazy murderous aura. Meilenji isn't wearing his usual mask, revealing the patterns tattooed on his face. Hassan and Kafega have weapons, drawn and ready like they're about to walk into a life-or-death battle. And right behind them, Medius. Her violet eyes highlight her ice-cold expression. Fratu and Natura are completely stunned, frozen in place by the sheer killing intent. What in the world are those things? Meanwhile, Authority is rushing somewhere, his secretary trailing right behind him. She asks him, a press conference. That's right. Authority finally makes a decision that leaves his secretary totally bewildered. I'm going to accept the challenge that Medius proposed. What? His secretary starts sweating bullets, confirming it again. Sir, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. This is the only way I can win. Authority's words suddenly trail off. It looks like he's realized something. No wonder she. Looking at Authority's tense face, Medius is clearly no pushover. And you and I are about to find out just how dangerous she is. This wasn't his first time in a debate like this. Turns out she has a cheat-level ability, so how could we ever win? What do you mean? It seems Authority knows about Medius's hidden power. And stick with me, because this power is absolutely broken. You and I are jumping right in where the brothers Natura and the heroes are in an all-out brawl. Fratu is seriously wounded, covered in his own blood. Natura looks a little better, but he's still a wreck. Medius just watches from the sidelines, but her killing intent is the strongest by far. And that's when Authority reveals Medius's shocking ability. She can reverse time. With that cold, indifferent look, you'd never guess she's hiding a power that's terrifying. Elsewhere, another fierce battle is raging. An image of Medius appears, her eyes sad but also demonic and terrifying. The secretary, completely stunned, asks she can reverse time. Authority just turns his head and confirms it. He says with total certainty, yes, no wonder the more we debated, the more things went off track. The thought makes him furious. She replayed that debate over and over, twisting the future into one that only benefits her. Hearing this, the secretary wonders, then how can anyone possibly beat her? Authority slowly replies, luckily she has a weakness. He glances at her, instructing, look at the file I just sent you. She immediately pulls it up on her tablet. Authority calmly asks if she notices anything different. An image of Medius appears. The first picture looks completely normal, but in the second one, a tiny change appears. Now pay attention right here. The tips of her hair are different, a deep purple appears, and it seems to get longer in an instant. After a moment, the secretary gets it. Her hair grew a little longer. Am I seeing that right? Authority's gaze remains calm but loaded with meaning, as if he's already seen through her entire secret. He emphasizes it again. Yes. Then he calmly asks her, and why do you think that is? The secretary hesitates before guessing. Because she has too many dark thoughts. He freezes for a second, then reacts with pure annoyance. Are you kidding me? Authority reveals another secret. While this woman can reverse time for everything around her, she can't do it to her own body. He says this thinking back to when Medius was injured. He dumbs it down for his clueless secretary, meaning if she gets hurt, she can't reverse the wound. Authority confirms his theory, believing she returns to the past, still carrying that same injury. Realizing this, he thinks smugly, so the moment I accepted her challenge, I already knew I was going to win. The secretary gets worried. But anyone who can control time has to be physically strong too. I know what you're thinking, but he quickly reminds her. Did you forget? Authority's face turns vicious. I control time too. His secretary's eyes go wide in shock. She's completely speechless. Authority's voice continues steady. To be blunt, I've been controlling time far longer than she has. He scoffs, his tone dripping with confidence. I will win. His old face wrinkles up, his sharp eyes focused on something far away as he continues his thoughts. Perhaps this is the fate for all of us who control time. We use our power by trading away our very lives. Medius's image flashes in his mind. In another scene, the special abilities team is fighting desperately against monstrous tentacles. Natura, covered in wounds, pants for breath and lets out a sigh. Phew. At that moment, the plant tentacles grow relentlessly, attacking everyone. Kafega coldly unleashes a powerful sword strike, slicing them into tiny pieces. He glares annoyed and reminds them, plant manipulation. That's not a power meant for killing. But the tentacles regenerate and lunge forward again, followed by a very determined voice. But I like it. I get to admire the beautiful curves of the plants. Let me show you. As the words fade, a powerful golden blade swings up. Seeing it, Natura's eyes widen in terror at the impending danger. Kafega swiftly parries every single attack, but Natura isn't quite so lucky. He's hit with 1,000 cuts across his body. He gets thrown back, screaming in pain as blood pours from his wounds. He grits his teeth, trying to bear the agony. Kafega turns to his opponent with a furious, threatening glare. My sword has curves too, you know. At the same time, a massive hammer comes crashing down from above. This absolute badass appears against the full moon. He's diving down, about to slam his hammer into the ground. The impact is earth-shattering. The surrounding ground explodes into dust and debris. The mood instantly gets tense. Everyone stares at the newcomer, confused. This is none other than Ha-san of the Special Abilities team. He casually bashes an innocent person with his hammer, then slowly explains, I can seal a person's abilities for 24 hours just by hitting them hard on the top of the head. Han points arrogantly at Kafega, threatening him. You're known as the hunter Mailnji Karega. Then he suddenly looks at Praetor, confidently barking an order. Trust me, this is about to get wild. Take the hood off the guy in the back. I can't see his head. Meanwhile, we have Mailnji of the Esper group, her face hidden by a mysterious mask. She stares down at her hand and lets out a gasp. Now the monstrous face Mailnji, also known as the form-shifting sword, speaks. Depending on the mask's color, my abilities change. With that, she quickly swings her arm forward. Everything in front of her is instantly flash-frozen by a wave of power. Natura gets caught too, unable to dodge. His legs are now trapped in ice. He can't move. Mailnji looks up and orders, we're taking him down first. The current color is blue, the ice ability. Terrified, Natura glances back, asking, pray, how much longer do we have to wait? Haven't you powered up yet? Natura clutches his chest in pain and admits, it's going to be a while. He spits up a mouthful of blood, his eyes still fierce. I'll return to my prime soon enough. Gritting his teeth, Natura keeps fighting off the attacking plant tendrils. Above, the full moon is about to disappear behind dark clouds. The dim light fades, leaving only faint rays cutting through the gloom. Praetor, eyes full of hope, whispers, just a little more. Now here's where we need to watch closely. The entire area seems to plunge into darkness, bringing a cold and eerily silent gloom. A light breeze passes by, carrying a strange chill that makes the air feel even heavier. Natura endures the assault, gritting his teeth. Praetor is still holding out, but by now his eyes have gone completely blank. He just mumbles, a little more. The moonlight is now tinged with black, looking anything but pure as Praetor's lips tremble. He lets out a scream, and just like that, Praetor appears with a new look, a powerful body bursting with life. Even the wrinkles on his face are gone. He shouts with joy, it's done. This is it. Being young is the best. This is Praetor's current body. 23 years old, with his physical abilities at their absolute peak, he steps forward, clenching his fists. His voice full of confidence, he declares, time is finally on our side. Hearing this, Medius appears from thin air. She grins, letting out a small chuckle. Natura's crew is stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Praetor snaps, what are you laughing at? Medius casually replies, your rambling is just hilarious. He growls back, what's so funny? Everyone just stares, waiting for her answer. From the back, Hassan smirks as if he already knows what's coming. Medius's eyes turn sinister as she says coldly, it's not on your side. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And then a memory flashes in her mind. A rewind to the past. Medius's eyes widen in horror as she sees the two of them being savagely attacked. Their faces are swollen, bodies covered in wounds. Natura is beaten so badly he's coughing up blood, while Praetor next to him is just as battered. The sharp-faced Kafega coldly swings his sword. He uses his final technique to completely finish off the masked Mailnji. Hassan's giant hammer is raised high once more. He flies into the air, then slams down a fatal blow on Natura's group. One by one, they take a devastating hit to the head with no strength left to even fight back. With both their heads bleeding, they hear Medius's voice. As long as I'm alive. The cruel Hassan just stands there watching them both. Medius slowly says with a smug look, time will always be on my side. The room is pitch black, silent except for a single beam of light from above. Authority leans back in his chair, deep in thought. His secretary suddenly enters. Candidate, sir. He opens his eyes and asks, are all the reporters gathered? She shakes her head. It's not that. The secretary has a shocked expression. There is something important you need to see. This video was just uploaded. Authority looks over at her confused. The clip opens on a scene from a children's play. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast cuts in. Medius appears. Good evening, viewers. I'm Medius. She then shows two other faces. Tonight I have captured the third-floor prisoner and Natura. The prisoners are tied up and under heavy guard in a sealed room. Both are being watched by Kafega, who stands with his sword shouldered. Nearby are Hassan and Maelinji, supervised by the three regional representative heroes. Medius continues, explaining her plan. My initial plan was to eliminate them on the spot, but since I'm still a civilian, I'm handing them over to the government for now. The final decision will depend on who becomes the association's president next week. The girl smiles confidently. Oh, and one more thing about my duel with authority. A proposal given the current situation. Let's postpone it until this incident is resolved. I will arrange a new schedule with authority. Right now, instead of fighting amongst ourselves, we should focus on capturing villains. A cunning smile spreads across her face. I'm sure authority understands this. And that, my friends, is how you checkmate an opponent. Medius bows before the camera. That's all. I am Medius. And the screen goes black. Authority scowls at the footage as his secretary continues the report. Oh, and one more thing, an invitation to debate Medius. She asks for his input while the chairman is lost in thought. So how are you going to answer? That's the question, as authority sits on the sofa asking what exactly did they mean. He calls her out by her title, the girl who rewinds time. Medius faces him and says, so you finally figured it out. And authority confirms it. Not just me, he says. Other people who can control space and time have taken notice. Medius, however, remains completely calm. Just as you said, I am someone with the power to control time. She shares honestly, however, I can't rewind my own personal time. Authority instantly gets it, finishing her thought, and the amount of time you can rewind is also limited. He guesses a week, 10 days tops. If you had infinite power, you would have just rewound time before the prison break. She agrees that's correct. Outside, the sun begins to set. The world government, trying to prevent social chaos, hid the truth even after Sin's broadcast ended, so I couldn't get accurate information back then. Medius gives off this mysterious aura. Just as you guessed, I can rewind time by 1 week. That means I have information a week before anyone else. Authority strokes his chin. The election results aren't in by next week, are they? She immediately agrees. That's right. His normal expression vanishes as he glares and demands, tell me this information. What is your goal? Is this whole process necessary for you to win? She doesn't hesitate to share. Now, this is where we see just how brilliant she is. During our debate, I realized that probing you clumsily or dodging your questions would be a bad move. So I chose to be direct. The lights in the room are dim and weak, and then Medius brings up something big. We're both time controllers, aren't we? She asks, putting on a friendly face. With a senior who has the same powers, I wanted to share my story openly. But authority shuts that down. Trying to build some kind of connection. Don't bother, I'm not interested. She gives a sad smile. Is that so? What a shame. With her talk finished, the young woman stands up. I'll see you at the next debate. But authority stops her. I have one question. He asks why her symbol is a capybara. At first, I thought you had some kind of physical ability. The badge on her shirt glints. The reason? Medius gives the most casual excuse, just because it's cute. After that, everything proceeds as planned. Thanks to Medius's recent moves, Atrechia stares ahead, deep in thought. He's the regional hero from India representing authority's side. Then there's Anarigo from Africa and another regional hero from Lepus's faction. All of them are staring at that capybara badge that has now defected to Medius's side. The debate hall's status officially flips to red. On top of that, the second debate was cancelled after all three candidates agreed. Right now, someone else is watching the footage Medius released. Ska isn't angry about the Tier 3 prisoner's sudden rampage. Okay, what's everyone else thinking? For Ska, she's just annoyed that someone with such a broken ability has suddenly appeared. Her frustration with Medius's very existence just keeps growing. King Stone, meanwhile, remains focused on channeling his internal energy. In fact, despite Medius showing up, he's actually smiling, satisfied with his own progress. Seems like everyone is quietly chasing their own goals. Seo Kang lets out a hot breath, his eyes glowing intensely. The government is on edge too, scrambling to build the world they think is right, always busy making moves. The debate hall remains empty as the days pass. Time flies, and now it's time for the third debate. Mute grabs the mic and kicks off the event. Hello viewers, I'm Mute and I'll be your moderator for today's debate. This is the final debate, isn't it? The clock is set to 60 minutes. Since it's the finale, each candidate will get plenty of time to speak. The guilds are all lined up and the speaking order will be in reverse based on the candidate numbers. The clock gets reset. Each speech is a maximum of 10 minutes. They also have strict limits, only 3 rebuttals allowed. And when that clock hits 0, they stick to the old rules. If all 3 candidates run out of time, the debate is over. Mute spreads his arms wide. And now please welcome our candidates. First up, the Lepus Guild. Lepus walks out wearing her familiar bunny ears. You can see the fierce determination in her eyes for this final battle. Lyricist number 2 has a simple clock symbol. Authority strolls out with his hands in his pockets, his expression completely unreadable. And for the final candidate number 3 with the capybara badge, everyone looks absolutely stunned when Media steps out. Trust me, you're not the only one. Mute is frozen for a second, absolutely speechless. The viewers outside are all gasping. Her strange black hair flutters past. Midias appears with a completely different look, but her eyes are the same as always, and so the final debate begins. The candidates take their places, but don't start just yet. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. Mute points at the girl and stammers, you are Midias, right? She answers immediately, yes, I am. Midias then asks the moderator, may I begin? Mute snaps out of it, oh, yes, of course. Let the debate begin. The young woman confidently steps forward, hello, citizens. I am Midias. Today, during this debate, I want to reveal my ability. Now this move right here. You and I are about to see something wild. I am a wielder of time-based powers. Outside, every single person is glued to their screens. You've probably figured out I can't rewind my own personal time, but I can reverse the time of the entire world. She doesn't hesitate to admit. Before this third debate, I rewound time over and over again to gather information. Midias plays her trump card. And as of right now, I know Alpha's base location and everything about the enemy. Authority just watches her completely silent. Midias presses on, if I am elected president, I will use this information to attack the Alpha World base. She's calling for an all-out war. Lepus's eyes widen in shock at the vision of the city burning that Midias just described. Midias vows, I will choose the future with the least amount of civilian casualties. She places a hand on her chest, swearing an oath. And even if it costs me all of my own time, I will see this incident through to the safest possible conclusion. I rest my case. After her speech, all eyes shift to the next candidate in line. It's Authority's turn. Just seconds in, he announces, I've decided to support Midias and withdraw. Hold on. You and I know there's more to this. Lepus is floored. What? Meanwhile, Midias is cool as a cucumber. We flash back to a secret meeting she had with Authority. She asks, why did you call for me? Authority gets straight to the point. Don't play dumb. You've already seen this future, haven't you? You already know exactly what I'm going to say. Yeah, he's clearly annoyed. You've been rewinding time countless times, right? Thanks to you, it feels like I've had 10,000 cups of this one coffee. So what were you doing all that time? Midias just smiles and replies, I'll make it clear during the debate. He mulls it over before speaking again. Authority lays out his thoughts. Midias, after thinking it over, I believe you are the most suitable person. You're the best suited person to resolve this situation. Therefore, I've decided to support you in the election and withdraw. With my endorsement, you'll win easily. That rabbit's approval ratings have already hit rock bottom. Midias doesn't get her hopes up. You have a condition though, don't you? Authority admits, that's right. He delves deeper into the issue. As you know, the president's term this time ends when the current incident is resolved. A deal is being struck right here. So my condition is this, you cannot run for office in the next election. Midias agrees. Fine, Authority. I accept your offer. Authority tilts his head suspicious. You're hiding something else, aren't you? I can't believe you'd accept that so easily. She maintains her friendly facade. You're trying to help me, why would I refuse? But Authority wasn't done talking. Finally, as a veteran of time-based abilities, I have one piece of advice for you. His words are heavy with unspoken meaning. Don't ever mistake controlling time for having time on your side. Trust me, you're gonna want to remember that line. He advises her earnestly. Time is always fair and terrifyingly so. Midias listens, the smile vanishing from her face. I'll keep that in mind. Back in the present, Lepus explodes. Hey, Authority, she tears into him. If you were going to do this, why did you even show up? You should have just withdrawn before the debate. He responds coldly. That's my business. Authority doesn't even give her a look. And this is still my turn, isn't it? Lepus fires back. You said you're withdrawing, so what does your time even matter? But he cuts her off. I haven't officially withdrawn. Yet, Authority suggests, host, could you please mute that rabbit's microphone? It's my turn and all her noise is making it hard to speak. The MC looks completely bewildered. Noise. Lepus snaps back, absolutely furious. I have the right to make 3 objections and I'm using my time to have a legitimate discussion with you. He scowls, raising a hand. Fine, keep spouting nonsense. I'll give you my entire block of time. Host, give all of my time to her and just turn my mic off. Please mute all the surrounding noise too. I'm done wasting my breath on her. Lepus points toward the door. You greedy old man, are you kidding me? If so, then just leave. Authority gestures calmly. If I were greedy, I wouldn't have withdrawn, nor would I be giving you my time, you silly rabbit. Suddenly, Midias raises her hand. I'm done talking, so can I go? This time would be better spent gathering intel on the enemy. Lepus growls. Where do you think you're going? My time isn't up yet. The host just watches the chaos unfold, totally lost. This is supposed to be a debate. The clock just keeps on ticking. You and I can see this is just absolute chaos. Alright, stick with me because the election is over and the real chaos is just getting started. Medius is officially the 4th chairman of the Hero Association and the world government summons her immediately. Alright, let's kick things off with a meeting that's about to change everything. Medius lays it all out, everything she's gathered and her predictions for the future. The world government looks grim, but they promise Medius their full, unconditional support, sparing no expense. They also get an update on Kang Tae-woo's current condition. A flicker of sadness crosses her face. Hearing he's being treated, she simply says, "I see." After the meeting, she's walking through a dimly lit hall when a voice calls out, making her turn around. It's Ido, the 4th chairman, who approaches her sympathetically. The ability to turn back time. You must be sick of hearing that, right? You've been through this countless times, haven't you? His expression is somber. Even though this is my first time saying it, you've heard it a million times. Medius, this world has no room for hesitation. She stays silent. Ido pleads, "Please remember my words." After a talk with the government, Medius meets with the other heroes. She calls on them to cooperate with her new policies. Most of them agree, but the biggest problem is Lepus. She sighs exhausted. When she finally meets Lepus, she asks, "How many times have we had this conversation?" Lepus coldly replies, "Really? To me it feels like the very first time." Their voices echo in the empty room. "And I've shot that answer down countless times. Someone as powerful as you has to feel that something is wrong. So how will you persuade me this time?" Persuasion isn't necessary anymore. Medius gets straight to the point. "I respect your opinion, Lepus, but you are still an incredibly important asset. Please hold on to your beliefs. But I hope you'll still participate in this operational plan." Lepus nonchalantly agrees. "You didn't have to say all that. I was going to join anyway." Meanwhile, at the Hero Association, Authority is all smiles. "Congratulations on being elected the 4th chairman." Medius gives a polite thank you. Authority reads her expression. "From the look on your face, you couldn't convince that rabbit, huh? Such a weak woman can't even kill one villain." Medius shakes her head, defending her. "You could say she's someone who stands firm in her beliefs." He smirks. "Well, get it over with. I'm looking forward to your first speech, 4th chairman. If you need any advice, I'm always available." Medius bows slightly, hand on her chest. "Thank you, sir." The Medius emblem flashes on screen. It's time for her first speech. "Hello to all members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, the 4th chairman of the association." The symbol for equality appears, showing a bird with outstretched wings holding the scales of justice. "The reason I've gathered you here," she announces, "is to select the 3rd generation of equality before we begin the campaign." The heroes below watch with sharp eyes. "These are the names I have chosen." And just like that, the emblem bursts into brilliant light. First up, Amir Kafega with that massive sword on his shoulder, then the red-haired shapeshifter Mion, the tall, gloomy alchemist Alter Ego, and right behind him the barrier master herself, the rabbit Lepus. The crowd is shocked, some are furious. Finally, Medius looks directly at the man in the front row and calls out his name, Authority. A small smile plays on her lips. "Oh, and the leader of this team will be you, Authority. That is all." He just stares, jaw on the floor. The announcement sends shockwaves through the heroes. Lepus is wide-eyed, muttering, "What?" while Kafega remains completely silent. Later, Medius smiles at Authority. "Sir Authority, after this speech, could you spare me a moment? I need some advice." Authority's brow furrows, but he doesn't say no. And then the two of them meet in a dark room. "This is where the real game begins, folks." Authority speaks first. "So you were hiding something after all." Medius casually replies, "I wasn't hiding anything. If you had asked, I would have simply told you." He scoffs. "I have zero intention of working with people whose personalities don't mesh with mine. It's just asking for a headache, which is precisely why I suggested you be the leader." He asks, "You think they'll actually listen to me?" Medius smiles softly. "Sir Authority, if you join Equality and become the star of this campaign, your victory in the next election will be that much more certain." He seems completely unfazed by her offer. "I don't need it. The next election is already mine. That rabbit is no match for me." "How can you be so certain? What if Lepus makes a huge name for herself as a member of Equality? She could become a real threat in the polls." Authority scowls, insisting, "There's no way that's going to happen." She keeps pushing. "Oh, and what if another unpredictable variable, someone like me, decides to run in the next election? That shuts him up." Medius presses on. "What if there's a mole in Rucula's prison? And trust me, you and I both know she's got him hook, line, and sinker." "All right, let's start with a hell of a deal. Help me this one time and I'll use my power to ensure you win the next election." Authority is clearly stunned by this offer. She continues, "Sir Authority, lend me your strength. If you back me on this, your authority in the association will grow, which will be a huge advantage for you, especially when you're aiming to be the next chairman." Hearing this, he falls silent, calculating, then speaks softly. "After all, in the timeline you already lived through, it seems I was working with the IQ team anyway. The fact you didn't rewind time proves it, right? Us sitting here talking is just a waste of time. Fine, I'll support you. But you'd better keep that promise about helping me in the upcoming election. Medius instantly replies. Understood. She pauses, then says with a completely straight face, the more we talk, the more interesting I find you. What's that? Authority has no clue what she means by that. Medius begins to explain. Most of the heroes I talk to eventually ask if they'll survive the upcoming campaign, but you haven't asked that question even a single time. Authority seems a little surprised by this. He just says, that's because I can't imagine a future where I die. The only future I see is me in the chairman's seat. Now let's focus on planning this campaign and end this, because the next chairman is obviously me. Authority urges her to get on with it. Medius then explains her choice of the IQ team in a formal address. She gets the full approval of the other heroes. And just like that, the third-generation IQ team is officially formed. Medius dubs this new operation the Annihilation Campaign, a direct counter to the moves being made by the SCA. SCA sends out recruitment letters across the globe. But here's the thing, Medius already has intel on everyone who's going to accept. So before the letters can even arrive, she dispatches heroes to take out most of those targets. As a result, SCA's recruitment numbers are pathetic. Canis scans the new recruits standing outside. Humph, fewer than I expected. Just then, Terra, a physical-type hero, speaks up. Hey, Skye, Alpha gone. Why are we only ranked as third class? Sor, the physical-type, Nucius, the special-type, and Acian, the esoteric, all turn to look. We don't think we're any weaker than the other guys. Varus, another physical-type, frowns. And where is Seung Hoan? Stigma just smiles at them. Rack up some major achievements in this battle, and I'll personally raise your ranks. If your performance is truly exceptional, there might even be a bonus. As for Seung Hoan, he's training alone. The group goes silent. No one says a word, each one of them scheming their own angle. And then in the dead of night, pay attention because this is where it all kicks off. Giant fireballs ignite the sky above the SCA base. Stigma looks down at her hands as they conjure flames. Red is it? Looks like my luck's not half bad today. Canis sees the fireballs raining down and yells in a panic. Stigma, there are fireballs in the sky. She just replies with total calm, I see them. In the quiet night sky, massive fireballs are slowly descending upon their base. Stigma quickly throws up a massive purple shield to intercept the attack. But the IQ team was already prepared. Kafega, standing on a giant carrot, raises his sword. He yells the incantation RBs and with a single swing of his sword shatters the massive purple shield. It instantly shatters into a million pieces. The fireballs immediately rain down, completely annihilating the entire region. Needless to say, the destructive power is off the charts. The impact zone is huge. Authority and Lipers are just watching from nearby. He clicks his tongue and complains, and you're not going to believe this. If you just summoned Mir and stacked fireballs on top, the power would have been even greater. But she refused to do it. Lace argues back. I've told you 100 times the power would be too great. It would have hurt our own allies. Authority just glances at her. If our allies are weak enough to die from that, they should just retire. Lise is furious at his cold-hearted logic. Maybe you should be the one to retire. Hey, I'm the captain here. Just then, Terapia appears from behind. All right, that's enough fighting. Let's move to the coordinates the chairman gave us. Authority just cracks a little smile. All right, everyone ready? Let's move out. Time to wipe out these cancer cells. The Hero Association moves out. The Annihilation Campaign has officially begun. First up is Mute, an esoteric type in charge of security. She can create soundproof zones to block any eavesdropping. Next is Grove, another esoteric in charge of protection. His job is to stop any assassination attempts on Medius. And finally, Ethiopia, an esoteric-type genius engineer. She's in charge of all communications equipment used to relay commands. This command council meets and comes to one critical conclusion: if they don't know where Stigma is going, they are completely stuck. Mute crosses her arms asking, this is weird, how did they? That's the info, Medius states with a serious face. After we kill SK, we'll use psychometry to figure it out. Let's jump right into this. She puts her hands on the table, refocusing the room. For now, concentrate on the mission. Yes, Association President Medius spent 2 years of her life preparing for this very mission. All that time thinking completely alone. Medius is just sprawled out on the couch hugging a pillow, lazily chewing on some cotton candy, just snacking. Holding a stack of papers, she thinks, we have to prevent the death of even a single hero. That was the driving force behind her entire plan. So she plans to rewind time the second any danger appears. She looks exhausted, bringing a hand to her head. This power is so inconvenient, she sighs. It'd be great if I could turn back my own time but keep my memories. That's a truly extraordinary ability, though. Isn't she being just a little too greedy? Medius kept rewinding time over and over, creating the future she wanted with her staff council. She turned back time way too much. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority asks, slightly hunched with one hand in his pocket. Ma Min told her time is fair. A purple light flashes. She keeps rewinding time again and again. A circle forms just like a mirror. It reflects an image of Medius. But the future she actually wants, it's never going to appear. Medius has already dispatched powerful heroes to fight the enemy. An announcement rings out, regional representative hero, please handle the level 2 villain. An invitation has been received for a level 3 or higher villain. What Lepus looks forward, completely baffled as she wrinkles her nose. You're the villain I'm in charge of. The girl looks annoyed. The members of Equality will handle them. Oh, how rude. Now this girl's name is Censura, a unique type, her power is censorship. She thinks the world needs a healthier mindset. Anything she deems indecent, she takes a picture of and traps inside the photograph. Censura scowls and yells, whoa, so indecent, so indecent, so indecent. Lepus bites her lip, clenching her hands into fists. Didn't Medius put me here to deal with her because I'd have an advantage? She's clearly a terrible matchup for me. Lepus raises her hands and with a flash of light, a bunny cloak materializes around her body. Lepus tugs at the outfit and asks, hey, this is okay, right? No. No. But why not? She asks again, looking worried. The standard. What is the standard? Censura immediately shouts back, it's what I think it is. How could you understand? The standard changes depending on how she feels in any given situation. She raises the camera in her hand, getting ready to shoot. You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why are you even wearing that and walking around? Are you a pervert? Hearing that, Lepus grinds her teeth in anger. You little brat. She swings her arm, blasting Censura to the ground. This is what I want to wear. Period. Lepus, absolutely furious, continues. I like bunnies. So what? She raises a hand to her ear. Com. Medius, are you there? Yes. Lepus, what is it? She immediately yells into the device. Didn't you say I'd have the upper hand here? You're just trying to push me into a bad spot so I'll die. You're a member of Equality, yet you're complaining this much about handling a single level 3 villain. Shut up. Censura is unconscious on the ground. You don't kill villains, right? That's why I put you in charge of one who can't easily kill others. She's someone we won't have a problem with even if you let her escape. Lepus just snaps back. Are you messing with me? Also, she looks at the camera lying on the ground. There are civilians trapped in the photos she took. If we kill her carelessly, there's a high chance those civilians will die too. Lepus quietly observes and listens to Medius. That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now? She lifts up Censura and speaks to the other side. This annoying kid. But I'm the adult now, so shut up. The full moon shines brightly in the sky, its gentle rays illuminating the scene below. Cafe approaches with a fierce expression, his hand gripping his sword. A voice suddenly calls out, how fortunate. He looks up to see a girl sitting on top of a building. She looks down at Cafe and says, I've been wanting to meet you. You're still looking at me so calmly. Huh, she leaps down from the great height. To think I get to meet both individuals known as sword gods. Today is definitely a special day, a good day to die. Although I asked to learn from the other sword god, I was rejected because she said she hadn't yet achieved the swordsmanship she desires. Cafe just keeps staring without saying a word. The girl immediately draws her blade. An aura glows around her. What is a sword? I have cut down countless lives, but I still don't understand. Those killed have no mercy because I seek enlightenment. Drops of blood splash onto his face. However, I have achieved it. I found enlightenment where I least expected it. Her red eyes blazing, she raises her weapon high. The sword in her hand and her body are engulfed in power. And you and I are about to see this get insane. Cafe calmly draws his own sword as she rushes forward. She arrives, eyes glowing red. With a single move, her opponent is instantly brought to her knees, coughing blood. That's when Kafaga speaks, saying it's not a tool for herself but something she must wield for others. Elsewhere in the city, under a purple night sky, a hand goes up. It's Authority watching something intently. He looks up at a figure on a nearby building. Must be his target. The guy looks down and speaks first. Your Authority. A little old maybe, but I hear your fighting spirit is still pretty sharp. Too bad Amia couldn't make it, but I guess you'll do. Hey, Authority's voice cuts him off mid-sentence. He grabs his own tie. The one thing I hate is trash who talks down to me like they're a big shot. He rips the tie clean off. Words are a waste. I'm just gonna kill you, you piece of garbage. The mutant takes a solid punch to the gut as his hands morph, revealing a set of razor-sharp claws. He tries to counterattack, but Authority dodges it like it's nothing. The mutant clutches his stomach. A heavy punch. A damn good punch. And just as predicted, your time acceleration is fast, insanely fast. Authority just quirks an eyebrow, confused by the rambling. The mutant draws his sword, thinking he's about to cut down someone worthy, but his opponent interrupts. What the hell is this garbage even talking about? Let me tell you something, I haven't even used my time ability. The mutant freezes. What? Before he can process it, he eats another kick straight to the face. I just dodged it, you trash. Blood sprays from his mouth as his body goes flying backward. Head bleeding, he groans in agony. Authority just scoffs. You transform and still couldn't avoid that. There are levels to this enhancement game trash. He then whispers, now. What if I actually got serious? The mutant screams in panic, wait, hold on. But Authority couldn't care less, rushing in to finish it. 4 times acceleration. The enhanced mutant's head just explodes. Wait for what? Blood rains down on his face. Think more time would have let you fight back, get lost trash. And just like that, the hero's battle ends well. The 3 equalities successfully took down the 3rd floor prisoner while Lius trapped the camera girl in a sphere. Lipers is standing guard when a voice calls out, hey, Authority pops up out of nowhere, making her jump and scream. Once she realizes it's him, he's already scolding her. This crazy rabbit. I knew it. She looks confused. Knew what? The prisoner she's guarding is still completely knocked out. Why didn't you just kill the camera girl instead of dragging her along? Authority rolls up his sleeves. Drop the shield, I'll send her to hell myself. But Lipers fires back. Nonsense. The old man doesn't yield. Then I'll just blow away the shield with her. Completely unfazed, Lipers summons a magic circle. Go on, try it. But then, a voice cuts through their thoughts. Lord Authority, please calm down. It's Medius speaking to them telepathically. There are civilians trapped inside her shield. Take her to the detention center, we'll deal with her later. He's not having it. What if she escapes? Medius reassures him. Lord Authority in all the futures, I've experienced that camera girl never once becomes a problem. He presses on. Does she die within a week? Medius replies, I haven't seen that far yet. She clarifies her method. Right now, I'm not looking day by day, I'm observing the future hour by hour. Authority explodes hour by hour. Medius, what kind of future are you trying to paint? She answers with an analogy. When you're sketching a big picture, you don't stop for every tiny mistake. You finish it as fast as you can. Then the sketch is erased. If you draw a little, then erase, then draw again, when would it ever get done? She's completely confident in her plan. Even if it takes more time, I will not let a single hero die. Authority glances at his blood-stained arm. Medius, there's no such thing as a perfect future. Don't try to carry it all yourself. Heroes die. It's inevitable. But she is resolute. Even so, I will do everything in my power to stop it. He stops arguing. You're the chairman now. I'll follow your orders. But he won't let the prisoner go. Fine. Then look exactly 1 week into the future from this moment. Based on that, we'll decide this girl's fate. Medius quietly agrees. Understood. Visions of heroes dying bloody deaths flood her mind, repeating faster and faster, and her eyes fly open in shock. She reports back, Lord Authority, after experiencing the future, she doesn't become a variable. But you and I can see it in her eyes. Something is very, very wrong. And she doubles down. Once they drag her in, she'll be locked up in prison without any trouble. Authority reluctantly agrees. Fine, let's just move on. The War Council gets down to business. Medius listens quietly as Authority speaks. Then he seriously asks the big question. A question you and I are probably wondering too. Can we actually win this war? Medius hesitates. Victory is possible, he says, but if things keep going like this, some heroes are going to die. This doesn't surprise Authority. Much sacrifices are unavoidable, but Medius stays locked on his own goal. Authority, if there's a way to save them, I have to try right, even if it consumes all of my time. He lets out a frustrated sigh. Authority just looks away. Yeah, well, just make sure you leave some time for my election. And that's the end of that conversation. Understood. Lipers, ever the curious one, asks, an election. What are you two talking about? Authority just snaps at him. Shut your mouth. The rabbit is moving to the next area. Meanwhile, the others in the war room are deep in discussion. Sir, are we positive we're going to win? Victory seems certain. All right, then our focus is on minimizing hero casualties. But Medius points out something strange. Even if they wipe out every villain from Alpha World in this fight, she ticks off the names. Steve Ness. Then Therapy. Also on their roster is the stoic-looking Ohora and the absolutely insane Sinka. And finally, the one they can never underestimate, Seung Hoan. Then she drops a bombshell that shocks the entire room. None of them have shown up. Wait, what? That means nearly half of the enemy's core forces haven't even entered the fight. Did they just run away? Something's not right. Man, good thing they listened to Authority. Now they're feeling the pressure. We need to speed things up, then look further ahead. For now, their side of the battle is going perfectly. The heroes follow Medius's orders, clearing out villains one by one. And at a dark multi-story building, another scene is playing out. Sinka steps through a mirror. Is everyone ready? All the other supers turn their attention to her. And now get ready for this. The symbols in her eyes glow as she gets dead serious. You've all felt it too, haven't you? The flow of time. It isn't normal. They listen in silence. Medius, he thinks time is on his side. He's wrong. Her dimensional gate pulses with a dark, mysterious energy. My esteemed colleagues. Sinka turns away, instructing them. Time is our true ally. Go and teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Xiao Bezu just nods. Yes, my lord. Another middle-aged guy, cigarette in his mouth, speaks up. Seo Kang Yu, the man who defeated Seung Hoan himself. Maladidi cracks his shoulder, already itching for a fight. When's he gonna get here? Sujin raises an eyebrow. It's been a while since we had a real fight. As Sinka vanishes through the gate, she asks, has Amiya arrived yet? And so they head into battle, all for the glory of Alpha. The fourth floor special task force moves out. Hassan lets out a sigh of relief. Woo, all right. He's got a smug look on his face. All under control. Pocket just stammers. That was way too easy, wasn't it? Hassan, are you sure? I don't need to do anything. He shoots back with an annoyed look. Yeah, it's better if you don't use your powers. It's too hard to hold back with you. Ouch. She's a little hurt by that. You're so mean. But Hassan is confident. Man, these second floor guys are a piece of cake. I guess the guys from Equality will handle floors 3 and 4, right? Yup, he replies, looking bored. We're probably stuck on second floor duty. But from down the hall, a figure dressed like a cowboy starts walking toward them. Okay, let's pause here because this guy is a problem. Cigar in hand, a smug look on his face, Varys greets them. A pleasure to meet you, heroes. The two of them freak out. Oh crap. That's Varys, the physical enhancement type. Varys is a member of Tragedy, a villain website that specializes in hunting heroes for bounties. A hero bounty hunter. Pocket completely loses her cool, stammering. He's a fourth floor threat. Hassan just tells her to calm down. Pocket, he scoffs at the enemy. We've got Medius on our side. This must be part of the plan. Fourth floor, fifth floor. Doesn't matter. One swing of my hammer is all it takes. Varys just watches silent as Hassan cooks up a plan. We team up. We just have to knock that hat off his head. Then I'll put everything I have into one shot right on top of his skull. Varys looks skeptical. The top of my head. And then it clicks. Ah, so you're the guy who seals powers by hitting people on the head. Hassan smirks. That's right. Varys just muses to himself. What's the bounty on a regional hero again? I remember it's pretty good. I've always wanted to ask you something, he says. Hassan has no idea what's coming. Varys takes off his hat, points to his own head, and asks, what about this? I've got 2 cowlicks. Hassan is stunned. 2 cowlicks. Wait, 2, Varys nods. Yup. Hassan is completely baffled. What does that have to do with my power? And yeah, I know what you're thinking. If someone has 2 cowlicks, doesn't that mean they have 2 crowns? Meaning you have to hit me in 2 places. Pocket just stares, absolutely speechless. The two are locked in a heated debate. He snaps back. What people only have 1 crown? Seriously. Hassan hits him with some galaxy brain logic. Don't bald people technically have none? Who even argues like this? Alright, let's jump in because our main character loves fighting bald guys. Yes, you heard that right. Varys is just stunned. Well, that's a new one. He teases back. Before you pick on bald people, you might want to get yourself checked out. Hassan's expression is priceless. That double cowlick early sign of hair loss, buddy. The old man is absolutely speechless. Varys fumes you. He declares, we're going to give you the most painful death imaginable. Our hero just asks, why as the old man aims his gun. You told me something I didn't want to know, and that's a huge insult. Realizing Varys is about to attack, he and Poiset snap into position. Poiset, get ready. Yes, sir. She begins to focus her power. Hassan and Varys watch on a little surprised. Holy crap. She turned into a giant rabbit. You and I did not see that coming, a giant rabbit with a furious look on its face. Ready. Varys seems amused. A physical enhancement type, huh? This is going to be an interesting fight. Kingston explains that physical enhancers are different from special or summoner types who usually project their energy outward. Most people with physical enhancement abilities only control the energy inside their own bodies. Hassan listens to his master intently. Because of that, many in this class think their power is set at birth, which makes them lazy or causes them to give up on training altogether. Kingston describes that power like a container, but really their containers are just way too small. The energy is like a stream of water. When the container is too small, the energy just overflows. And once that energy goes beyond their control, it becomes totally useless. Kingston gives his lesson with a serious tone. But if you know how you can polish and expand this container through training, you and I will expand yours together. Hassan's eyes burn with his master's declaration, all while learning to control his own energy. Oh, and one more thing, when you reach a certain level of mastery, Varys quickly draws his gun. Both of them are mentally prepared for what's next. The bullet flies out at an incredible speed. Hassan and Poiset coordinate perfectly, dodging his attack. The powerful shot then rips through several large buildings behind them. They're both a little shocked by that level of power. Varys is quiet, seeing that neither of them were hurt. Kingston's lesson was that you can also infuse objects with energy. A rope suddenly materializes next to the gun. He grabs it, then whips it directly at the two of them. The rope hits them dead on, tying them together and knocking them both to the ground. Now that he has control, he gets cocky. You can't move anymore. I've infused that rope with my energy. It's harder than steel. And now with a wicked grin, Varys says, I'm going to scalp you. A shocking sound rings out. And here's where everything changes. Watch this. A strange man appears, flying in to punch Varys right in the stomach. Caught totally by surprise, he takes the full force of the blow and coughs up blood. Hassan and Poiset are stunned. It's you. He sends the old man flying. Kingston speaks up, not bad. You're maturing pretty quickly. He smiles, keep feeling the energy in your body and move with it. He raises a hand to his forehead, looking off into the distance. Let me see now. He observes, seeing the intense power surrounding his opponent. Oh yeah, this guy's the perfect warm-up. Not too shabby, Kingston coaches. Now try mixing your unique ability into your attacks. See what happens. Just like we practiced. He adds a condition, but if you kill him in one hit, it counts as a failure. You have to use at least 3 moves. Kang Yu understands. Varys gets up, adjusting his hat. Ha, treating me like a punching bag, are we? That's right. Kingston sits down on the ground. All right, I'll be watching from over here. He sits behind the 2 who are still tied up and orders, go my disciple. We cut to the tragic hero bounty hunter page. When the Hero Association created its ranking system from rank 5 to 1, bounties were set according to the level of danger. The highest earner in the business, Boris, made his fortune hunting Sung Jian, a candidate for the equality title. After completing that mission, Boris enjoyed a lazy retirement, only watching the bounty page instead of participating. He's just sunbathing comfortably, thinking, so many new faces these days. But then one day a name on the website grabs his attention. It was Kang Yu. Even though he was an equality-level hero, Kang Yu had no bounty amount listed next to his name. Out of curiosity, Boris contacted Tragic to ask why, but the person on the phone simply said, he's unmeasurable. Kang Yu has never been in a real fight, so we have absolutely no information on him. Tragic then made an offer. Hey Boris, why don't you fight him once to help us set his price? We'll pay you a worthy sum for your trouble. Boris just sighed and refused. Back in the present, Boris explains. Back then, I thought he was nothing special, so I was just a little curious and let it go. Boris continues. But then I heard he defeated Seung Hoan. I decided I had to see it for myself. And as Kang Yu says this, he extends his hand. Trust me, you and I are about to witness something legendary. He whips out his gun. So what's your bounty really worth? Boris unloads clip after clip straight at Seo Kang Yu. The bullets rocket towards Kang Yu, but he doesn't even flinch, just stands there completely motionless. His expression, ice cold. He just waves his hand and another invisible hand appears. Kang Yu unleashes his dark light shattering strike effortlessly, using it to redirect every single bullet. In a flash, he's right on top of Boris, slamming him to the ground. The pain is immediate. He coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. Seo Kang Yu's punch carried a dark crimson power, and it's now spreading through his entire body. Boris is in trouble. Kang Yu follows up with a savage uppercut, Dark Soul Shockwave. The attack launches Boris straight into the air. But Kang Yu isn't stopping there. He clenches his fist again, 7 Souls Chaotic Strikes. He starts treating Boris like a literal punching bag, just hammering him over and over without a shred of mercy. Boris can barely think. I get it now. So that's why. His bounty wasn't clearly stated. Kang Yu's eyes are completely void of emotion as a cross-shaped light appears in the sky. He leaps into the air, his fist at the very center of it. Kang Yu speaks the words, Dark Night Annihilation. Boris is already on the ground covered in wounds. Your bounty, he says, cracking a smile of admiration. It's truly immeasurable. Kang Yu wastes no more words. A pillar of red light descends from the heavens. He uses that terrifying power to punch straight through Boris, shaking the very ground and sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Hassan and Moors witness this, their eyes wide with absolute shock. Hassan thinks to himself he's handling a tier 4, like a child playing with a toy. I heard rumors he was training in secret. He glances over at Kingston, sitting behind them. But I never imagined he was learning from Kingston. Hassan suddenly shouts, Kingston, I'm asking you to accept me. As your student too. Moors stammers, me too. I also want, and Kingston just looks at them. What is this? Get lost. Hassan sighs, Medius, my apologies for ever doubting you. So this is why you left him on his own. Moors is shocked. I thought he was dead. Suddenly, a voice rings out, our chairman is truly the best. Kingston sinks into deep thought. He had always rated Medius's abilities as being on par with the authorities. He looks at the image on the screen. It seems Kingston deduced that he has the ability to experience the future and then return to the past. With this power, he can guide the future however he wants. He looks at the sunset. Kingston frowns, bored. This just makes things less interesting. And he's actually wondering if he should just go and kill the guy himself. Kingston's eyes are glued to the screen in front of him. He recalls a past conversation when Bez had told him, Kingston, I've decided to entrust Seo Kang Yu to you, but if anything were to happen, I couldn't possibly continue to leave him in your care. I hope you understand. Kingston, sitting on a rock, just scoffs. Ha, are you threatening me? But Bez bows deeply, completely serious. This isn't a threat, it's a request. Kingston's tone sharpens. The most powerful man in the world bowing his head and begging someone else. Have you no shame? Bez replies. If it's for the safety of the people, I'm willing to do anything. Kingston pushes himself up. Impressive. He cracks a small smile. Fine, I'll consider it in a positive light. Kingston waves his hand and leaves. I'll watch a bit longer. If I get bored, I'll just go and deal with him myself. Kingston held off on his decision, remembering his promise to Bez. But when Medius turned back time, by several months, Kingston had finally decided to kill him. Right now, Kingston is looking up at the sky, lost in thought. The sky is clear, not a single cloud in sight. Kingston murmurs, so that's how it is. Seo Kang Yu, meditating behind him, asks, what's wrong? Kingston frowns at his reaction. He still hasn't reached the level where he can sense. This has he, Seo. Kang Yu is completely oblivious to anything unusual. Kingston just says, it's nothing. Just focus on your training. Kang Yu is confused. Kingston looks to the sky again, thinking, so this is really his limit, huh? Back in the present, Kingston praises Kang Yu. Not bad. Your technique has gotten much more refined. He claps his hands. Nothing hones your skills quite like a real battle. But in his heart, he thinks, but you're still a long way off. Kingston looks at Kang Yu. Because you still can't sense this thing. He calculates in his head, perhaps he needs more real combat experience to sharpen his senses. Kingston thinks to himself, well, it seems this is going to be more interesting than I expected. He turns to leave. Let's go. Time to find your next opponent. Cut to another location. Medius is giving a report. Hassan contacted us. Tell the other three that Seo Kang Yu has finished eliminating Boris. Canis sounds worried. A tier 4. Dealt with that quickly. Mute sighs in admiration. That's Seo Kang Yu for you. Medius agrees. Yeah. Male looks at her. If we keep this up, we might actually be able to save all the heroes. Medius suggests they continue turning back time. She continues, step by step, like assembling a puzzle. And trust me, you and I both know the news of Kang Yu's return is about to change the entire board. Authority just scowls at his watch. Is that so? He smirks. All I have to do is grab that punk Seung Hoan and this is over. But then a new voice cuts in. Trust me, this is where everything goes completely off the rails. Maladi puts on a hurt expression. My, you're acting like we're not even here. Then she gives a chilling smile. Long time no see, former chairman. Authority's eye twitches. That's current chairman to you? Meanwhile, the equality group's advance is cut short by the arrival of Menge. One of them calls out a greeting. Long time no see, MJ. Ho waves back enthusiastically. We meet again. Meal Duyang smiles. Shall I send you to your master? Meal replies, tempting but not today. Over with Medius, she's weaving intricate hand signs in the air. This time I'm definitely catching you. Wet summons his own blue energy. Go ahead and try, little rabbit. Behind them, Ba Ke is shaking. Just, please don't kill me. Medius answers with total confidence. Don't worry, I'm not killing anyone. Elsewhere, Ego runs into Vidi's crew. Vidi's voice drips with contempt. So it's you, the number 4 that therapy mentioned. The maid beside him chimes in. He looks exactly the same. The two of them stare daggers at him. Ego grits, his teeth furious. My name is not number 4. It's alter ego. Night falls on the ruined city as Tatsu Jin faces off against Amiya. She greets him first. Amiya, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Amiya's reply is ice cold. Given our history, I don't think greetings are necessary, do you? No more words needed. They immediately charge. You and I are about to witness an all-out war breaking out across the city. Kingston and Seo Kang Yu's group also finds their opponents. Kingston sounds impressed. Oh, not bad. He eyes Canis and the fox-eared girl. You've already removed your collars, have you? Kingston gestures towards them. Hang on, I need to speak with Seo Kang Yu. The fox girl immediately fires back, and who gave you permission? Suddenly, both of them freeze. Kingston's voice cuts through cold and sharp. Hey. The look on his face is pure menace and they're paralyzed with fear. Kingston turns to Seo Kang Yu. All right, let's have them fight a little. It's the perfect training exercise. Seo Kang Yu replies, as you wish, then asks completely deadpan. But how long do I have to hold back my power? Can't I just end it quickly? Kingston smirks. Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You're much stronger than before, he continues. But it's still not enough. His words put the fox girl and Canis on high alert. Kingston keeps lecturing Seo Kang Yu. Now listen close because he's dropping some major hints right here. There's a hidden meaning in his tone. Only in this place. Seo Kang Yu is confused. What are you talking about? Kingston gives him a clue. Look around. You still can't sense it. You need to get better at using your ki. Seo Kang Yu scans the area. Sense what Kingston also looks up, gazing at the destroyed city. You'll understand soon enough. He then turns to the other two. All right, you can move now. He flashes in front of them with insane speed, making them both grit their teeth in sheer terror. In an instant, Kingston slams Canis to the ground before he can even react. He pins his neck and says, "Let's make this a one-on-one." The fox girl panics. Canis struggles to move. Cough, can't move. Kingston just scoffs. "Don't worry. I don't plan on hurting you. But if you're only here to save him and won't fight Seo Kang Yu, I'll kill him on the spot." He lays out his terms for the fox girl. Defeats Seo Kang Yu and I'll let him go. She's completely baffled. What is it you really want? At that moment, streams of dark energy begin converging on a single point. "I just want to see it before I die," Kingston replies, looking over at Seo Kang Yu, who's already in a fighting stance. A battle between those who've reached the very peak of power. Think of it as an old man's final bit of fun. Finally, Kingston stands and gives the order. "All right, fight." He turns to give Seo Kang Yu one last instruction. "Seo Kang Yu, use as many skills as possible. Don't kill her instantly." Seo Kang Yu nods. "Understood." Kingston frowns, thinking to himself, "Only by doing this." He looks up at the shifting battlefield. "Can you win?" Elsewhere, Seung Ka stares down from above. Seung Hoan speaks up. "Seung Ka, has Seo Kang Yu arrived?" Sin Xia replies, "It seems so." A twisted smile spreads across Seung Hoang's face. "It's been a while." He figures the others must be here too. Just then, Ahura appears with the bodies of several people floating ominously above her head. Ahura's eyes lock onto Seung Hoang. He just smiles right back, completely unfazed. "And with that, you and I know the real battle is just about to begin." Down below, the stage is set for an epic showdown as Ska and Medius give the signal for the battle to begin. A fight to the death is about to unfold as Season 2 of Level Up Fast officially kicks off. With a calm expression and closed eyes, Medalist resets time once again, redesigning the battle between the three major guilds, MJ Enter Ego, Cpega, and Lepus Authority. Suddenly, her eyes fly open in shock as if she just realized something massive. She leans forward and declares, "I've adjusted everything to lead to a timeline where we win." The girl in the maid outfit hears this and nods. "Well done." Then she reveals Seo Kang Yu is currently fighting Canis and Gato. His master is still nowhere to be seen. The kid in the hat glances over, curious. Is this a strategy to let them wear themselves out before he shows up? Medalist puts a hand to her chin, deep in thought, and then she makes a decision. "We'll have to design another timeline, one where the hero's stamina drain is at its lowest." "I'm reversing time one more time." The man beside her asks, "Is Seo Kang Yu's battle still going well?" She hesitates. "About that. Do we really need to be worried?" The scene cuts to Seo Kang Yu slamming an attack into his opponent. Gato takes the hit and spits out a mouthful of blood. A scream of agony rips through the air. Without a second thought, he clenches his fist and unleashes his chaotic spirit fist. She grits her teeth, fury in her eyes. Then Gato lets out a wild roar and starts swinging her arms frantically. Seo Kang Yu is taken aback by this. His face is pure disbelief as a dark energy erupts from her body. Her expression twists into one of pure defiance. Kingston, sitting on Canis, just smirks at the sight. Now pay attention here, because this is the moment things get really weird. At the same time, he reaches out and grabs his collar. "You're a dog and you're a cat. That kid really brings some interesting things to the table, doesn't she?" Right then, Seo Kang Yu forms a fist and launches his technique. Black Light Annihilation Fist. Gato, terrified, barely manages to dodge the devastating attack. She leaps backwards and our guy's voice drops low. "You dodged that way too easily." Then Seo Kang Yu turns around, holding his hand out. His target, Gato and Gato alone. Stillness, Black Thunder. Instantly, she's trapped inside a small, dark cube. Kingston just raises an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, trying to bury her in darkness and finish it in one blow. Not a bad idea. But at that moment, a flash of red light pierces the darkness. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the surface of the cube. And just like that, Gato bursts free from the prison. Seo Kang Yu, staying calm, charges straight ahead. Kingston watches, squinting his eyes with a grin. But cats, they can move freely in the darkness. We see her use her sharp claws to slash directly at Seo Kang Yu. You can practically feel the shockwave. The ground beneath him erupts as he takes the hit, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Seeing this, Kingston just laughs. "Getting angry are we?" His words only fuel the fire inside our hero. We see Seo Kang Yu and Gato standing face to face, the dark energy slowly fading from his features. Kingston squints, impressed. He regained his composure fast. Then he holds out a hand with a word of warning. "Seo Kang Yu, don't try to catch that cat. Have you ever seen a cat get caught that easily?" Then Kingston offers a piece of advice. "Focus on your opponent's flow of ki." See, during his training, Kingston found two problems with Seo Kang Yu. First, his powers were so ridiculously strong, he never felt the need for physical training. Because he only focused on releasing power outward, he couldn't feel the flow of energy inside his own body. And the second problem, Kingston muses, sitting under a clear blue sky with a slight smile. Seo Kang Yu, what do you think about the people you're fighting? Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Kang Yu fires back. They're all just cockroaches that need to be crushed. After hearing that answer, the master closes his eyes and nods. I see. Then he offers some gentle guidance. From now on, don't see your opponents as bugs to be killed. See them as warriors. Our guy just looks confused. What the hell are you talking about? Kingston's voice turns serious. To cultivate your ki, you have to respect your opponent as an individual. That's how you'll get stronger, faster. Seo Kang Yu's eyes widen in absolute astonishment. You actually think like that while you're fighting. His master confirms it without skipping a beat. Of course. I try to understand my opponent, respect what's respectable, and think about what they had to go through to gain that kind of power. Our hero is still struggling to process it all when Kingston gives a subtle wink. You and I know he doesn't have to understand them, but at the very least he needs to try and understand the power in his own hands. Back in the present, the clash between Seo Kang Yu and Gato rages on. He throws a punch, a single thought crossing his mind. Understand them really, all while she desperately dodges his every move against the black sky. A bright full moon hangs above as Seo Kang Yu's inner monologue continues. How the hell am I supposed to understand a piece of garbage like this? And let's be real, you and I are probably thinking the same thing. They're all just monsters who deserve to die. And just then the darkness on Seo Kang Yu's face begins to spread. Suddenly, a vision flashes before his eyes, two girls holding each other in absolute terror. The sight makes him pause for a second. Then the scene shifts to two men facing each other, the blonde-haired one holding something carefully in his hands. Seo Kang Yu glances over on a nearby screen. A news anchor reports that the villain, Tamoki, has received the highest possible sentence from the court's death. Hap, sweating bullets, anxiously says, "Just take it." The blue-haired girl beside him speaks sadly. When we were kids, Lily would always rush over to me worried as if she were the one who got hurt every time I fell. How did things ever get like this? He glances over, his face completely blank. Now he sees a vast but eerily silent place. In the center, a lone girl is giving some kind of passionate speech with others listening intently. Confidence just radiates from her face. Seo Kang Yu can't help but stare, completely stunned by the sight. Back in the present, crackling red lightning erupts around his body as he stands perfectly still. At the same time, a crazed Gato powers up for a devastating charge. But suddenly her body turns ghostly white, covered in strange purple circles. Seo Kang Yu's eyes widen in shock. Gato stares ahead in utter disbelief. And right here, don't blink, a massive explosion erupts out of nowhere. The shockwave tears through the area, ripping the very ground apart. Gato looks down to see half her face just gone. She stares in absolute horror. Kingston, watching from the sidelines, looks thoroughly impressed. Gato's thoughts race. A life was just lost, so revive already. But when she sees the state of her own body, she can only stare in shock. Then in agonizing pain, she explodes right in front of Seo Kang Yu, his face splattered with blood. Gato's eyes bulge as she wonders, why won't I revive? Kingston just smirks and starts clapping. Congratulations, Seo Kang Yu. You've taken another few steps forward. And they were some pretty massive steps at that. Swirling red energy now surrounds him. Kingston looks at his student's new form with pure satisfaction. I have nothing left to teach you. Seo Kang Yu, with an ice-cold expression, just watches Gato. She's screaming in agony, her face a mask of confusion. Why can't I revive? Why am I just dying over and over again? Knowing she can't win, Gato decides to go for a suicide attack to take him down with her. A blinding flash of blue light erupts. Seo Kang Yu doesn't even move as she slams her hands to the ground and unleashes a barrage of attacks. After her assault, Gato is left panting, completely exhausted. She glares, thinking, that attack alone cost him 3 lives. I only have 5 left. The Seo Kang Yu before her is like an unstoppable fortress that just can't be taken down. Gato feels a familiar terror, the same fear she feels when facing Kingston. Gritting her teeth, she seethes. What the hell is this? What kind of twisted trick did he pull? Then his deep voice cuts through the silence. Kingston, let Canis go. That's enough. Kingston immediately hops off Canis's back. Got it. Then his tone turns serious. Good. You heard him. Get lost. The beast man stumbles to his feet, but his eyes are still burning with hatred for his opponent. Just then, Seo Kang Yu speaks. Before I kill you, I have a question. Why would you sell your souls to that crazy woman? To this extent, hearing this, Gato explodes with rage. Crazy woman, Canis, sweating, tries to calm her down. Gato, get a grip. He then cautiously asks Seo Kang Yu, why do you care? He replies coldly, let's just say I'm trying to see you in a new light. Canis frowns, gritting his teeth. They were born with special powers, but with the bodies of beast men. Because of their appearance, they were cast out by their own kind. And here's where their story takes a turn you and I might not expect. They were picked up by humans only to suffer endless experiments and brutal torture. The one who saved them from that hell was Seung Ka. Seeing their crazed devotion, he says softly, I see. So there were other test subjects here besides me. She looked them over, a small smirk playing on her lips. The look in your eyes. It's so full of life. Noticing their defensive stance, Sin-Ka gently reassures them. Don't be afraid. I'm not like those other humans. Then she spreads her arms wide, declaring with pride, you are my masterpieces. Let's get this straight, you weren't born as test subjects for some low-life species. Evolution had bigger plans. Then she smiles and says, come with me, and together, we'll change this messed-up world. Hearing her words, Canis and Gato break out in a cold sweat. Back in the present, he furrows his brow. Thanks to Sin-Ka, we were reborn that day. Seo Kang Yu gets the full picture and mutters, I see. Suddenly, Canis speaks up. We have a question for you too. He asks, looking genuinely confused. With that kind of power, why didn't you join us? If this were the old Seo Kang Yu, he would have exploded with rage at Canis's question. But the Seo Kang Yu of today, he calmly answers. In a steady, low voice, he explains, first off, these powers aren't hereditary. Even if only the powered survive, it doesn't guarantee their children will be born with powers. Powerless kids will still be born. What will you do then? Call them freaks and kill them? Just like how you were all treated for being different. And check this logic out, if you start discriminating against the powerless, you're becoming the very monsters you once hated. If you try to justify that kind of prejudice, you're just making excuses for the very people who tortured you. The hypocrisy is insane. And finally, because of you, someone precious to me is dead. Canis just narrows his eyes. That was unavoidable. A necessary sacrifice to build a better world. But Seo Kang Yu instantly cuts him off. If you believe that, he says, then by your own logic, your suffering was just a necessary sacrifice for someone else. The two of them fall completely silent. Kingston, watching from a distance, thinks to himself, the kid's holding it together nicely. That's it. Remember this, Seo Kang Yu. Anger is an emotion that disrupts the flow of ki. He squints thinking, but I'm still worried. Can he really keep his cool when he faces that guy? A certain person's silhouette flashes in his mind. His expression is still bone-chillingly cold. Seo Kang Yu then asks in a low voice, so are your questions answered now? Canis raises an eyebrow. I admit there's a contradiction. But this world is already full of contradictions, so we will still follow Master Sin-Ka. Hearing their choice, he pulls his hood down. I see. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes. Then let the execution begin. His voice drops. Gotta find an opening and run. You have to survive for Master Sin-Ka. But before Canis can even move, he eats a solid punch from Seo Kang Yu. A spray of blood explodes from his mouth. But it looks like one punch wasn't enough. Seo Kang Yu unleashes a brutal combo on Canis. Seeing his partner getting wrecked, Gato rushes in to help. Meanwhile, Canis is barely holding on against the punishing assault. Kingston, watching the fight, suddenly widens his eyes in awe. This is incredible, he thinks to himself. Your power is truly on another level, Seo Kang Yu. With you, I might be able to feel that old thrill of battle one more time. Meanwhile, we cut to a derelict building under the night sky. A close-up on a wristwatch shows it's just past 2. Authority is going through something weird. Maladidi is squatting in front of him, looking impatient. Hey, former guild master, you gonna fight or what? You've just been staring at your watch. What the hell? He keeps staring at his watch and scoffs. Just wait, you piece of trash. And call me the future guild master. She looks at him totally confused. You're about to die, what are you talking about the future for? Authority just glares at her. Shut up. At the same time, a thought crosses his mind, 30 times. Or, how many times have I rewound? Counting this time, it's one more. Hearing his cold tone, Maladidi puffs out her cheeks, annoyed. What the heck? How can you ignore someone standing right in front of you? Suddenly, Authority's eyes widen. He thinks to himself, well, look at that. Isn't this getting interesting? She then eagerly chimes in. Former master, no future master. I'll attack first, okay. He immediately responds. Sure, do whatever you want. After all, your first attack is always creating a curse, right? Maladidi freezes. Her eyes narrow as she demands how. Did you know that? Authority just tilts his head, smiling mysteriously. I knew it. And that's why the guild master's seat is mine. And you and I are about to find out just what he's staring at. But first meet Maladidi, the special creation type. Trust me, you are not ready for how insane her powers are. She literally uses human lives as a sacrifice to create summoned creatures and totems packed with single-use magic. It's a technique known as the Kapakocha contract, and she calls herself the prophet of the sun god. She grew her power by sacrificing countless followers before the legendary Lao Sa tossed her in Lucillus prison. After Lao Sa became chairman, he used psychics to analyze the past and abilities of every single inmate. So yeah, she knows her entire playbook has been exposed and her powers have been completely figured out. She thinks to herself, him knowing my abilities is one thing, but how in the world does he know what my opening move is going to be? Looking at him, she knows this guy is seriously dangerous. I'm going all out from the very beginning. At that moment, a massive surge of power radiates from her body. She's creating a totem. The second the words are spoken, a wooden bird materializes from thin air. And it doesn't stop there. Countless other strange objects begin bursting from the ground as he watches in shock. The bizarre items just keep appearing until Melody is surrounded by an arsenal of creepy-looking artifacts. Next, she glares, her voice dropping into a low chant. Now watch closely because she's about to unleash everything. Authority just stands there completely unfazed, simply observing. She gives the command to create. A brilliant sun symbol materializes before her. Her strange totems immediately start to glow, absorbing its light. The sun, God. Blinding rays of light shoot out from the sun-shaped emblem as blood drips from Melodi's eye. She screams the name Inti. The light from the sun explodes with even more power as Authority stares. He's completely captivated by the scene, unable to look away as the darkness around them is instantly vaporized. The light from the sun's symbol illuminates the entire city, carrying with it a wave of unstoppable destructive force. The ground around them basically melts into lava. After unleashing her power, Melody is left winded. She's panting, sweating, and gritting her teeth, thinking to herself, I used everything I had. If this doesn't kill him. She snaps her eyes open, only to see Authority crumpled on the ground before her. He took the full force of that world-ending attack, his body covered in wounds on the scorching earth. Melody stares in absolute disbelief. On the monitor, Midias is completely and utterly bewildered. She stammers, Wait, what is this? The maid next to her asks nervously, Chairman, what is it? She hesitates. This is, and then Midias announces, Authority is dead. Yeah, you and I both know something's not right here. Everyone gasps at the shocking news. The kid in the hat yells out, What, are you serious? The signal is lost. Midias stares at her device worried. What just happened? I thought I had planned for every possible future. Did the timeline change? This has never happened before. The man beside her sweats. Just rewind time for now and we'll figure it out later. She nods. Understood. Midias then closes her eyes tightly, her mind racing with one question. What in the world is going on? A sequence of events flashes through her mind. And then a look of utter shock appears on Authority's face as he stares up. At the same time, Melody's voice rings out, Hey, former chairman, you gonna fight or just stare at your watch all day? Seeing her, he lets out a quiet breath. Just as I thought. From that moment on, something had shifted. Authority started to experience more and more flashes of déjà vu, seeing things unfold right before they happened. Blue phantoms appear charging straight for him. He thinks to himself, is it because I'm also a time manipulator? But all he could see were fragments, not the entire picture. Even so, the most intense moments were burned into his memory. There has to be a way to use this. There has to be. So, Authority decided to experience death, the most intense moment for a human. And as he returns to the timeline, here's the masterstroke we've been waiting for. He thinks with a smug grin, hey, so this is what it feels like to see the future. This ability is completely broken. Midias hasn't called, which means she is absolutely panicking right now. The timeline isn't going according to the perfect path that she had laid out, not in this fight she arranged. At first, Authority was completely dominating the fight, but that was before Melody summoned the god Inti. Alright, stick with me, because this timeline is about to get seriously twisted. The battle took Authority way longer than expected, but he finally got the win. A voice says, Former association president, I'm going ahead. Hearing this, Authority's eyes widen in shock, and he calmly extends his hand. He's seen the future now. At the same time, he unleashes his 8 times speed acceleration technique, no more wasting time. Medality sees this, her eyes wide with total disbelief. She glances back over her shoulder and speaks. I know your every single move. If you sync time acceleration with your opponent's movements, suddenly Medality's entire body is slammed by invisible blows. Blood just erupts from her nose. And just like that, she's blown to bits, leaving nothing behind. Authority calmly thinks the effect will be multiplied. After defeating Medality, he yells out triumphantly, Man, I absolutely love this feeling. Authority spreads his arms, welcoming the falling drops of fresh blood with a look of pure pleasure. So refreshing. It's like all my neurons are sprinting. The future association president's chair, no. With this power, I can aim for something much bigger than that. He begins forging his own path to the future he truly desires. Authority looks down at the watch on his wrist and thinks to himself, Let's see, I should be getting a call right about now. In the timeline that woman set up, the battle should be over. Right on cue, a worried voice comes through the line. Authority, has anything unusual happened? Hearing this, he thinks to himself, just as I predicted, and here's where we need to pay close attention. He realizes she changed the question. I'll just give an answer and she'll rewind time again. So Authority plays dumb, asking, something unusual. What are you talking about? Medalist, sweating, replies, It's nothing, I just saw a series of images. Then she asks her next question. Han, Authority, are you hurt? Authority glances down at Medality's body on the ground and calmly answers, That woman had a pretty annoying trick up her sleeve at the end, but I'm fine. Then he raises an eyebrow, probing her. But I did waste a fair bit of time. Where should I head now? Medalist immediately gives him his next mission. I'll jump a little ahead in the timeline and send you to back up the heroes who need our help. Authority nods after hearing this. Understood. I'll wait. She replies softly, thank you so much. After hanging up, Authority looks at the body on the ground and chuckles, asking if anything unusual happened. Oh, something definitely happened. But you think I'd actually tell you, you arrogant woman? And then he makes a triumphant declaration. From now on, the future is on my side. I'm going to make very good use of your power. Medalist just sees fresh drops of blood hitting the cold ground. Alright, let's pivot scenes. Seo Kang Yu has successfully used his powers to restrain both Canis and Gato. Hey, you cat and dog. He glares at them threateningly. Where is your master? Tell me and I'll let you go without any more pain. Canis, covered in blood, just scowls. Pain? I'm already used to pain. I got sick of it back in that damned laboratory. Seo Kang Yu asks, doubtfully, is that so? Then he adds, casually, but it looks like your partner here doesn't feel the same way. We see Gato, tears streaming down her face, a look of absolute terror in her eyes. Seeing this, Canis grits his teeth and calls out to her. She immediately tries to reassure him. Don't worry, Canis. No matter how much it hurts, I won't say a single word. You know that right? Canis glares and clenches his jaw, while Gato firmly insists, I know how to keep my mouth shut. We flash back to the past. A man with an electric baton glares at test subject 26. Where did number 27 run off to? A terrified Gato denies it. No, I don't know. He presses the baton against her, screaming, talk. Spit it out. But Gato holds firm. I don't know. Canis, watching from above, starts to cry. Even while being tortured, she keeps repeating, I don't know anything. Tears and snot stream down his face as he clenches his teeth. Suddenly, a vent cover falls from the ceiling, causing all the men to whip their heads around. Right then, a loud voice shouts from above, We've found the escaped test subject. Restrain him now. Hearing this, Gato slowly closes her eyes. In the quiet room, her voice echoes Canis. She looks at her captured friend and asks a question. Why did you come back? Lying on the floor, Canis states firmly, I couldn't just leave you behind. With tears streaming down her face, she looks down. If only someone could get us both out of here. No matter who it is, I'd serve them for the rest of my life. Hearing those words, his eyes go wide with absolute shock. The scene shifts to the two of them stunned by what they see. Singsa, a smile on his face, extends his hand toward the two abandoned kids. They step through the gate stunned. All they see is light, and you and I just watched their brand new story begin. A brilliant golden sunset appeared, a sight the two of them had never witnessed before. And at that moment, Sinsa spoke softly from behind. From now on, I will be your master. Stay by my side for the rest of your lives and soothe this loneliness of mine. But let's jump back to the present because this is where it gets real. Canis glares and declares, Sinka is my first master. A dog never betrays his own. Seo Kang Yu, his patience gone, just snarls back, then farewell. But then for some reason he suddenly lets out a scream. Our guy stares at the scene, completely stunned. Canis's bicep swells to a monstrous size as he lets out a ferocious roar. Go Gato, hurry Gato. Beside him is terrified, raw energy already starting to radiate from her body. But at the last second, Seo Kang Yu switches targets, slamming that powerful attack right into her gut. Dark Light Annihilation Fist. The impact sends Gato spitting up a mouthful of blood, a sight that shocks even our main character. At the same time, a furious Canis opens his mouth wide, looking like he's about to eat Seo Kang Yu alive. But he reacts in time, planting a heavy kick right in his face. With eyes burning with hatred, Canis bites down hard on Seo Kang Yu's foot. Seeing his chance, Seo Kang Yu thrusts his hand forward. And trust me, you're not ready for what he unleashes next, Dark Soul Severing. The attack sends him flying. Gato, seeing this, screams in absolute horror. Canis is at his absolute limit, but he still manages to say, Gato, don't come here. If you disappear too, Master will be so lonely. Please, take good care of our Master. Hearing his words, she freezes, completely speechless. Gato musters all of her courage, spins around and bolts. Seo Kang Yu sees his prey escaping and immediately prepares to give chase. But there's Canis, his body completely broken, still desperately clinging to his leg. Seo Kang Yu just looks down, his gaze ice cold. A man who tries so desperately to protect someone he cherishes. How can he feel zero guilt when taking that away from someone else? You have really made me angry. He glares straight down at the man at his feet. Die. After a massive explosion, all that's left is a desolate wasteland. Canis lies on the cold ground, his body riddled with holes. He's gone. Completely lifeless. All while Seo Kang Yu stares intently at his cold corpse. Just then, Kingston walks over with a satisfied look and offers some praise. Looks like one of them managed to get away. Still good work. He adds with a small smirk, people so determined to protect others are always the biggest pain to deal with. And you know what? He's not wrong. Then Kingston puts a hand on his shoulder. You've done enough for now. We'll kill that cat next time. Alright, so who are we fighting now? Have you picked someone? Hearing this, Seo Kang Yu slowly turns his gaze toward his next opponent. We see drops hitting the floor. It's Sinka, her face an absolute mess of tears as she bites down hard on her lip. One of the guys watching her asks, "Why are you crying?" His buddy beside him looks just as confused. "Did you go crazy being cooped up in the house for so long?" She just widens her eyes, staring right past them. "Canis, just wait. The preparations are almost done. I promise I will create the world that you always wanted to see." Meanwhile, Lepus extends her hand, casting a magic circle. Across from her, West is casually blocking the attacks with a shield. Then he lets out a contemptuous scoff. "Hey, is that all you've got, you little rabbit?" Beckon, meanwhile, is just thinking to himself in pure terror. Forget West for a second. Her ability is just way too annoying. He's trembling and stuttering. So scary. This is so scary. Lepus mid-attack wonders to herself, what the hell is Metis even thinking? Why did she make me fight these little brats? At that same moment, Metis looks down. In Authority's case, it seems the plan is proceeding exactly as the future predicted. The kid in the hat next to her looks worried. But did Authority really die once before? A man who climbed all the way to association president in his era. The other person replies, maybe he just got too old. She hears this and says nothing like this has ever happened before. It's not clear when the variable showed up. He offers his own theory. Is it possible that when you use too much power, the future gets bent a little? She seems to agree with the idea. Powerful abilities that can affect the timeline. That does make a certain kind of sense. In that case, Metis suggests, then we will have to keep a close eye on Lepus. He turns surprised and asks, isn't Lepus the type who never kills and always knows how to control her power? The other guy looks just as baffled. Wouldn't it be better to focus on Seo Kang Yu? Metis, sensing their concern, explains. It looks like Seo Kang Yu is holding back his power even more than he did in the prison fight. He has to be planning for his eventual showdown with Seung Hoan. She says it with a low, confident voice. Her final command, for now focus on the result of Lepus's battle. Things are about to get very interesting. And that's where we leave it with a promise that things are about to get wild. Lepus, glaring at her opponents, thinks to herself, how am I supposed to take these two down safely? West parries the attack, taunting him. Keep trying, you stupid freaking rabbit. Meanwhile, Pennell is just a wreck, tears streaming down his face, mumbling, I'm scared, so scared. The kid seems completely lost in despair as Metis mutters, this will be her first kill. Lepus touches a seal on a glowing magic circle and chants the spell's name binding figure. Instantly, a swarm of plush bunnies flies out, echoing, I love you over and over. Opposite them, Seung Hoan focuses his power, putting up a solid barrier to block the bizarre bunny barrage. West sees this and absolutely loses it, roaring in frustration. Hey, rabbit chick, are you even trying? You think you can beat me with this? He screams. Get serious and attack me for real. Now Lepus's attacks aren't exactly lethal, partly because she's a pacifist. But the bigger reason, it's Pennell's power. And trust me, you need to hear about this. See what makes this kid different from others is his reaction to, well, death. Most kids see a dead mouse and say, ew, gross. Should we bury it? Nah, it's dirty. But Pennell, he just stares pure terror in his eyes. His friends ask Pennell, you okay? And just like that, he completely loses his lunch. Whoa, Pennell's puking, so nasty. This kid is pathologically terrified of death. The catalyst for his power awakening, his own grandmother's funeral. Pennell stands with his parents watching the cremation. The attendant gives them one last moment. The family has confirmed. We will now begin. The coffin then slides silently into the incinerator. It's immediately swallowed by roaring flames. A while later, her ashes are carefully placed into an urn, her name meticulously carved on the side. Pennell just stands there, that same familiar anxiety on his face. He just stares at the urn, completely unable to process the reality of the situation. A cold sweat breaks out. He bites his lip, trying to hold it together, while a ceiling fan spins overhead. Back at home, his parents are on the sofa. His mom turns to his dad, honey, do you think Pennell's all right? He replies in a low voice, he's only in his 3rd year of middle school and already facing death. He's not a little kid anymore, is he? And yeah, you and I both know how wrong they are. His grandma, who was always so kind and warm, reduced to nothing but ash in a tiny pot. He's completely lost, whispering to himself, is that going to happen to me when I die? Pennell starts shaking. I'm so scared. His face is a blank mask, as tears just stream down. So scared. Later that night in the dark living room, Pennell calls out, Mom, Dad. They look up confused by what they see. A dark blue aura is swirling all around Pennell. What is this? He asks, totally bewildered. His mom rushes over, filled with concern. Pennell, what's happening, honey? But the second they get close, that same aura engulfs them too. Pennell's eyes fly open in shock. Mom, Dad. On the floor lie his parents. They're lifeless. The metallic smell of blood hangs heavy in the air. Pennell just shakes, terrified. He stands frozen, completely unable to react. His parents' death sends his power spiraling out of control. The entire population of the city died because of Penel's power. Then HP showed up and finally ended the nightmare. His ability releases a death aura from his mouth whenever he's touched during a moment of extreme fear. After being captured, Penel underwent intense psychological therapy. Back in the present, Lepus continues her spell, urging him on. Penel, get out of there right now and hide behind me. Inside his shield, Wes starts talking. You were forced to join Alpha World, weren't you? He asks. There's no way a coward like you joined this plan willingly. Penel, panicking and clutching his head, sobs out the truth. I only followed them because I had nowhere else to go. But then he fires back, SK and West. Everyone. They've been good to me, I can't betray them. Lepus keeps trying to persuade him. Of course, they're nice to you. They can't risk your power going off. Just come over to our side, but he's shaking, sharing his deepest fear. And honestly, can you even blame him? I'm so scared of dying, she starts to reply, but Penel just cuts her right off. Plus, my mom told me not to follow strangers. You're a total weirdo. Lepus snaps back, I am not a weirdo. Alright, let's jump in. You have some serious nerve talking smack while wearing that outfit, as she starts summoning her power. And then she says it, I'm just a simple rabbit enthusiast. Witnessing this whole scene, Wes just grinds his teeth. That girl, she only uses worthless magic. The power Wes really wants from Lepus is, of course, her meteor summon. Wes can steal one summoning spell from each person. With physical contact, he can take the most recently used spell. But if he kills an opponent, he gets to choose and steal any spell he wants. So to get his hands on Lepus's meteor, he either has to force her to use it or he has to kill her. It seems West has already figured this out. He tells himself, yeah, that's the only way to do it. Then West makes his move, saying, Pennu, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to step up for a bit. Stunned by the sudden request, Pennu freezes for a second. The giant rabbit steps out, takes a deep breath, and then smashes down with all its might, shattering West's protective shield. Lepus starts calculating. How can I solve this without provoking Pennu and still break through those barriers? But before she can even move, Pennu's power absolutely explodes. He clutches his head, letting the raw energy run wild all over the place. A second later, Pennu throws his head back, eyes rolled back fiercely as his scream tears through the air. Lepus is shocked by what's happening. She's getting worried. Pennu, why did he suddenly go completely insane? From the other side, West's voice cuts in. I stole a spell from Malady up there, bringing everything into focus. Over here, we see Malady reaching out towards West, and West is doing the same. A confident look on his face, he can now summon a plant that causes hallucinations. Now here's where it gets wild. What Pennu's seeing right now is way different from our reality. Sweat is just pouring down his face. Reflected in his blue eyes is a giant, deadly-looking skull. The massive skull is constantly radiating a dark, grim energy, as if it wants to control everything. On another side, Lepus raises her hand, struggling just to keep herself standing. The force radiating from him is intense. She's completely bewildered, thinking, what the hell did he even do? The scale of this rage isn't just limited to the third basement. It's almost reaching the level of the fourth or even the fifth floor. What should I do? How do I handle this? What will my master do in a time like this? And a memory comes flooding back. Mago is sipping a cup of hot tea. He asks the person across from him, Did you say your daughter wants to learn summoning magic? She nods, confirming, Yes, I tried to discourage her, but she insisted on meeting you. While Mago is having a good laugh, suddenly a young Lepus points directly at his face and yells, Hey, you old beard face. You're the one living off my family's sponsorship money. Teach me. Hearing this, Mago's face just freezes solid for a second. Even as her aide tries to stop her, Lepus gets more aggressive. This isn't a request, it's an order. You see, Lepus is the one and only daughter of the chairman of the JBIT Group, one of the top 100 corporations in the entire world. The company was originally called CR, but her doting father changed it after Lepus threw a fit. Yeah, she's a textbook spoiled rich girl inside and out. Seeing Mago stay silent, Lepus continues to shout, Hey, Mr. Mustache, why aren't you answering me? But he doesn't get angry. Instead, he just smiles and asks a question. Why does our little lady want to become so strong? She doesn't hesitate for a second. I was watching an anime recently, and the heroes in it look so unbelievably cool. Mago nods along. I see. So what are you planning to summon? Lepus clenches her fists with total confidence and says, Let me show you. Her aide, however, stops her. Please, not in here. Then she grabs Lepus's wrist. Let's move somewhere else. Mago is just confused by the mother's sudden panic. A few moments later, his face is a mask of pure shock. In front of Mago is a deep crater, blazing with intense heat. He thinks to himself, a meteor. A little kid can actually summon a meteor. And let's just ignore the fact that the meteor is shaped like a carrot. This is absolutely not something a child should be able to summon. Lepus seems incredibly proud of her own power. She turns to him excitedly and asks, So what do you think? Mago silently makes a note. This kid's talent is terrifying. If a child like this ever went down the wrong path, she would cause a massive catastrophe. I wasn't planning on taking any more disciples, but then he turns around and makes a decision. Very well, I'll accept you as my disciple. Her request granted, Lepus cheers excitedly. Awesome. My talent is the greatest. Thanks a lot, old beardy. Suddenly, Mago's voice gets serious as he warns her. However, I can't accept you as a student if you don't learn how to be polite. A complete 180 from her bratty self, she puffs out her chest. No problem, master. I know how to be polite. After that, Mago taught Lepus tons of different summoning spells, except for one, the meteor spell. Lepus, completely frustrated, confronts him about it. Hey master, when are you going to teach me the meteor spell? Mago clasps his hands behind his back, remaining calm as he says, Miss Lepus, I believe I told you to speak politely. She stomps her foot, whining, even when I am polite, you still refuse to teach me. Mago tells her honestly, it's not time yet. Hearing this, Lepus can only ask, but why? Let's jump in. He calmly explains, I'll teach you meteor magic when you're an adult. Until then, you are absolutely forbidden from using it. He stares directly into her eyes, repeating, absolutely not. The intensity of his gaze startles her a bit. Lepus doesn't argue, she just agrees. Absolutely not, sir, even though she's an arrogant young lady from a rich family. At her core, she's still a good kid. So she listens to Mago and doesn't use the meteor magic. And so time flies by. One day, sunlight streaming through the window, Lepus stands with her hands on her hips. She calls out, Master, I'm an adult now. Isn't it time for me to start learning meteor magic? Mago, sitting on the sofa, exclaims, oh wow, has it really been that long? No wonder, your father keeps asking for my fashion advice. For your wardrobe. Lepus presses her case, I can now use almost every summoning spell proficiently. Mago nods along. Well then it's time we start the preparations. Catching that keyword, she asks excitedly. Preparations. To use meteor magic, but he just shakes his head, denying it. Something even more important. Preparations to become a hero. Be my sidekick, Lady Lepus. She repeats the word back, not quite believing what she's hearing. Sidekick Lepus leans forward and flat out refuses. No way. I just want to cast a meteor spell, a huge magnificent meteor. Before she can finish, Mago cuts her off. If you become my sidekick, the association will officially have a uniform made for you. Lepus scoffs, unimpressed. Now watch this, it's the sales pitch of a lifetime. So what, I can just buy my own clothes? Mago pauses for dramatic effect. And even if you wear what you want, you can call it a uniform and your parents can't complain one bit. She seems a little stunned. Instead of arguing, Lepus just makes a little noise. And just like that, Mago got his sidekick. They take on a ton of missions together. And during that time, Lepus starts to get curious. How is he so strong? He never uses any attack magic, just defensive spells. At that moment, Lepus is biting her lip, thinking to herself, I want to summon a meteor. Oh, meteor. And as a little more time passes in the middle of a dusty battlefield, a stoic West stares straight ahead. The air around him is filled with dozens of glowing golden magic circles. Seeing this incredible sight, Lepus is completely stunned, looking at the deep crater carved into the earth. You and I are about to see her true potential unleashed. Burning with power, she asks in disbelief, is that my meteor magic? Mago calmly explains from beside her, all the lessons you've learned with me were the basics of summoning magic. Because you have such a solid foundation combined with your natural gifts, you created something on this insane scale. Lady Lepus, in the field of attack magic, your talent has already far surpassed mine. You possess a truly terrifying gift. In the future, you'll become much stronger than this. But remember this, with great power comes great responsibility. Congratulations on your graduation, Lady Lepus. I hope you'll become a truly great hero. Meanwhile, Authority sits at his desk. He offers a formal congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a hero, Lepus. Normally, you'd have to start from rank 5 and work your way up. But since you're Mago's direct disciple, you get a special exception. You'll start immediately as a rank 3 hero. However, some heroes are unhappy with this, so you'll need to join this mission and build up a record to shut down those complaints. Your role will be to support another hero. Since you were Mago's sidekick, you must be pretty used to support roles, right? Standing opposite him, Lepus asks, who do I need to support? He puts his hands on the table and answers in a low voice. The person you'll be supporting is. Suddenly, a mechanical voice cuts in, grabbing her attention. Nice to meet you. You must be Mago's disciple, Lepus. The person holds out a hand to introduce himself. I am Hero. Hero doesn't forget to offer some friendly advice. I heard this is your first mission. Don't be nervous, I'll lead you well. She walks a little closer to him. She nods in reply. Ah yes. Lepus thinks to herself, wow, he's a really energetic person. Then Hero asks curiously, so Lepus, why did you want to become a hero anyway? Lepus lowers her head a bit and shares her story. At first I thought if I became a hero, I could summon as many meteors as I wanted. It started with a simple thought like that. But after meeting Master Mago, I wanted to be like him, a hero who can heal the world's pain. And here we can see she's really grown up. Hearing this, he suddenly laughs. You have an amazing teacher. He really is someone worthy of being invited to the equality group. You've done a lot of missions with Mago, but this is your first official one, right? Lepus nods to confirm. That's right. My master doesn't take on missions. He just acts freely on his own. He doesn't hold back. Fine. I guess I'll have to demonstrate how a real professional handles a mission. I'll work very hard not to embarrass the equality team, she replies, looking completely and utterly defeated. Yes. Lepus thinks to herself, man, this guy's intense. And just like that, on her first mission, a voice calls her name out of the darkness. Now pay close attention. Lepus, you are now seeing the things you couldn't before because Mago always sheltered you. Hero holds out his fist, reminding her, a real hero isn't allowed to just lounge around like that. He stands over her and screams, a hero always stands firm. Get up, right now, and look at me. Stunned Lepus just sits there, staring blankly at Hero. When she doesn't move, he just yells at her to hurry up. And you and I just saw it. Her first real glimpse of a hero's darker side.